Hey, what's up, Canada and beyond? Welcome back to what is going to be a night of the greatest show on earth, right? Here we go, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, grannies and gators, to what could go down as the best or perhaps worst week in human history. So there's not going to be any regular scheduled news tonight. This is going to be just me hanging out with you guys, answering questions, comments, and we're going to be sourcing tonight's coverage from a couple of the what I think is going to be the most reliable and most accurate coverage in the United States, bar none. Slightly partisan, perhaps, and for this night, tonight only, as you might tell, I am a little bit partisan myself. So this is Wayne, the individual, hanging out with you guys tonight. And given the alternative of what Kamala Harris administration would bring, I think anybody can base this as just common sense at this point. So, had a friend that was down in the States a couple of days ago and was generous enough to bring me back my second outfit of the week. The first one, in commemoration the other night. I wore my garbage bag costume on Halloween to in solidarity with our folks down south. And tonight, I am, not. It's hard to do this without being taken as a complete endorsement. And do I have issues with Trump? You're damn skippy, I do. But like I said, given the alternative of the new world order speed of the prospect of a Harris administration, I think that this is a moment in time where I'm going to put my other differences aside and run with the fire of the day. And today, I think, is critical for the future of life as we know it, humanity as a species. As difficult as it's going to be, I think this is a night the whole world is paying attention to, like an expectant father. Thank you guys for all of the compliments on the hat. Isn't that awesome? This is like got the embroidered Trump, Donald J. Trump insignia on it, right? Trump 2024, save America again. I cannot argue with that. I think if they can save America, they can, by extension, save us and the world. But we can pretty much bank on Kamala Harris destroying everything. And the shirt, the shirts too, guys. For our neighbors down south of the 49, we do not have the Second Amendment up here. The right to bear arms. We're not adult enough for that up here. According to our government. So this is for the reason you folks that defend the Second Amendment are the reason you still have an opportunity to defend your country. And don't mess with the Second Amendment. Isn't this awesome? One of the big selling points of potentially fleeing to the United States if Trump wins and Trudeau wins again up here, right? So yeah, I'm going to try to I'm gonna be reading the comments. I know people are going to be bouncing around everywhere tonight. We're going to be honing in on two different platforms tonight. So the first one is going to be Wendy Bell and Brock Schneider. They've got, as you can see here, Sean Parnell on, and we're going to be switching over to Rich Barris, Savage Rich Barris at the People's Pundit. He's a polling expert in the United States and probably the most honest guy in the industry, bar none. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing here tonight. We'll get into those guys and what they're covering. It's going to be a long night, guys. I hope you guys have got your snacks and in your comfy chairs. Got great coverage, great internet. Yep. I'm going to read some of the comments in the chat here tonight. PDS, absolutely. I didn't design the shirt, but I kind of like it. So it's going to be a favorite of mine forever. And of course, got my poppy on. Uh, I still respect the idea behind it. Even if I don't respect the Legion as an organization anymore, my heart does bleed for veterans. So, if you guys aren't familiar, Wendy Bell, 27-year, 23-time Emmy winning journalist in the U.S., got fired a bunch of times, decided to start her own organization and network. And Sean Parnell, who is a veteran, having gone through what was it, 10 years in conflict as a ranger, now a podcaster, former candidate for the governor or Senate in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania is one of the battleground states. So I'm going to pop out of here a little bit. I think I've given an introduction and let you guys listen to these guys for a little while and stay tuned. So I'm kind of running like the Starship What's Up Canada here. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different tabs and windows open and 6 different chats going. So I try and keep up and let's have some fun with these guys tonight. I know you guys, if you guys aren't following Wendy Bell, you ought to be. No sound, guys? No, no sound. Hang on. Hang on here, guys. I'll get it figured out. Still no sound, eh, guys? Let's see if you guys can let me know if you still no sound. Hmm. I've got an idea.
Over election. I mean, that would be better than what we have now.
Right.
Elections in Afghanistan are more secure than elections that we have here, where you have one person, one vote. You dye your finger purple, you know that person voted. But with mail-in voting, it's not the case. And so when you combine the fact that we have mass mail-in voting with the Democrat machine in Philly, I mean, that worries me. And
let me know if you can hear
big
this.
question for me in Pennsylvania, but it's really not in Pennsylvania. It's in all the swing states. It's going to be in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Okay,
Wisconsin. This argument applies.
Google has been really messing with
Republicans
stuff. People have been having meltdowns. Everything got wiped on my computer at 5 o'clock. I had to rebuild everything, so I will adapt. So awesome.
All of those swing states. So that means that the Democrats
I love
are
both
have
of
to
these
turn their
people. So
out. And
thanks for hanging out through that. Adapt, improvise, and overcome.
Large over this cycle is, do the Democrats still have the muscle memory to do that, given that they've gone all in on vote by mail since 2020? And look, 2020 election, the off cycle 2021, the midterm in 2022, the off cycle in 2023. So you have 4 elections where the Democrats went all in on mail-in voting. Are they still going to be able to turn their people out? I don't know.
Have you gotten the vibe, and you talk with President Trump? He's asked you to speak at multiple rallies. Do you get the vibe from him, or at least his inner circle, that they have been proactive enough since 2020? Do you get the vibe that they were immediately like boots on the ground, like, what the hell's happening? We got to figure this crap out, and we got to start now, as the Democrats are destroying the country and going after Trump? Was his team, did you get that vibe that they're getting organized and doing stuff?
I do. I mean, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing, Wendy. With voter fraud, and I've said it on your show before, I've said it on my show. You can't stop voter fraud once it happens unless you have proof. And that means, like, you've got video evidence of thousands of fraudulent ballots that exceed the margin, right? Because if it doesn't exceed the margin, then what the hell is the point of bringing the case? I mean, it's just so hard to prove after the fact. So you've got to be offensive. You've got to stop them ahead of time. Since Laura Trump and Chairman Whatley have taken over the RNC, they've done a much better job at playing offense. I mean, we busted a voter registration fraud scheme in Pennsylvania last week. It was in Lancaster. It was in York. I think it was in Delaware County. It was in some of the suburban counties around Philadelphia.
This was the 2,500 that were discovered that were fraudulent registrations that they had co-opted people's identities, and they had bogus signatures and the same signature, and
funded out of Arizona, Democrat group. This is what they do. What they do is they hope that the voter rolls are messy. You got people who moved on there. You got dead voters on there. You got people that are, like, registered to vote and probably don't even know they're registered to vote. This is what the Democrats do. This is why they don't want voter rolls ever cleaned. But again, the big question tonight is, are the Democrats going to be able to turn out their people? Not just in Pennsylvania, but in every swing state. And what's interesting, say, for example, about Michigan, obviously, Kamala Harris, just to back off and talk about the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has to win all 3. If Trump wins the Sun Belt, and I'm talking Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, which looks like Nevada is always a very, very tall order for Republicans, even though there hasn't been one single poll that Trump has been down there for 11 months. It's just a very tall order for Republicans. I don't know why. It just always is. But if Trump wins those states, she has to carry all 3. And if she doesn't carry all 3, she's done. Well, the blue wall, I mean, obviously, we talked a little bit about Pennsylvania, but Michigan, Wendy, the uncommitted vote in the primary in Michigan exceeded Biden's margin of victory in 2020. So all of the Arab Americans and the Muslims in Michigan, they've endorsed President Trump. They're not on board with Kamala's messaging. And that is a significant crack in the Democrat voting base there. And again, the question is going to be, Are there enough cracks in that base hurt your chances of winning? I think so.
I'm interested in seeing, and so in our state, the land before time, we had issues in Cambria County today. In fact, our friend Kelly Morgan from Morgan's Fitness alerted us to it like minutes as the polls opened. To deeply, deeply red county, Bedford County more so. Like I think it's like 90% Republicans in Bedford County, and the paper isn't the right paper. Everybody is on pins and needles. You expect this crap to go on. Do they need to cheat in the red counties as much as they need to get out the vote in the blue counties? Because I think the red ones, that's where you steal stuff. That's where you do things that cut down that red wall, if you will. Do you see that as being a strategy? And am I being a little like, I don't know, conspiracy theory for this? I'm not.
No, Democrats will do what they can, they will try to get away with what they can get away with everywhere.
Right.
And I'll tell you here in a second what I mean by that, but it looks like they just called Indiana for Trump already.
Okay.
Looks like they just called Kentucky for Trump already. So it looks like there are already some race calls coming in.
Brock, what did you say? You said what?
CBS, I think, called Florida already.
They already called Florida.
Yeah.
So it looks like CNN is reporting in Georgia that a 20-point swing. I mean, CNN, take it with a grain of salt. But if they're reporting positive news about the GOP, chances are it's like they're not cool with that.
Right.
But a 20-point swing to Trump in Georgia among independent voters from 2020. That's a big deal.
Yes, it is. And I was even looking at some of the, I mean, the sheer registration advantage that you and your work have done in Pennsylvania, it is so mind-bending. I want you to tell, what are some other things, like you feel like you're probably on pins and needles trying to track down instances of fraud. Sean, what have you heard even just this week or last week of crap going on in Pennsylvania where you're part of this? Like we've got to get lawsuits, we've got to get judges, we got to get lawyers. What are you doing? What are you saying?
Yeah, so the Democrats, to give you a sense of what they do, when I say cheat, it's not like I'm talking like they're filling out a fake ballot and scanning it. There are lots of things that they do.
Right.
For example, purposeful incompetence. In other words, like in Bucks, you saw the line in Bucks County last week that some of those lines were 5 hours long. Well, what the Democrats will say is they'll say, let's have one election worker, because they control the county commissioner's office or whatever. They're in some level of control of a county. One election worker in a heavily Republican district. Make it difficult for those people to vote. Make them wait 5 hours so they're voting in the middle of the night. So in that instance, we went to court. We got the court to extend voting by 3 days for Bucks County because of all these snafus. But you talked about the voter registration scheme where you have potentially thousands of fraudulent voter registrations that are happening in counties all across Pennsylvania. We stopped that in its tracks. The Democrats, what they'll do is they'll ship the wrong voting machines to locations, right? They'll like, you know what I mean? Like purposeful incompetence.
Yeah.
Or in heavily Republican precincts, we've dealt with this, where they run out of ballots completely. Oh, there are no ballots. You got to come back later. I mean, or in the case of Allegheny County, an election worker in Allegheny County. And people think Allegheny County, which is, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but also the surrounding suburbs, the most populous Republican county in the entire state. Yes, it's a Democrat stronghold, but Allegheny County is the most populous Republican county in the state. And you have Democrat poll workers showing up 50 minutes late. So how many people didn't vote because of that? So it's like with Democrats, it's like death by 1,000 cuts, and it's nonstop. It's nonstop.
I really struggle, and I feel sometimes that it's a naivete, because I would never dream of cheating in an election, right? And you have to twist your mind into thinking how they would think, and then not hate everybody who would vote for them, because you've got to know, Democrats have got to know how dirty their side is, how dangerous their side is, how untenable 4 more years of this crap is. And it's mind-blowing to me as I watch this. And Sean, I got this up. This guy put out last updates of where GOP turnout in Pennsylvania is higher in this year than it was in 2020. It's everywhere except Erie, Allegheny, Cameron County, Center County, and then you've got this whole swath on the eastern side of the state, including Philadelphia. But Bucks, to your point, you guys have absolutely crushed it with the voter registration there. I mean, and it's you're doing like pulling ahead in terms of registration, and it looks like 55 of 67 counties. That's crazy. And you feel like it's not enough.
No, well, I mean, look, so there were like in 2020, Trump barely lost the state by 80,000 votes with the deck completely stacked against him with a voter registration deficit of over 650,000. Like today, that number's 320 something.
Right.
Like we did a great job, right? But that's still 320,000 more Democrats than Republicans in this state. Now, it doesn't mean that all of those Democrats are going to be voting for Democrats, as you know, in Western Pennsylvania. I mean, I come from a family of union Democrats that are all ride or die Trump, you know.
And the Amish come
so
out.
there will be some crossover there. But the truth is,
you know,
that
it's
the
real.
Democrats can win the state of Pennsylvania without a single Republican vote. So if you just understand that stat alone, it should, I mean, it should make you nervous, right? So that's why it's absolutely critical. I've been banging on the drum all day, Wendy, that not one single Trump supporter or Republican can stay home. We need every single person out there in our state out there voting, because the Democrats just have 300,000 more people registered than we do. Right. And so that means you've got to cut into independents. Some of the 1.2 million independents that are in Pennsylvania. And you know, that's why Pennsylvania is the quintessential swing state, right? That's why in Pennsylvania, we tend to have milquetoast senators, both Democrat and Republican, at the top of the ticket, right?
Yeah, and I was going to ask
Which
you about
do
that.
you
How are
listen?
feeling about some of these
Think
Senate
we
races?
should listen to?
I mean, I feel like several feel
I
it's
say the
in
same.
the bag. I'm looking at Montana.
Basically,
I'm looking at West
as
Virginia.
Elon on this point.
But what's going on here in our state, Sean? What do you think? What does McCormick look like?
Yeah, I think McCormick is probably the only person that could beat Bob Casey, is what I think. And so many reasons. Well, because, you know, first of all, he's got a good background. He's a combat veteran, served his country, business guy, very traditional Republican, so very different than me. But he's a good man. And when people meet him,
Give it a share,
like him.
everyone.
And by the way, that's important, because there are some candidates out there who you meet, you're like, man, this guy's what the hell? Why do people like this guy? So there are candidates that have the opposite problem. So if people like you, you're generally starting ahead of the curve. But the most important reason, Wendy, is that the guy has been the most prolific Republican fundraiser that I've ever seen. There has never been a Republican Senate candidate to raise as much money as him. And I'm talking, I mean, Wendy, I swear to God, he probably raised close to $150 million for this seat. $150 million. Now, Bob Casey, Democrats raised that like easy because they've got to act blue. Yeah. But for Republicans to match on Wendy, it doesn't happen. I mean, Democrats, just so everybody knows, Democrats outraised Republicans on average by a 3-to-1 margin.
I was going to say it's got to be at least 3-to-1.
3-to-1. And Dave kept it 1-to-1 with Bob Casey. And I think the most telling thing about Bob Casey, and then I'll answer your question about Senate seats in general across the country. Bob Casey's last ad in Pennsylvania was, look how pro-Trump I am. And then he elevated all of the third-party candidates running against him and Dave in the hopes that people vote for those third-party candidates against Dave, thereby cutting into Dave's vote share. And so Bob Casey is not running ads cozying up to Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Bob Casey is running ads pretending as if he's pro-Trump and then elevating all of those third-party candidates to cut into Dave's vote share. That is not, by the way, that is not somebody who thinks that their candidate is doing well in Pennsylvania. They're just not, you know?
Right. How about the men? How about men showing up? Have you seen some of these videos? Have you seen what's going on? Is this like, I'm kind of tingly about this, I will say, because some of the stuff I've been seeing on social media in Pennsylvania in particular. And folks, I know so many of you, have they called South Carolina? Is that official now? Because I see you guys joining in on the stream. And this is an opportunity for you at home. Look, Sean obviously is way more inside baseball than I am. I'm looking at this as a mom. Like, I want to give my kids a country that doesn't suck. I mean,
That's why
I
we love
worry
her.
about this. It keeps me up. Like I'm in it fighting to the death. This is our 4th anniversary on this show on Rumble, and it just happens to coincide with election night. Like, come on, we're fighting this for a reason. But I want you guys who see stuff, hop in here. Brock is going to isolate your comments, things that are important, put them up on the screen. But Sean, I mean, you're a young father, right?
Yes.
I mean, what are you seeing? And I see it with my children. 3 of my sons are adults, and all 3 hopefully have voted. I know 1 for a fact, 2 for a fact.
Can you guys
But
still
they
hear
say
that when
the
I pop it
momentum
out?
in their circles
Something I've
is
never
really
always
strong.
wondered.
It's cool
But
to vote for Trump now.
it's
You
going to
know?
be
I mean, it's so
interesting
true, and you're
for
right,
the
like,
first few hours
Yes,
here.
I can
Somebody
get into
just
the weeds
let me
on the
know in the
analytics,
chat.
but yeah,
I
like
know
you,
there's
you know, I'm
a
a
bit
dad
of a
too,
delay.
and
You can
I
still hear it in the
worry
background. Okay.
that if we don't win this election, part of the reason why I have so much anxiety, Wendy, is that you know,
Okay. This is going to be a long show here tonight. I love that you guys are commenting here. I hope everybody goes over there and gives them a follow. I'll get a banner made up for them here and get you guys over there. Sean, Wendy, Brock, and we'll hear a little bit here once I get reorganized with my feeds. But it's interesting, guys, that Google has been all over X. People are sharing the fact that if you Google where can I vote for Kamala Harris, they'll give you locations. If you Google where can I vote for Donald Trump, they won't give you any information. So Google is absolutely interfering in this in every capacity that they can. I've had, and I'm seeing comment here, Nana Sue, as far as for a little farmer, I'm not really sure. Have her try a different browser, maybe if she's using a Google browser, because that's what happened here. For some strange reason, tonight only, literally my show, everything that I had set up got wiped out at 5 o'clock. I had to reboot, do a restart, reset all of my pages. I was hearing others that were having issues getting restarted. When I went to share the streams here tonight, they wouldn't let me use Google. So I've been going to Brave, switching everything over there, trying to keep up with everything. But it is an absolute shit show out there in the digital universe right now. So I really don't know how to explain all of this, but it's kind of, I guess, to be expected. So I hope by now I'm having better luck with Brave tonight with stuff than with Google or Chrome. So I hope that helps a little bit. I've been kind of watching on Rich's feed to see if there's any big news coming up there as well, and we'll switch over to that in a few minutes. But I just wanted to get everybody a chance and me to get a link for you guys, and I'll add it into the chat for where to go and follow Wendy Bell. They're about to break 50,000 followers on Rumble. Someday I dream about growing up that big that we can reach 50,000 people, but I know that not everybody is plugged in both sides. So just trying to help everybody out. So go follow these guys too. All right. All right. I'll get this going again.
votes. This is a county Biden won by 18,700 votes. Trump
That's what I
won
meant. I have to go clean
Miami-Dade.
stuff up.
I think that's
Sorry,
a Democrat
guys.
stronghold by
There we go.
11 points
Should be hearing it now.
in early voting. And so, and then you look in Pinellas County, Florida, Donald Trump is winning there. That's another bellwether county.
You guys rock.
I mean, this is like Trump is likely to win one of the most Puerto Rican counties in America, in Florida. So, I mean, the question is, do these results in Florida, now Puerto Rican, now let's talk about the fake news media for a second.
Oh,
and the
God,
comedians joke. First of all,
It didn't
since when-
stick.
come on, it's like an insult comedian. The guy's job is to talk smack on other people.
Yeah.
And the Democrats created an entire hoax out of that to make it seem like, one, Donald Trump had anything to do with it. He didn't say anything. It was just a guy making a joke at his rally. And two, that the entire Puerto Rican community was going to abandon Donald Trump. And clearly in Florida, one of the most Puerto Rican counties in all of America, Trump's likely to win.
Right. Well, they just called Jim Justice just won Senate. So
Jim
that's
Banks,
good.
Jim Banks is in the bank
Yes.
in Indiana.
That's it. All right. Oh, and then it looks like Mark Robinson lost in North Carolina. Man, they attacked that man as well, going
Yeah, they
after
did.
anything they can, the dirt, the crap. It's so dirty. And for those of us who, look, the majority of you guys who watch this program, right? You're like we are. We've got bills to pay. I'm not able to do it without working, right? And it's so insulting when the Democrats lean on cheating and celebrity endorsements. By the way, these celebrities who've come out for the Democrats, Sean, I don't know what list they're on, but it's not resonating, I think, with the people they desperately need. And I think their real issue tonight, I'm hoping that this is my vibe I'm getting, is that the Democrats aren't getting the vote that they want, especially from the Blacks and the Hispanics. That's what they were lamenting for a full hour on MSNBC, right?
I know. Yeah, it's true. And some of the numbers out of Georgia talking about the black vote.
This is actually a great segue because Brock has something he wants to put in here from Georgia. Sean, just let's listen in for a minute.
Yep.
David Scallion.
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia.
Wow, David Giant. And Dan, that is
Right? What's he going to say?
Jake Tapper looked like he's going to cry on national TV.
I'm telling you, Nicole Wallace was like, which is beautiful because they're so complicit in all of this, Sean. Like when it just so frustrates me on every level and has fueled this fight that you and I both have to do whatever our part is to tell the truth. And I don't know, I'm so tired of them being so dirty.
Oh,
And I wonder at what point is the Democrat base, which I can't imagine is that big, but they show up in some regard. At what point are they going to wake up and realize that they've been brainwashed, that everything that they've been told has been garbage, that everything they've accused Republicans by and large and Donald Trump almost exclusively of doing, their side has been doing, and that they've been falling for it again and again because the Blacks and the Latinos know it. They know it, and that's where you're seeing a walk away. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump gets 30% of the Black vote.
Well, to your point, Kamala is woefully underperforming with Black voters in Georgia. President Trump, as of right now, this is an exit poll, so take that with a grain of salt. I rarely trust exit polls, but if it's true, Trump's at 25% among Black men, which is 14 points higher than 2020 in Georgia. Kamala is running 6 points behind Biden in 2020 among Black women. That's if that number is real, and if that number is real, Kamala Harris is in big trouble. And of course, if it could extrapolate that out to other swing states, and this is the reason why, in Philadelphia, for example, and that's obviously what I'm worried about in Pennsylvania, they're saying that they're expecting between 50 and 100,000 more voters in Philly than they had in 2020. So Republicans are dooming about this, but this isn't necessarily a good thing for Harris, because as long as Republicans are getting 17 to 18% of that number, it's very hard for Democrats to win the state. And you probably have a lot of Black voters in Philly, Hispanic voters in Philly, and low propensity Republican voters in Philly that are turning out to vote for Trump that didn't turn out in previous cycles. So we will see. We will see. I don't know. I mean, this isn't. We'll see. I don't think this is bad news.
I want to ask you too about some of these some of these groups that we can easily gloss over. How about the Amish? How about the Amish in Lancaster County? And I was tipped off to this when Brock and I went to meet Trump in Wilkes-Barre a couple of years ago. And we were standing in line to meet him. And you know how it goes when you're invited to take a picture with the president. It's this whole rigmarole, and you stand in line for a couple of hours, right? And there are these two Amish farmers. I mean, that's redundant, but there are these Amish guys standing there. And I walked up to him, and Brock's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I want to know." Like, they're historically not a political people. They don't pay taxes. They don't get health care. Like, they're a closed society. To see an Amish guy here is a big deal to me. And I asked him, and he's like, "Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea how big it is in our community now." And this idea of voting for Trump because of how they trampled on Amos Miller and his farm and try to shut down people who want to grow their own food and live their own lives and get the government to flip out of their lives in their pockets. It's so clear. And now Brock is going to effort to get some video up for us. You got it? I want to show you guys this. This is why Trump said he can win New Jersey. This is an army of Jewish voters flooding the polls in Lakewood to vote for Trump. It is the largest Jewish community in the state of New Jersey. Honestly, when have you seen this? Watch the line. Just everybody pouring out for this. This is why I have some very strong feelings about what we're going to see. I love that. Brock, what are you saying? I love it. I think it's fantastic to watch this. You've pissed off enough people. You have no, and there's no question who the Amish are voting for because it's on their buggies. They're loaded down with the Trump stuff, all the flags. So.
Yep.
It's wild, you guys. I really do believe when I say it that you are in real time witnessing history.
Well,
I'm watching it now.
And your question was, hey, at what point do some of these Democrats wake up and realize that their party is lying to them almost about everything? They don't have a message. They are the party of hoaxes and lies. And as you know, obviously
it's a media
you and
construct.
I are lock, stock, and barrel Republicans, but we do try to look at what's happening and give you a no BS assessment. I think people are waking up, as you said, in historic margins, right? I mean, you look in New Jersey, you know, my wife and I were talking about this last night, that Republicans were somehow leading the early vote in New Jersey. They are vastly outnumbered in that state. And you see lines like that in New Jersey and the fact that they're keeping it close. If Trump picks off any one of those states that Kamala Harris is supposed to win, that's the other side of this coin. She's got to win. She's got to run the gamut in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She's also got to win every other place she's supposed to win. So if something slips away in New Hampshire, or if New Jersey is on the cusp of falling away from Kamala Harris, I mean, it could be an early night. I'm hoping for an early night. I really am, because the last thing that any of us want is an election that's dragged out for months on end, like the last time, you know, where it's just, I don't know, Wendy, I don't know.
I think there has to be a serious effort as Elon Musk is stepping forward with his knowledge in his realm of business to step in as the head of this Department of Government Efficiency and to go through line item what the hell they're spending our freaking money on. It sure would be wonderful for us to have a real voter roll examination, that to be a national emergent priority, because if you can still do this garbage and have dead people who've moved away, and some of these people are dead for 100 years, and you're like, what are we doing? And the secretaries of state that allow it to happen are almost exclusively, and I say almost because of Brad Flippin Raffensperger in Georgia, but almost exclusively Democrat. And I just don't see how Democrats don't connect the dots, but their media don't cover it.
They don't.
And I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to shut down the propaganda, because Barack Obama opened the door to the propaganda in 2012. And this is all we've gotten ever since, Sean. And it sucks. People are being manipulated. They are lied to every day. They're voting for stuff out of like this do-goodery feeling, this savior complex. Any liberal in your life who's off the charts, and we all have someone like that, they all have this overarching sanctimonious do-goodery. And I'm like, you realize that you're the one who's destroying everything. They don't connect the dots. I don't know what it's going to take.
I think what it's going to take, Wendy, is that things get so bad in those areas under Democrat rule where their, life, liberty, safety is on the line every day, that it causes people, things get so bad in their life, it causes people to think like, whoa, I shake them out of their stupor almost, because as long as they're tethered to some of these propaganda outlets, it's very hard to see the truth. And so you almost hate to say it, but like things have to get bad for them to see the truth.
That's all I was, and I probably did a poor job of expressing that at the very beginning, where I said that was like the one pause
100%.
I have in tonight, is that it's
People don't learn the lesson
this is,
until the price pays high enough.
it's
Human
a
nature,
scripted
human
thing
flaw.
that we all have to be walked down for enough people to get the Bugs Bunny frying pan to the face, to wake up and be like, oh snap, I've been lied to. But can America survive that? I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, and so if you look at like right now, Trump has 900,000 more votes, total votes, popular votes, than Kamala Harris. Again, still very early. But right now it looks like, Trump's got Indiana in the bank. He's got Kentucky. He's got West Virginia. He's got South Carolina. Georgia is trending in the right direction for Trump. Florida looks like it's going to be an historic landslide for Trump there. Ohio, right now, it's hard to see with 5% of the vote, and it's 50% Trump, 49% Kamala Harris. But that's going to change. Ohio is likely going to be safe Trump. So getting to your question about the Senate races,
yeah,
I think there's a very real chance. Again, I think Sam Brown could win. I think it's a tough race for him because he's facing off against Senator Rosen out there in Nevada. Nevada's always tough for Republicans. I think Carrie Lake is in a tough race in Arizona. All of the polls seem to show President Trump outperforming Carrie Lake by 10 points in Arizona. I have to say, I don't buy that. I don't
get that.
I think if people are voting for Donald Trump, they're voting for Carrie Lake,
Yes.
So she's in a tough race, but I think she could win. I think Sheehy in Montana is going to be Tester. I think that's in the bank. Jim Justice obviously was called already in West Virginia. Yes. I think McCormick can beat Bob Casey. I think best case scenario, you could have a 56 seat. You could have a 56 to 44 seat majority.
Right.
In the Senate for Republicans. So that's if everything goes according to plan. But even so, Republicans after tonight are going to have the Senate majority in hand. So they're going to hold all the seats that they need to hold.
They have a guy on CNN right now. He's a former Trump 2020 director of strategic communications. His name is Mark Lauder. And I'm listening to his sound, and he's like, the math for the Democrats don't work. They're down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states in urban areas. They're down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states among women voters. Rural voters have overperformed by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. And he says these margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states. And the journalists who are the people who are with him on CNN, they're losing their minds over this. And he's like, look, it's not mathing. It's not mathing. So how are they going to try to pull that out?
Well, I think that they've got to turn their people out. I think that's what it comes down to. They've got to, they don't have those bank votes. They got to get their people to the polls. In Pennsylvania and Philly, they got a machine. The only question is, do they have the muscle memory to do it? Everywhere else, I don't don't know. I mean, it's a very tall order for Democrats in every single swing state to be able to do that. While they might be able to do it in Pennsylvania, it doesn't mean that they'll be able to do it in Arizona or Georgia. You look at some of the returns in Georgia. Trump +4 in Baldwin County, Georgia. It's one of the bellwethers in the Peach State. Test the Dems' ability to win with black voters and turn out young voters. 66% of the votes are already in there.
Right. And they're saying in Georgia right now appears to be a huge lack of black voter enthusiasm to your point for Kamala compared to, I mean, even Joe Biden. She might actually be a worse candidate. And is that even possible? Brock, you have that sound. This is the CNN guy. This is Mark Lauder. Listen to this.
I bet every tech platform
math
on the
doesn't work.
planet is
The
strained
Democrats
to
are
its
down
utter
1.7
max
million
tonight.
early votes in the battleground states.
So,
In
tech
urban areas,
issues,
they are down 1.4 million
gonna
votes
happen.
in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. And the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states.
100%. So you've got Republicans then outperforming on early voting, and they tend to outperform in a huge way on election day. I don't know. I don't know how you're all of a sudden with a really crap candidate, with a terrible campaign, with no sit-down interviews, with no agenda, with no platform, whose only hope is hoping that people hate Donald Trump more than they dislike her as a candidate. I don't see it happening. I just don't. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting, Wendy, because the traditional metric that you and I used to measure elections with our whole lives our whole lives are out the window.
Right.
And I miss that. That's how it
Yes.
should be.
Yes.
Like, who has the most excitement and momentum? Who decides to get up off their butts and get to the polls and vote? I mean, that to me, I liked, you know.
I
But
don't disagree.
now it's like a game, Wendy. I mean, that's how you end up with Senator Fetterman, like turnip brain Fetterman, that it's just a machine. And the Democrats can put a turnip at the top of the ticket. And with these mail-in ballots, who knows if people are actually showing up or not? Like, you know, the metrics for measuring the success of a campaign and whether or not someone will have
happening a
success
lot.
on the ballot is really just it's a machine game now. And who can do it better?
Well, so help me walk through this. So if Republicans led, let's just talk about Arizona. If Republicans led in early voting in Arizona by more than 218,000 votes, and their election day voting for Republicans turnout is 2-1 over
There you are.
Democrats, how do they then infuse? Is it this overseas ballot? Is this what is it? What do they do?
Turn out people on election day. That's it.
But
I mean,
but, but the Democrats haven't. So how are we, like, how am I to believe that Arizona would go blue? I don't know how that would be.
Well, what numbers are you looking at that you're seeing that? Do you know?
So, this is yes, I will. Here we go. I'll just send you. This is the article that I'm reading it from.
Okay.
But I have to find you on my thing because you're not plugged in right now on my computer.
Okay.
Tell me, do you believe that the rolling out of Liz Cheney is indicative of the pure panic, or is it just an underscoring of the establishment deep state?
You know, Wendy, this is a real head scratcher to me because this is somebody that the Democrats have called a war criminal for my whole life, the Cheneys. And now Kamala Harris is rolling out a Cheney endorsement as if it's the best thing in the world.
Everything
I
they do
don't
goes to shit.
See how that resonates with her actual base voters. Number one, I think it might, like, what she might be trying to go for there are the never Trump Republican voters, like the Lincoln Project type losers. I'm not sure that it's really going to work. In fact, I think a Cheney endorsement in a place like Michigan hurts her more than it helps her. So kind of a head scratcher to me. But here's the thing. Kamala, the media is like trying to make it out like she's run some amazing mistake-free campaign. I don't think she didn't really do anything. She was completely unremarkable in almost every way. And the few times that she did get out there and talk, she was kind of a moron.
This was not complicated, and then she just doesn't have the ability to even express herself. And I found this interesting. So I live in a very Jewish neighborhood, and in fact, I live about a half of a mile from the Tree of Life Synagogue, where that horrible murder spree took place 6 years ago. And I was interested in all of the signs for Kamala Harris in neighbors' yards, who also have James Hayes signs up, going up against Summer Lee. You've got people in the Jewish community pushing back on Summer Lee and going for the Republican candidate, but wanting Kamala Harris. So how do you justify, like, that's a pretty gnarly split ticket.
It is. It is. And this is just yet another one of those groups, traditional Democrat voting bloc, that is fracturing at the base level and going Republican. There was a poll. There were two polls done by a Jewish pollster. One was done in September, and the other was done a couple of weeks ago. And in September, 66% of Jews were still voting for the Democrat. As of a couple of weeks ago, it's completely flipped. 66% of Jews nationwide are likely going to vote for Republicans. That's an historic flip, likely caused by October 7th. And all of these, it's just the increasing anti-Semitism in the Democrat Party. It's absolutely sickening, isn't it?
I think that the what we went through over the summer and watching on college campuses, and I had a kid graduating from college during all of this, and they were planning on protesting to graduation, and the folks in the university shut it down real fast. But it's like, how many times do you have to see this ridiculous rhetoric and know that it's your side that's doing it? And it's like, why am I still voting the same way for people who want me dead? And they're changing it, and they're funding it, and they're allowing it to happen, and they're kowtowing it. And Jewish people in our country, students, feared for their lives. And I'm like, what's it going to take to wake up my Jewish neighbors and be like, y'all, these people don't support you at all? I don't know.
So look at this out of New Hampshire. Madison County in New Hampshire, 10% swing to Trump. Tilton, plus 11% swing to Trump. Milton, plus 8% swing to Trump. And the only good news for Harris so far is the swing in Concord's only plus 3%. But if you go to Decision Desk, I mean, these numbers are so fluid. It still has Trump down 33,000. Kamala has 33,500. Trump has 28,700 votes. So New Hampshire, it's getting close. And
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, if New Hampshire falls, that's a major red flag for Kamala Harris. And there's some of these other red flags out of Georgia, Wendy. Estimated 90% reporting. Trump leads 53% to 46.6% in Baldwin County, Georgia, a county won by Biden in 2020 by 1 point.
Right? What do you have? I can never. Yeah, you want to hear? Brock's going to put something up for us here.
Yeah.
Campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls. Yeah, campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path.
Is it playing twice? Is it? Yeah, it is. Oh, so this just came across for me. So this is on Gateway Pundit right now. Pennsylvania vote by mail update. Democrats only squeak out 2,400 net votes on election eve.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. That's a huge deal. And not only that, in Pennsylvania, we matched their return rate at something like 86%. And there's like a negligible difference. So in other words, Democrats, of the ballots, the mail-in ballots they requested, 86% of their people have returned, 86% of our people have returned. So the Democrats have more mail-in ballots overall, but we are requesting we're requesting at the same clip. And then I expect over the next couple of days, Republican returns will actually exceed Democrats.
And even Rich Barris is talking about it. He's like, it's real. I called everybody. I double checked everything. This is real. And so what does Rich say from Big Data Polling? What is the People's Pundit? What's his take on Pennsylvania? And is that why you're freaked out about Philadelphia?
No, I'm freaked out because of Philadelphia, because I just know how the Democrats cheat, and I know what they can do and what they're capable of in terms of turning their people out. Democrats have what they call these ward bosses, and again, I think there's like something. I think there's like something like 1,700. I'm going to get you the exact number just to give you 1,703 precinct wards in Philly. 1,703, and each one of those, there are several precincts in a ward, and each one of those wards has a ward boss. And what the Democrats will do is pay these ward bosses millions of dollars. It's like the mafia, to get out the vote in their wards and in their precincts. Word on the street for a very long time in Philly was that Kamala Harris was not paying them, and they were really upset with Kamala Harris. And so Brady, who is kind of like the ward boss out in Philly, like he's the dawn of all the ward bosses out in Philly, went public with it to the Philadelphia Inquirer and said, hey, look, we requested $1.2 million from Kamala Harris, thus far hasn't paid. And so I heard that they hadn't gotten paid, but now seeing that some of these people in these long lines in Philly, it looks like that money was paid and they're getting out the vote. Again, Wendy, I just know what they're capable of, and that's why I'm worried.
It's so disheartening to watch that. Tell me about, what do you think? Do you think that the turnout in North Carolina for Trump, for Republicans, do you think a lot of that, or some of that in some part, is due to the FEMA response to the hurricanes?
I think so, don't you? I mean, there are so many people down there that, first of all, what they went through is absolutely horrific.
I mean,
it's absolutely unbelievable what they went through. But we talk about things getting bad for people. And if there were people in North Carolina who were maybe on the fence, and something horrible like a natural disaster happens to your state, you see the Biden administration lying about it. You see in the Biden administration, of course, Harris is inextricably linked to everything that Biden does. So you see their administration lying. You see the media gaslighting, and FEMA doesn't respond. They're 1, 2, 3, 4 days late. I mean, if you're on the fence, what more of a change agent do you need than that? And so, yeah, my only fear in North Carolina, Wendy, is that the people who are quite literally fighting for their survival down there might not be concerned with voting. If they're still fighting to survive, you might have people stay home, and I understand why, right? If their house is gone, they don't have a car,
right?
Or they can't pay for food, or they've lost everything they have. Are they really going to be concerned with voting?
Well, you know what? I think even David Axelrod said that, and he said it in a very smug fashion, which was so distasteful. He's like, you've got your wealthy, folks in Asheville, your higher end kind of white people over here, and they'll vote Democrat. And then you've got your folks that are kind of over here, not as educated. They just got wiped out by a storm, and they're not going to probably feel the propensity to get out and do this. And I was like, ew, that you would look at a group of Americans as a means to an end. And it's a means to control and to power and all of that. And it's like, this is a huge eye opener for a lot of people. I think these last 4 years, I mean, there's no way. I mean, shoot, you wouldn't have known anything about any of this had Donald Trump, how many years ago, not called you out at a public function and called your name and basically on a live mic, guilted you or shamed you into running for Congress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I wasn't even at the event, and he was speaking at Marcellus. Yeah, he was speaking at the Marcellus Shale Coalition in like October of 2019. I wasn't running for anything, didn't have any plans, and I'm down at like a charity event for service dogs down in South Carolina or North Carolina or something like that. I can't quite remember where it was, but like we had just awarded this veteran a service dog, and I come off like I got wearing like a jacket, and I've got my phone like in my jacket pocket, and it's just vibrating over and over again. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Oh, look at that. Fox calls Florida for Trump. And it looks like we have other race calls. looks like what? Mississippi, Alabama now called for Trump. What, Missouri? Does it look like Missouri's now called for Trump? Oklahoma now called for Trump.
I
This is
love
what-
it. I love it.
Yeah, well,
Mississippi just called. So
And-
right now, I guess he's got 105 to Harris's 72.
and you have Rich Barris saying if Loudoun County, Virginia mirrors the statewide swing, then Virginia is going to be very close. It's an 8-point swing to Trump from 2020 with 95% reported.
Hey, Brock, do we have any possibility of dipping into his show or having him come on? What's the story about your guy, Rich
Yeah,
Barris? I'm sure he's got stuff he's doing tonight, but I'm sure he can also.
He said he would pop in.
Yeah,
Well, it's
I'd love to see what he sees. As you're calling numbers, I'm watching Fox over here. I don't know, guys. What are you all seeing? What are you feeling where you
How
are,
many
friends?
screens
I
are
want to
you
hear some of
watching?
your comments. And let Sean kind of regroup on some of the things that he's looking at right now. But tell me what you're seeing where you are. I know that you're all over the place. And what's your vibe? I mean, I can only report what I'm feeling
Only
around
11.
me, and it's a whole different
12.
vibe than it was in 2020. I was extraordinarily confident in 2020. I was shocked and I was pissed when that happened. And it seemed like the people in my little circle in my blue neighborhood, it's almost like the Democrats knew what was going to go down, and they were giddy and they were ready to pop the champagne before it was even remotely necessary. And that was a very, very weird vibe. Today, a little bit different. Ted Cruz is losing in Texas. Man, they have flooded. Democrats have attacked Texas.
He'll
Attacked.
catch her. He'll catch her. He'll catch up.
Okay.
He'll catch all red.
Benny Johnson's pretty excited. G.I. Jenny says that red wall tsunami is happening. Dano says shenanigans in Delaware County. Lori, what do you mean? What's going on there? Share some details with us. I need some foam on my walls. Thanks, guys. So now I don't know. Georgia, this is wild, you guys. This is absolutely wild. And the idea that you have these groups have been apolitical or nonpartisan or whatever they've been coming out and at least voting, being a part of it. My thing, Sean, I always wondered, you need to continually increase the population if you're gonna try to flood it with fake ballots. Now, if they're gonna tell us that we have all these new people
I
here,
know,
but
my
the new people
brain's
can't
popping.
vote yet, and yet we have this monster turnout.
Just
What was it
getting
last
started.
time? It was 66%, 70%. I mean, historic numbers. Like, how long can you keep fudging those numbers before? And now look at the amount of age-appropriate people who are registered to vote.
I know.
I think you've gone a little too far. Because
I know.
Democrats don't care. They just don't think you're going to check.
I completely agree. And they're never held accountable for anything.
No, that's what I mean. Like, what's to stop that in perpetuity?
Like us winning this election. That's really what it boils down to. And I hope that I can allay some fears in Texas. I think
Please.
Cruz is gonna catch all red in Texas. He's gonna.
Oh, there
they're
it's
not gonna
turning.
turn Texas blue. Not at least in
It's
this
turning.
cycle. Although
It's turn.
I will say that we could trade Texas for California. All the California people moving to Texas. If the Texas Republicans moved to California, we would get California and all their electoral votes. The liberals can have the open borders that they want with Texas.
Who in Texas wants to leave land and
And
lower cost of living for absolute ridiculosity? And
well, if you outnumber Democrats and you take the California
take it
government back.
over.
Now this is me going down a conspiracy
guy.
theory hole, but hey, we got to have some fun tonight. I can't sit here and doom all night.
Now, do you ever dabble in the conspiracies, or are you a pretty fact-based guy? Are you looking at strict numbers, all of this stuff?
Absolutely. I mean, if you ask my wife that question, like I could watch a show about aliens or ghosts or Bigfoot for basically as long as you like. I'm completely into it. Like I will go on record here tonight. I believe in ghosts. I believe in alien, and I believe in Bigfoot. There are other things that I believe in all of those things. Do you?
I actually do, and I also believe that this is big. Brock just sent it to me. Decision Desk HQ is projecting the GOP has a 66% chance to win the House. So that's going to be big.
That's huge. That's a huge deal because the House was always a bigger question for me. There are so many swing House seats in New York and California that in those two states alone, obviously New York, California, deeply blue states, that Republicans are holding the seats there. So there were some swing seats that were happening there. 66% is great. And then you have Decision Desk saying Trump has a 71% chance, 71.5% chance likely to win the election.
That's
but
awesome.
These are just forecasts. I don't trust forecasts. I don't trust anything. I won't trust this election until like 3 weeks after.
I say it on this show all the time. I'm like, you're like a beaten animal. You're a kicked dog, and you've been kicked so many times that even when the crate opens and you're like, I could get out. Really, you don't believe it's possible, and so you have to wait until it's actually the real deal. That sucks. I don't want this anymore, and it's just.
And look, they're confirming, like Loudoun County and Virginia is all in an 8-point swing to Donald Trump. So that's a huge deal. I don't know, again, if you can extrapolate Loudoun County to the rest of the state in Virginia, that means Virginia is going to be a lot closer than the Democrats want. So there are some real positive things that I'm seeing right now.
All right, so as back to conspiracy theories and such.
Okay, let's go there.
Do you
probably old?
I might have to wait a minute on this one. We'll have to maybe wait until 9 o'clock when I open up a beer and I feel like I can actually do this a little bit with you guys. Brock, you look like you've got something going on over there. What do you see? Florida is huge. Anna Paulina Luna winning her spot, her seat. What do you see?
Yeah, did they call it already? Look,
there's
I don't think if he was to win New Jersey, it would be unbelievable. But I'll wait for a decision desk. I'll let them do the calls. But what do we got here, Wayne? Or is that Oakland? No surprise here. Trump will get crushed in Oakland. We'll just have to see how it goes. Trump will get crushed in Oakland County. We'll have to see what the margins are in Macomb and Wayne. All right, that's going to tighten. That's 10% early vote being dumped. I do think, obviously, she's going to take New Jersey, but I'm just wondering, how close is it going to be? All right. So
that's good. Savage Rich, you got him. You got his coverage, Brock. That's great.
Yeah. So what's his deal? Is he just up all night long until this thing is done, constantly calling things? And so what's been his vibe? Because he's usually your Wednesday guest.
Oh, Rich is very rich. He's very bullish on Trump. He's very bullish on Trump. And I don't want people to think that I'm not. I'm not seeing anything that would make me indicate that Trump would be in trouble. But yeah, I just worry. Just a worrier.
No, I understand. And you're also deeply involved in what's been going on leading up to this. I think fundamentally we're watching, and I think this is the exciting part as a mom. We're watching societal, cultural, political shifts going on in this country, and it's wild. And I think the jig is up for a lot of the Democratic Party, the party that used to be of the working class, the unions, the teachers, the hardworking folks out there, right? I'm not like everybody else isn't too, but you know what I mean. And now they've been crapped on. They've been used and abused. COVID, a major thing that they did. It was a huge scab. They peeled off again and again and again. People felt the pain. They felt the suffering. It sucked. The regulation, getting stuff. Remember, it wasn't that long ago, Sean, that we had supply chain issues. I've never sat in line 5 cars deep since the 1970s and the gas shortages then. I've never, as a grown-up, sat in line waiting for gas. This became our new freaking normal. You think that's not going to continue on steroids if this doesn't go our way? I mean, come on. And if what Trump is saying, and Brock and I were having this conversation about it, that it seems like they're already getting ready to start drilling again, getting all of this stuff ready to start moving and tapping into the liquid gold in our country. That's the beginning of the end of this insanity, I think, on the left.
Yeah. I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at the partisan breakdown of mail-in votes in Allegheny County. In Allegheny County, for people who are watching, listening, that's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'd said it's a 2-1 Democrat advantage, but it's also the most populous Republican county in the state. 83% of mail-in ballots processed, over 222,000 ballots, 72% going to Harris, 26.6% to Trump, 71.8% going to Casey, 26.3% to McCormick. It's going to be interesting to see the Democrats basically had a 75-25 split in 2020. And that's not the case right now with 83% of ballots taken. And so that's a good thing for Republicans in the state of Pennsylvania. The question is, are we going to be able to make it up with showing up in force? We will see.
Well, it's interesting. CNN right now, I'm looking at a woman here, and she says they're running into a lot of Trump voters who are silent in Virginia. They're afraid to be interviewed.
Yeah.
Virginia Trump supporters refusing these interviews for fear that their Democrat friends are going to find out. Like, I can't process that. I'm struggling with that. And the CNN reporter said there were many who said that they were planning to vote for Trump or they had voted. However, when it came to sharing their views on camera, they didn't want to. What the heck?
Yeah. Wendy, I think. Look at that. So that's the decision desk right there. So look at Florida there, the deep red Florida. So Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 failed. These were very hyper-partisan issues in Florida. Amendment 3 was legalized marijuana across the state. That failed. Amendment 4 is basically the abortion on demand in Florida on the state ballot. That also failed.
Right.
So those are two hyper-partisan issues. And listen, Democrats have won on abortion when it's gone on the ballot in red states like Ohio. Democrats just lost this in Florida.
Yes. Well, I was going to ask you, do you think that the messaging about abortion, is it really, because all they talk about is it's the lies about Donald Trump's platform, and the number of people who I've spoken with who are single issue abortion voters who truly believe what they heard regarding the Supreme Court and the Dobbs decision. And I try to say to them, I'm like, you understand that the conservative bench said they had no role in this, that it should be the people who decide, and they still don't get it. I'm like, I don't know what it's going to take, but it's a sore subject.
It's, Wendy, the Democrats were running abortion ads all over the country for county commissioners and prothonotary and sheriffs. Like, what the hell do any of those local, they have not, it is simply a way to energize their base. And you're absolutely right. Trump's actually pretty moderate on the issue. Like, yes. His messaging is like, hey, it's a complicated issue for everybody.
Yeah.
Personally.
I want him to be more conservative.
Yeah, right. Me too. And there are definitely, I agree. And I think his messaging is right on, but the Democrats just lie about it relentlessly.
Yeah. It's super frustrating to be a part of that. I'm looking at some of this stuff. I don't know. Sean.
What?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good?
I am. And I think it strikes me that, look, your show and our show was born of this chaos. Like, we are post 2020 election loss for Donald Trump shows. And it was from that outrageous awakening across America that I think so many people started turning off the news stopped paying attention to the typical mainstream voices, started picking up on the propaganda, started paying attention. And think about all of the things that came out of this. Think about the team that Trump has surrounded himself, his meme team, his group of people who put out what he actually says, his Agenda 47. Like, this guy has been working the way I know we have been working to do our part to take things back, to swing things the other way. This is like a really surreal moment, I have to be honest with you. Like, I want to turn my little flag earrings the other way because I've been flying them in distress. All right, what else are you saying? You've got all the numbers. I'm sitting here watching Fox News act like they're relevant, but it's interesting to pay attention to this.
So, did you see the fully completed rural Georgia counties show somewhere between a 0 to 5 point shift towards Trump? That's Baldwin County, Trump +3, Stevens County, Trump +63. I mean, these are every rural county in Georgia has shown between basically almost like a 1 to 5 point shift to Trump. That's insane.
Right. I'm looking at Fox right now in Pennsylvania, the McCormick Casey, with just a few in right now. Casey's in the lead, but I feel you. I'm going to trust in you, Sean Parnell with McCormick. What do you want? You're going to play that? All right, let's listen.
From a source close to the counting process inside, that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
Yeah, so Sean, tell everybody the importance and why there is that lag, where these hundreds of thousands of ballots come from, and the rules that prevent them from being counted at a certain time or what have you, because it's very confusing. And it's part of why I call Pennsylvania the land before time, because it makes no sense.
Yeah, well, so it's I don't even know where to begin on this, but Democrats and Republicans in our state legislature have been kind of, I'm not trying to like bash Republicans in our state legislature, but the reason why we have mail-in ballots in the first place in Pennsylvania, and this is just the history behind why we are where we are with the states with regards to mail-ins, is that Republicans, in exchange for getting rid of straight party ticket voting, gave the Democrats mail-in ballots. That's why it exists. Act 77 was passed on October 30th of 2019. And that's how we ended up in this mess with mail-in ballots in the first place, because Republicans gave Democrats that in exchange for removing straight ticket voting. And the reason why they did it, Wendy, is because there were Republicans, squishy Republicans, in districts that might be a little bit swingy, and they thought that Trump would be a drag on the ticket. And they didn't want straight party ticket voting hurting them in their races. Huge tactical mistake, because it doesn't take into consideration that the Democrats operate in bad faith on pretty much everything. And what the Democrats promptly did was erode all of the guardrails around mail-in balloting. An ID check, signature match, any semblance of a deadline. Then they rolled out these Zuckerbucks in drop boxes, and then they stopped Republicans from surveilling those drop boxes. So they're on, you know, I mean, it's just an absolute disaster. And so now we have rules in the state where you couldn't canvass. In other words, canvass is just another way to say count those ballots prior to election day. So now you just compare Florida, right? In Pennsylvania, Florida has a mail-in system that works almost perfectly. They have 71% reporting. The state was already called. So this is what right looks like. And they can do what's called pre-canvassing. They can count all those mail-in ballots ahead of time, so that the moment that, you know, it's time to count ballots, they've already have them all counted. They already know the breakdown, right? Pennsylvania, they can't even start counting mail-ins until election day. Until the polls close. And the difference is, big difference in Pennsylvania between today and 2020 is that once the counting starts in Pennsylvania, it cannot stop. So in 2020, they counted on election night, and then it was all of a sudden, it was like at 11 o'clock. Well, Allegheny County and Philadelphia County said they're just going to stop counting. And 3 days later, they started. And it's like, what the hell were they doing for those 3 days? Well, now you can't do that in Pennsylvania. So that's how we end up where we are in a state like Pennsylvania, where you just have these random batches of ballots being dropped every now and again. It's just Democrats and Republicans trying to count them and get them reported.
It's so dirty and it's so unnecessary. And I want you to hear this. Sean earlier in the first hour was taking a look at Michigan, and was talking about the move of the Muslim vote, the Arab vote from Kamala to Donald Trump. And apparently now ABC News is warning of some severe cracks in the Democrat voter base in Michigan today. I want you to listen to this live report.
So joining me now is our Nightline co-anchor, Juju Chang in Detroit. And Juju, I think the Michigan race is absolutely fascinating. So, right, it's part of this so-called blue wall, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And you have pointed out, though, that there might be some cracks in that wall, specifically in Michigan. Yeah. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. There are severe cracks cutting into the core Democratic constituency here in Michigan. And the question is there enough support to hold the blue wall solid? Now, if you look just at Wayne County, you see two constituencies that have been traditionally Democratic that Trump has made inroads on, the first of which is African-American votes. You know, it's crucial in Detroit, in Wayne County. In fact, this was solidly Democratic until 2016. Hillary narrowly lost Wayne County by about 10,000 votes because of relatively lower African-American turnout after the Obama administration. Now, that said, there has been a lot of doubling down on the African-American turnout here, but we talked to the Secretary of State's office. They told us that they don't believe that Wayne County turnout is going to even match 2020 numbers, which is not a good sign for the Harris camp. In addition to that, Wayne County also has the largest percentage of Arab American voters. And we talked to so many Arab American voters who say they just can't bring themselves to vote for Harris because they are so upset about the war in Gaza. They say that even knowing that on some level, Trump would be even more pro-Israel on the Gaza issue. We talked to one Democrat, lifelong Democrat, who said she was a Bernie supporter. She voted for Biden, but she couldn't bring herself to vote for Harris. She went with Jill Stein, the independent candidate. And that kind of depressed turnout may be what we're seeing in Wayne County, and that is a trouble sign. The question is, can Democrats hold that blue wall?
I find it fascinating that it's a trouble sign. It's not a trouble sign. You're the news. You're not supposed to think of it as one way or another, right? And then that same network is the same one that put out those two different ads that Kamala put for Pittsburgh or for Pennsylvania. It was all about the Jewish voters. We stand with Israel. We love Israel. They're our staunchest ally. We will do whatever. I'm that president. And then for Michigan, it was a whole different story. It was geared towards these folks who are, she's like, look, it's the suffering in Gaza and Palestinians. And you're like, what? It's totally, she's a flip-flopping fraud. And I can't fathom why anybody out there, it's their hatred of Donald Trump. I honestly think, Sean, and it's so wild to me, it is media propagated. It is that story. They created this narrative of suck around Donald Trump. The minute he went down that stupid escalator with Melania behind him in 2015, he was no longer an ally. He was no longer one of their friends. He was no longer a Democrat. He was the enemy, and it was all hands to destroy him. And then when 63 million Americans showed up and voted him in, MAGA born, they came after us. And I think it's the snowball. I don't think COVID was random, Sean. I'm going to go down my own rabbit hole. When you say 2019, they had the machinations in to do mail-in votes in Pennsylvania, don't tell me that they didn't have a virus waiting in the wings. Don't tell me.
Do you want to hear something crazy?
What?
You want to hear something crazy?
What?
Have Brock throw into Google Pittsburgh, Wuhan, sister city.
I know. We talked about this.
That happened in October of 2019, the same time that mail-in voting was passed. A high-level CCP delegate came to Allegheny County to Pittsburgh to meet with the then county executive, Rich Fitzgerald back then. And they declared back in 2019, 2 months before the pandemic started, that Pittsburgh and Wuhan were sister cities.
And of course, that's the same month that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation with Pfizer did that whole event 201 in New York City, where we're going to do just random pandemic preparedness. And everyone's like, okay, that makes sense, right? And then you're not supposed to connect the dots and be like, you realize that we've painted by numbers before. We're more sophisticated than this. But they're used to that because they've got the media running cover for them, big tech, all of it covering for them. Like, it's got to be dismantled.
And think about the response. Like, we get down to COVID, and this matters because people are voting on this today, right? Believe me that COVID is still on people's minds. So we still talk about it, right? We still talk about it on our shows when news breaks about COVID. But think about the response to COVID. The government didn't just get one thing wrong. You know, like if they were really trying to figure out how best to navigate an unknown pandemic, there would be positives and negatives, things they got right, things they got wrong. The government got everything wrong in the worst possible way. So ivermectin is horse paste. Smear the medicines that work. Vitamin D helps us fight off infections, but no, can't go outside. In fact, we're going to fill in skate parks and we're going to tape down playgrounds. You know, we're going to force people into nursing homes when we know that the virus disproportionately affects the elderly. We're going to force people into nursing homes. So they didn't just get one thing wrong. They got everything wrong. And ventilators, another good example. We know now that ventilators killed almost every single person that was put on them. They weren't to protect the patients. They were to protect the nurses. So even that was a mistake that I think the government knew about ahead of time, or deep state operatives in the government knew about ahead of time, that leveraged it to just drive the misery index through the roof to hurt Donald Trump at the polls. That's what I believe.
I don't disagree with you. I tell people, I say that, and it sounds like a broken record. I say, never forget what they've done to us. You know,
so Wendy, look at this. This is huge. Looks like Trump flipped Baldwin County, Georgia. That's a county 41% black. Trump's the first, would be, if this is true, 95% reporting, so 5% less. But if this is true, Trump would be the first Republican to win this county since 2004. 41% black. That's unbelievable.
You know, I think it took this ridiculous invasion. I think it took every single time you and I played on our show, sound of a mom, a black woman in an urban area whose children's rec center was transformed into a migrant housing facility. We dipped into how many of these city council meetings where these black residents in Chicago are like, they don't just know the score, they know the history. They go back in time. They know all of it. These people have been talked to like they are fools, like they only matter during elections. Tapped. And I think you're seeing, and I think a lot of the young men, the black working men who understand what's at stake and haven't been indoctrinated, been through that pipeline, that brings a whole nother question up about dismantling this education system. And I think that scares the crap out of the establishment. It's such a grift. It's such a disastrous grift. And we spend more money on students than any other country in the world, and we have the worst results. And it's like, how many of these things do you have to have? We spend more money on healthcare, and yeah, we have the worst health outcomes. There's no reason we should still have the cancers that we have. And they're worse now thanks to that jab, but you're not allowed to talk about it. That all of this has to be dismantled, Sean.
I mean, you're absolutely right. It like J.D. Vance, who's a friend of mine, who's running for vice president, said that since he's got the
mostly
COVID jab,
peaceful protests,
he's had COVID 5 or 6 times, each time worse than before. That is somebody that is running for vice president. I mean, it's just not an outlier. It absolutely has to be investigated. I mean, this is why Trump's partnership with RFK Jr. is genius. It's you know, Because it has to be looked into. We have to hold these organizations accountable. Okay, let me do a quick update about mail-in votes in Pennsylvania. So this is important in Allegheny County, okay? Because this is, again, Pittsburgh, for those who just joined us, Pittsburgh and the surrounding suburbs, most populated Republican county in the state of Pennsylvania. I know I'm talking for people that have been listening since the beginning, I'm saying this twice, but it's also a heavy Democrat stronghold. 71% of the mail-in vote, 71.4 for Harris, 28.6% for Trump, okay? For reference, in 2020, Biden was 80% of the mail-in vote and Trump was 20. So you're seeing an 8-point bump, your 8-point shift in either direction in the mail-in votes in Pennsylvania and Allegheny County. If this holds out, this is a 9% swing to Trump. This is a big deal. I'm sorry, this is a big deal in Pennsylvania. It's a big deal.
Extrapolate. What do you see? When you say this is a big deal, what do you think?
If Republicans statewide, let's just say, for example, it was 80-20 for Biden over Trump. In other words, Biden got 80% of the mail-in votes in Pennsylvania in 2020, Trump 20. If it's 70-30 across the state on average, that's a huge,
mail-in.
that's I mean, 30, that's a huge, it's if our people, there's so many variables, Wendy, but if our people show up like they did 2020 plus, you know, the same turnout as 2020 plus, it's hard to see how it's not a Trump win. But I hedge everything I say.
No.
I hedge everything I say.
Now, are your wife and kids far away from you, or are they nearby? Because
My wife is right there feeding me all of this. She's like, I was like, how are you doing? She's like, I'm up there nervous cleaning. So I said, come down here and like send me election stuff while I'm doing.
Wow, that's nice. Where's my husband when I need him? Right?
Melanie is very, 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 very conservative and very political. So she likes this stuff when she's very stressed about it.
Well, tell me, and everybody at home, tell us about the importance. Rich is talking about Pennsylvania now. Let's see, can we do that?
Yeah.
Brock, that would be awesome. Let's see what he's going to do here. We're like mission control. We've got 17 computers, and I'm like, and I'm watching Kelly and Kellen. Okay, here we go.
By about 4 points. So why does that matter? It's a tri-state area, right? Educated whites. Laura, you know Monmouth very well. Howell Township, Freehold Township, Marlboro, right? These are places where white people got money. Are there non-whites too and working class? Sure there is. And I come from that side of the working class, that side of the track, right? But there are people who have a lot of money. And Biden came within 4 points of winning Monmouth last time. Now, Gloucestershire is a little, like I was talking about before, it's got a little less white. But now we're at 42% of the vote, and Trump has crept all the way from 20% when they first dumped that initial early vote. He was at like 24, 22. He's crept all the way up with 42% in to 44. And it's now 55.3 actually to 43.5. So 44, I'm rounding. So it does look like, and Monmouth, he was underperforming in Monmouth until they crossed that 40% threshold. And that early vote, she was leading in Monmouth County. She was leading in Ocean County when that early vote came in. But from like, I don't know, it's going to be different in different places. But in this case, it was like 20% to 40%. You can see him skyrocketing back. Ocean County, 65-34 right now, and there's still half of the vote out. That's already an overperformance by Donald Trump in Ocean County. I want to point this out because there were some very big endorsements by some members of the Hasidic population that's in Lakewood, New Jersey. There is a lot of weight behind the rabbis' endorsements in different communities. One of them is left wing, who endorsed Donald Trump. He's usually the one who splits the vote and says, hey, you guys vote for the Democrat. They did. They all voted for Obama, actually. And that's why Obama was one of the reasons why he was so strong in Central Jersey, where there are typical Republicans, right? So that's a part of what we're seeing, obviously, in Ocean. But it is just the fact that in many of these other counties, he's not underperforming with educated whites. Now, that wasn't a battleground state, and Harris wasn't advertising there. So maybe, I am not ready to go out on a limb and say he 100% has this in the bag. He doesn't. He's got to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. one of them. She needs to run the table. I'm telling you right now, the exit polls are saying that Pennsylvania is going to change. It's going to change dramatically, and he's going to win. All right. I'm not telling you the exit polls are right. We don't know that they're right, but he has a lead with independents, and the electorate is about even. So it's going to be close, but the exit polls suggest, and I hate exit polls, but they suggest that, that he's going to eke it out, and it's going to be very close. If that is the case, then it's over. That's it. It's over. All right. So if it doesn't, and she holds on to it somehow, then he needs Wisconsin or Michigan, right? But you're asking them to run. The reason why she's a 70-30, I would even say 60-40. Maybe it is more than 60 at this point. They're running the numbers. I'm not here like looking at the model. I'm just always more cautious than other people. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm thinking that North Carolina is about to flip the Trump. There you go. I'm showing it to you right now. In my head, I'm thinking I need to see one of those states. All right. In the states he's about to take the lead in North Carolina. I'm thinking that's what we'd expect. That's absolutely what we would expect. So we'll just have to see. And there's some more bluer areas coming in New Jersey right now. So we'll see how that goes. But I want to see, before we talk about what happened here for sure, I want to see Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, just one of the two. I want to see them do something that makes me say, okay. And by the way, when Decision Desk sees it, you're going to see his odds go much higher. Until then, he's going to probably fall in this. All right. And we can look at Virginia too. I mean, Virginia is a little bit of a surprise. This is turning out to be extremely close. How much is still remaining? There's a lot of votes still outstanding in Fairfax. Loudon
Trump took the lead in Virginia.
That is an 8-point swing to Donald Trump in Loudon. Prince William will get redder. I'm curious. Let me go back to Prince William. Let me look at this. This is some stuff, dude. He's already running. He was at 35.7, and he is currently at 39.4. So roughly a 4-point increase for Donald Trump. And is she falling dramatically? 62.8 to 58.5. So roughly a 5-point. This is a 7-point swing. Okay, so 7 to 8-point swing, suggesting that Virginia will be like 2 or 3 points. It's possible that he has so much of the rolls out that he can eclipse it, because it's kind of what Youngkin did. Where is Chesterfield? No way. No way. Youngkin took Chesterfield early in, like the early vote came in, then 10, 15% election day came in because the early vote was so close, and Youngkin was able to take a tiny lead like we're seeing now. He was able to buffer it a little bit more, but then there was some last minute reporting. It wasn't even like late arriving mail that wasn't counted. It was like Democratic areas that weren't counted. And then McAuliffe took the lead back from Youngkin in Chesterfield. And I believe Youngkin lost Chesterfield by, I don't want to say comfortable, but it was closer. This is kind of like what's playing out. The difference is that Youngkin had the mountain vote, the Shenandoah Valley region of the state. It's the western part of the state. He had that share of the vote driven all the way up to 19%. All right. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Okay. So there's the lead change in North Carolina, and Donald Trump has now taken a pretty 52.5.
Now, Sean, you just sent something our way about Virginia. Why don't you drop that?
Yeah. Right now, as of right now, Trump has taken the lead in Virginia. Now, again, I don't know that how that turns out, but that is not what the Democrats expected. I mean, I'm telling you, and now I've got sources in Wisconsin telling me that Democrats are very, very, very worried about Kamala's performance in the metro areas of Wisconsin, like Milwaukee. She's not getting the turnout that she needs. And there you have Virginia on the screen. There you go. Trump, and that was, I think, a couple of minutes ago when I sent that to you, Trump with a lead in Virginia. Absolutely. That's earth-shattering. As to whether or not he can pull it out there, I don't know. Only 40% of the votes in. But how about Bucks County, Pennsylvania? Huge swing county in Pennsylvania. The 2020 mail-in ballot numbers, because all the numbers you're seeing coming out of Pennsylvania right now, first reported are the mail-in ballots, right? So Biden in 2020, 76.4% of the mail-in ballots, Trump 23.6. Right now, Harris 66.4, Trump 33.6. That's a 10-point swing for Trump in the critical swing county of Bucks with mail-in. Now, again, a lot of variables here. If Democrats turn out more than Republicans, this number is kind of moot. But the enthusiasm, as you said all night, Wendy, is on our side. We're the ones with the momentum. We're the ones with the voters who will crawl over broken glass to vote for our guy.
Sean's going to give you, he's going to give you the nuts and bolts. I'm going to go up into the atmosphere a little bit and give you my vibe. Right? And I love this because you get a vibe when you pay attention to how the rest of the world is looking at this. And there's a great article I'm bumping into right now. American embassies in Europe have canceled the election night festivities as liberal diplomats and staff anticipate a Trump victory. Look, sometimes it's the across the sea where people are seeing what's going on and they're getting actual intel. And you and I are stuck in the trenches watching this dog and pony show, and the media try to become relevant, and the pollsters trying to save their butts because all of them have been giving you a bunch of sunshine. And a lot of them have been hurting us with their data. But it's very interesting. I want to read this. Departing from the time-honored tradition of spending taxpayer money in the usual watch parties, diplomats and officials read the writing on the wall, and there will be silence instead, as Politico reported. And the reason is the Trump effect. Many officials are still like they're shocked by 2016 and they're seeing a repeat. That is what our American embassies, which are obviously Joe Biden embassies, freaking out and saying, don't you dare bring out that champagne yet. It's not looking like we might have something to celebrate. I'm going to go with that's a vibe. And I'm feeling good about that. My neighbors, solemn like this, it's a vibe. Being in the polling place and the people milling around looking like zombies, it's a vibe. And now it looks like Brett Baer is going to get into a fight with somebody, which is always good on television. But I think really, I think you're this night and this whole lead up to this night and the farcical crap that they've tried to portray. And Kamala is this and Kamala is that when she's never been voted for and nobody likes her. And she was poor in California and she had to use some like special rule to get accepted into law school, et cetera, et cetera. She's a farcical individual. I think this pulls that scab now off of how much we can believe a lot of the different kinds of people, from the media to the pollsters and others, Sean. I mean, I don't think you go back to an organization that has repeatedly lied to you again and again and again because they're part of the machine that wants a specific outcome. And do you I believe that it's bribery and blackmail. I say it all the time on the show that the swamp and the embodiment of Washington, D.C. is predicated on a network of deviant behavior, disgusting crap, a lot of human trafficking, a lot of disgusting stuff I don't want to think about with children, which is why they aren't interested in the 300,000 missing migrants, illegal alien migrant kids. Do you believe that it's a crux of bribery and blackmail and just trying to survive and stay out, have your secrets, stay quiet?
Absolutely. I mean, look what they did to Madison Cawthorn. Madison Cawthorn, Republican congressman from North Carolina, a freshman. I met him. Good guy. He's a kid, but good guy, right? And he was on our side, strongly America first on almost every issue. He got to Washington and he said,
off of it.
He's like, oh my God, there are Republicans and Democrats are having like these crazy sex, drug-fueled parties. This is ridiculous. From that day forward, one day after the next, of horrific fake story released about this kid after the next to destroy his life and to make sure he couldn't win the next election. Absolutely, that's what they do. And what it boils down to, Wendy, for the uniparty, first of all, is completely real. And the number one question that these deep state operatives, and I'm talking the FBI and the CIA and other people who have interest in controlling Democrats and Republicans, that's the number one issue. Can they be controlled? A guy like Madison Cawthorn, clearly an America First guy, could not, right? Donald Trump is another good example of someone who cannot be controlled by these entities and these organizations, which is why they're so afraid, which is why we see all of these hoaxes and the unbelievable resistance from the moment the guy comes down the golden escalator to the 2 impeachment hoaxes, to the Russia collusion hoax, to the PP tape hoax with the Russian hookers, to the January 6th fake committee, to the Mueller probe. That was completely fake. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? Then they try to destroy the guy's life with lawfare. Not just, and there were multiple pillars to the lawfare, Wendy. One pillar of the lawfare was to put Trump in jail, to take his liberty, period. The other pillar of it was to use the government's power to steal his name, his business, his likeness, and his money. And the other part was to destroy his family. It was very calculated.
And kill him.
Yes. And that was the last part of it. That's exactly right. So I talk about on the show all the time, and I know you do too, about like just spiritual war that we are fighting here in this country. You know, Trump is obviously an imperfect man, as we're all imperfect people. But I believe there's no other person on the face of the planet that could handle what Trump has handled. I mean, think about where, I don't like the whole, like, oh, Trump's God's chosen one. I don't like those types of terms. But clearly, to me, God has put Trump right where he's supposed to be. Like, he has billions of dollars in the bank. He can't be bought. He has the resources to fight back against this lawfare. No other American has the resources, has the ability, the actual wherewithal to withstand that. They did it to Michael Flynn, and they bankrupted him. They foreclosed his home. The guy lost everything, right? That didn't happen to Trump. He's got billions of dollars in the bank, right? The guy has the personality where he just doesn't quit. He doesn't lay down. He's just wired to, like, you get punched, you punch back. He's just a perfect combination of everything America calls for right at this moment. And it just kind of shocks me, Wendy, when you even have Republicans on these mamby-pamby, wimpy, never Trump Republicans that just think, well, Trump's not the guy that we need for the moment. I'm like,
shut up.
Get the hell out. There's not a single Republican out there, not a single one that could do what Trump is doing in this election right now. He's the first Republican, according to all of everything I'm seeing right now, to flip Miami-Dade since 1988. No other Republican could do that. Mitt Romney couldn't do that. John McCain couldn't do that. Yet we're still awash with people in our party saying that Trump's not right for the moment. Give me a break. It's ridiculous.
You know, it's interesting. I say this, and it's true. As parents, I think that we look at our children as reflections of us. And if you look at the families of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, vis-a-vis Donald Trump, you know, I'm constantly impressed and have had the opportunity to talk to many of the Trump family members, and I know you have as well. And they're lovely, and you've been with them in person and whatnot. And they're successful, and they're bright, but they're funny, and they're engaging, and they're adjusted, and they care, and they're in it for the right reasons. And is it probably difficult to be Donald Trump's offspring? For sure. But it takes a very special kind of person to have serious and loving, mutually loving and respectful relationships with your ex-wives. And Donald Trump had that. And this coalescence around him with his family, there's something there. You look at Joe Biden, it's a complete cluster ball. And I'm not going to try to pile on Hunter, but that's all you need to know. And Beau Biden was involved in all this crap as well. He was no savior. And all of the crap going on with Jill. I mean, Jill Biden was the kid's nanny. When his wife died, I mean, he was a babysitter. She was a babysitter for them. It's so sordid and sick and wild. And then you've got Kamala Harris married to Doug Emhoff, who has a weirdo, daughter or whatever. It's weird, Sean. It's weird. Look at somebody's family. We all have addiction and mental health issues and certain things that are beyond your control. But by golly, if you run your family unit with love and respect, with expected standards of behavior, and your children walk that path, they become successful people. That speaks volumes about who he is, I believe vis-a-vis these Democrats. I'm just going to say that. It might be unfair, but it's true.
I mean, I completely agree. I mean, and again, like the Democrats, the first thing they went after JD Vance and Trump with. These guys are just weird. But again, of course, everything the Democrats accuse Republicans of, they themselves are guilty of.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the Democrats are weird. Like Tim Walz and that stupid leg kick he does everywhere, and the spirit fingers he does, and he waves like this and like this, and
He's
what?
gay.
Melody's laughing so hard. So wait, okay. So get to business here for just a second. So Virginia, it looks like they called Virginia for the Democrats, although the race is 49.3 to 49% right now. So they must think there's enough outstanding Democrat vote left to call that for Kamala Harris. In New Hampshire, they called for Kamala Harris. Well, again, Virginia is only 47% in. New Hampshire's 32% in. So those races, they were long shots for Republicans anyway, but the race in Virginia is still razor thin. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't understand how they do that. It doesn't make much sense to me, but I was very hopeful about Virginia. I'm not giving up Virginia yet, so I refuse to agree with that. All I'm going to tell you. That's how I feel about that.
Oh, and they called New Jersey. What a bummer. I was excited about New Jersey. I thought we'd be able to poach New Jersey.
Yeah, there was a lot of momentum there. And think about the places where Donald Trump went. I mean, he waded into these areas where you would not go. I mean, he went to the South Bronx. He went to Harlem. Remember when he went to the bodega to see the guy who defended himself and killed the guy who was trying to kill him? And he got snatched and thrown to Rikers. And Trump was like, wait, what? And then he went to go visit the guy. I'm like, you don't think that Harlem, that the Bronx pay attention to these moves? And then it was in Wildwood, New Jersey. When was the last Republican to go rally? When were there even rallies before? Or was this the phenomenon? His first rally was in June of 2015 in New Hampshire. And then yesterday, actually this morning, after midnight, his last rally wraps up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. 9 years of this stuff. He's totally changed connecting a politician with the electorate to go to your zip code where you have an opportunity to go be a part of that, right?
Yeah.
Totally different. He's changed it.
Yeah, he's amazing. And I'll tell you something. What Donald Trump represents is something that I'm not sure that either of us will see in our lifetime again. You know, last night when I was at that rally with him, it was the last campaign rally he'll ever do as president, whether he wins or he loses, or he'll ever do as candidate running for president, whether he wins or loses. And that is very bittersweet for me because, obviously I want him to win. I want him in the Oval Office, but I'm not sure that you're going to ever see a candidate be able to draw the crowds that he's able to draw and just really, like, people love that guy.
Yes.
And, who knows what the future holds? Maybe there'll be some electrifying candidate in our future, but Donald Trump, there's not going to be anyone like him, I don't think, ever again.
Now, JD, were you surprised by that choice? Were you expecting that choice for JD Vance to be his VP?
Yeah, I was rooting for it because I know JD Vance. And I think, the question that I like to I ask myself about Republicans is that it's not necessarily like where they were, but do they understand the given moment? Do they understand the cultural significance of the moment that we live in? In other words, like that the deep state is a threat, that our institutions have been weaponized against the people, that lawfare is a real thing, and our DOJ is not fair and balanced. There are two tiers system of justice. Like, we need people in office who understand that dynamic. If they don't, then if you're just a Republican that's a party of low taxes and small government, I mean, that's great. I agree with that stuff, but you're not going to do what needs to be done to fight for the constituency that needs you the most. And because that's where the American people, at least on our side of the aisle, are. They are worried about the weaponization of government. They're worried about the economy. They're worried about government involvement in our lives. And for me, JD Vance was somebody who really understood that. And look, Glenn Youngkin is amazing. He won the state of Virginia. That's a big deal,
Yeah.
Marco Rubio is a good guy too. But I just, I want somebody that's an America firster through and through in that role. And I think JD Vance is that.
Yeah. And I think that's why so many of us have this visceral connection to this ticket right now because we see 12 years. I see 12 years.
Yep.
And there is a bench. There will be other young people who come up through the ranks. And I have great hope in that. And I wish more than anything that we could eliminate so much of I'm more offended by the Republicans who are very disappointing in many ways. They say they're going to go do this or that when you elect them into office. And then something happens along the way. I don't know what it could possibly be when they hit Washington, D.C. And then all of a sudden they're voting for, $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing? I don't understand that. I just feel like the disconnect between we the people and the way in which DC has spoken to us and the frivolous nature with which they spend our money and make us unsafe and all this shit going on in our schools.
I know.
Sean, I know 2 families who are allowing their children to transition. And I want to be like, you're good, honest, church-going people. You're good people. What the hell happened to you? What are you doing?
It really is. You're so right. And I don't know what it is, Wendy. There are people on our side of the aisle like this where they would rather be socially accepted
Yes.
and not stand up for what they believe in out of fear that someone might say something negative to them or say, well, you're just not nice enough or tolerant enough and to me, the time for that has passed. I was always raised, Wendy, like, hey, whether people like it or not, you better take a stand for something. Nothing is worse than somebody who just perpetually sits in the gray area, especially during times like this, where I just think the bad guys are on the march in this country. And in many ways, they have the momentum, which is why this election is just so critical. But people can't stay silent anymore. I hate the term silent majority because silence changes nothing. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. So we can't be silent anymore.
I think, and I was pointing to my phone as you were talking, and I just think
during times like this, where I just think the bad guys are on the march in this country, and in many ways they have the momentum, which is why this election is just so critical. But people can't stay silent anymore. I hate the term silent majority because silence changes nothing. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. So we can't be silent anymore.
I think, and I was pointing to my phone as you were talking, and I just think I was thinking about my children. And guys, we're stalling and talking about other things right now because we're waiting. Polls are soon closing in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and that's when things are going to get interesting. But we're waiting. Nothing really that I've seen is crossed, and Sean will interrupt me when he does. But just the three of my kids were born in this Generation Z, where the phone was immediately something that was accessible to them. The 2 older ones, they remember a part of their childhood before it all happened. Yep. And now when you can be a coward, where you can be vindictive, where you can be nasty or put out whatever you want, or you crave the clicks, the likes, or the views, it's like you have to weigh how authentic you're willing to be until you get to a point where you're like, who am I actually? Because I don't know what I stand for. That's my horror as a parent. And I just want my kids to stand up for something and be like, look, I want to do this. This is where I want to be. This is who I want to be. This is where I want to go. And I'd be like, I'm on your side 100%. Whatever I can do to help or not, you let me know. But we've got a real tragic problem with that I'm worried about what my Democrat friends are going to say. What?
Exactly.
Do you see what your silence has caused? Right? Meanwhile, we're all here fighting. Like, I'll be fired again, I'm sure, before it's all done. Right? Fighting for what matters.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I agree. And you talked about information coming in. It looks like the race in Virginia, they called it, but it's insanely close. Right now, Kamala Harris is only up by 5,000 votes in Virginia. Now, that's going to change. And the way they tabulate that, just for people, they look at outstanding Democrat counties. They see how many voters are left in a heavily Democrat county versus the Republican counties. They just make an estimate based off of that information about the way things will go. But here's the thing. Trump didn't have to win Virginia. if it remains razor thin or Trump closed the gap by even 3 to 5 points, that is a major warning sign for Democrats across the board tonight. And even New Jersey, which I'm looking at the decision desk. Some people have called New Jersey. It doesn't look like, I might be mistaken, but it doesn't look like decision desk has called New Jersey yet. But I don't know. Trump is closing the gap in some very significant areas. Trump moved the needle in Fulton County, Georgia by 2.9 points. He's not going to win that county, but that's a significant shift. So and that's going to be the question that hangs over the whole night. Is Trump able to steal enough votes or move the needle enough among traditionally Biden areas to win this thing? I just don't know. We'll see. I mean, there hasn't been any good news for Kamala Harris yet that I've seen.
It's interesting. They just posted an update here on the decision desk at hq.com, which is what we're looking at for you folks at home, if you want to kind of follow along with us. At 9 o'clock, they updated its presidential win chance, and Donald Trump is at 67.8% to Kamala's 32.2%. That's pretty interesting in my mind. 2-to-1 chance is pretty exhilarating right now. Granted, that's in with what we see so far, but I don't know. Poly market betting too, Sean. I mean, people vote with their money. Their money is a pretty big deal. And if you're betting on stuff and the odds are overwhelmingly in his favor, and that's the last time I looked, it was like 19 points in advance, ahead for Trump in Pennsylvania. I don't know. I don't know.
They just called Texas. So they called Texas for Trump. I'm not seeing where it is for Senate, but I got to believe if they called Texas for Trump, Cruz probably isn't going to be that far behind, right?
Right.
So the Democrats failed to turn Texas blue.
Tell me about the strategy there. What was it about Texas that was so important to them, and specifically in that seat?
That they can import enough voters, blue state voters, from places like California to sway the electorate in Texas. Gotcha. And they have been trying to do this for years and haven't been successful. And the media, by the way, and I'm looking here, it doesn't look like they've called the race for Ted Cruz, but I got to believe a race call is coming soon for Ted Cruz if Trump just won. But they led us to believe that Texas was going to be in play this year. 58% of the vote is in, and Trump is up by 7 points right now, or 8 points right now in Texas. So it's almost an 8-point race in Texas, and the media would have had us believe that it was close. I mean,
for sure. Absolutely.
I mean, the media is just loathsome in so many ways. I mean, it's just so crazy, but I think Ted Cruz is going to be safe. Okay. And you're right. Like Wendy, like you're looking, it's going to start getting real interesting when Wisconsin closes, Arizona, Nevada close as well. We're going to get real interesting here real quick when we start seeing where Pennsylvania falls.
Yeah, Georgia is wild. I'm looking right now. It looks like 3.6 million votes in so far. Trump with about a 5-point edge over Kamala, but they still have a ways to go. Same thing. Well, it's really frustrating, but it's cool when you see the map, when you see the whole country and you see how much red, like you're not on an island. You're not. And it's so easy to feel, and I hope we convey this on our individual shows. It's so easy to feel like you're all by yourself, and hopefully you live in a neighborhood that's a little bit more supportive than mine. But look at that. That's a huge swath of the it's almost half of the United States just right there.
I was thinking that exactly.
The way you feeling what you feel, and acknowledging that the path that we're on is not viable. I mean, I don't know why certain areas won't be saved. I don't know why California always has to suck. It's such a great state, but it's almost punitive to even go there. Like, why would you even want to be there? What's happened in that state? It's so sad. That's where my family is from. And I remember being at home for my mom's memorial service a couple weekends ago, And some of my family members were lamenting the fact that, you know, things were costing a lot. Like,
Yeah.
no, duh. You just, I don't understand how you can't connect those dots. It's beyond. They're talking about Georgia right now on Fox as well. Nebraska soon coming in. I don't know. We'll see, Sean.
I don't
What
know.
do
I'm looking here. I'm seeing CNN, New York Times, Decision Desk are all predicting that Trump will win the election. Brad Todd, who is a very, very, very close friend of mine, he wrote a book with Selena Zito called The Great Revolt. It's one of the great books on the Trump political alignment in this country. He just said, I've seen enough. I've done a metric ton of work in North Carolina over 25 years. Trump has won the state. You can call it. I mean, this is not an official call from any media outlet, but I absolutely love Brad Todd. And I think he's that dude is like insanely smart. And he's done a ton of work in North Carolina, as he says. And he's saying if you can call North Carolina for Trump, well, that would be a huge pickup for him.
I am looking at just peripherally, floating through X right now. And you got a lot of enthusiasm and optimism coming out of Elon Musk. Think about the threat that this guy has posed to the Democrat machine, Sean, to the establishment uniparty machine, because they had it corrupted and controlled. And he came in and blew the whole damn thing up. I'm going to say, right along with Donald Trump, who was created by MAGA, that Elon Musk transformatively is going to go down as one of the most important people of this chapter in American history. Without that, without exposing Twitter, without opening the doors and giving the keys to Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and others and saying, expose it, go put it out there. I mean, it was unusually transparent in a world of darkness. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be able to be doing the things we're doing right now, searching and speaking the way we are, period.
Yeah, well, I completely agree that Elon Musk, what he did might just save the country. I mean, just giving conservatives another option that we can talk about the issues without being censored from the government. Here's why I'm still concerned, though. You said lots of optimism. So you say, let's say Trump carries Nevada, which is a tall order. Nevada is not going to be easy for Trump to win. Numbers look good, but who knows? Let's just say Trump wins Nevada. Let's say he wins Arizona. Let's say he wins Georgia. Let's say he wins North Carolina. If Kamala Harris sweeps those Rust Belt states, she can still win.
Let's listen, because Brock is Arizona right here, pulled up here on MSNBC.
We have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early.
They're almost stunned. And I want to be like, where have you been? Because you haven't been listening to people, because you haven't been asking the right questions, because you don't care. I mean, that's pretty big. All right, sorry. Go back to what you were saying, Sean.
They called Ohio. So Ohio's in the bank for Trump right now. So,
got it.
Yeah, I wasn't really saying anything. Louisiana's in the bank for Trump right now. Ohio's in the bank for Trump right now.
Wyoming, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Yeah, like what I was saying is that Trump can win Nevada. He can win Arizona. He can win Georgia. He can win North Carolina. If Kamala wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, it doesn't matter. That's why I'm worried. I mean, look, the flip side of that is that it's a very tall order for Kamala to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But they call it the blue wall for a reason, because Democrats have historically won them all three together. So, look, I'm very optimistic. There's a ton of red on the map. People that are watching, on X are obviously very excited about it. But what I just said is 100% true.
So updated, it looks like Trump has taken the lead in Virginia, according to the AP.
Yeah, it's like
just put out right now at 9:10. It said Trump is up by about 30,000 votes, 49.8 to 48.5. You said the decision desk called it?
they did. I mean, you're looking right here. If you look at the decision desk, Brock, if we have it, if you just pull up the map, the full map, you'll see that they, if you click over Virginia, it's solid blue. It's solid blue. But if you know, yeah, so look at the
Maybe
yes,
some Pucky
what you're
hitting a
looking at
fan
there
here in
is
Ottawa.
a Trump lead in Virginia. And so, yeah, that's a Trump lead in Virginia, is it not?
Yeah, and that's what the AP is calling now as well.
And so what you're going to end up having is, if this trend continues, I think you end up having a recount in Virginia. And obviously, look at the numbers of Jill Stein and Chase Oliver. 19,000 Jill Stein votes right there. Green Party candidate would theoretically speaking, those votes would go to Kamala. Chase Oliver with 10,943 votes in Virginia. Libertarian candidate would theoretically go to Donald Trump. But look, here's Cornel West with another 4,000. So I don't know. I mean, this is really, really close.
Your third party candidates, it looks like, make up the differential between their votes between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. So, and that's only with 49, they say with only 49% in, 53% in. So we're going to keep hovering on that.
Here you have 95% of Virginia bellwether Radford City is in 95%. And the count is Harris 49.1 to Trump 49.1. So that's the bellwether for that state, 49.1 to 49.1, and that's Virginia bellwether Radford City. I mean, I don't know how they call that already. Seems like a pretty bold prediction.
Well, and yeah, I'm glad that you said that because you have a lot more knowledge of the inner machinations of this than a lot of folks. But that doesn't, again, that's the math not mathing to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Let's see. And this is something that's interesting and it's true. Alex Jones just puts out, voters across the country are discovering that our election systems are totally broken. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It almost has to be a shite show, paper ballots and one-day voting. It's absolutely the only way. I don't know. It's got to be a crux, and God willing, we're going to get there. I don't know. What are they talking about now? So yeah, they're still saying the battleground state's too early to call. I don't know, guys. I don't know so what are you seeing where you are, guys? How are you feeling where you are? Are you feeling strong? Because Sean has the ability to make people nervous.
It's true. I'm nervous too.
I'm not. I refuse to allow you to wear off on me.
I love your optimism. I do. I love your optimism.
No. I will hurt somebody if this doesn't happen the way we need it to go. All right, let's see what else is going on. If there are any other things, Brock, are you seeing any other things that you want to pop up in here? Any other sound that you have seen? I mean, I've been pretty interested in the Hasidic Jews. I've been interested in the Imams, in the Arab Americans, and the Muslim Americans. I've been interested in the Amish. You've got major shifts away from traditional Democrat voting because these groups of people have been threatened by this ridiculous current government. And it's completely farcical to me that Kamala Harris would come out in any capacity and try to even pretend as though she knows what it's like in any of those areas. And that what she's going to do moving forward is different than what we've already been. She's running on, this is Donald Trump's record that she's running against. And we're like, no, see, this is yours. You did this under Donald Trump. Absolutely. We had historically low unemployment in every single box checking group you could want to hit. In Latinos, in blacks, in women, historically low. You had businesses coming back by the thousands from overseas to build their factories and their corporations here. And as he's rolling on this platform of economic growth and all of this, whammo, what happens? A freaking global pandemic. And who's there to scare the liver out of everybody? Your media. It's just, I don't know. It's so beyond frustrating to watch this. So if you're frustrated, you're with me. We're in good company.
Look, I know you said like I am not trying to make people nervous. I'm just trying to be a realist, you know.
No, I get
And
it.
here you look at like because it's to me the way things are trending right now. Look, we don't know what happens until the polls close in Nevada and Arizona, but there's lots of red on this map. There's lots of good stuff happening here, but it's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to those states. If we can chip off one of those, Brock, we can now project that Kamala Harris has won Ukraine.
Yes, that's true. And now it says here, apparently the New York Times has flipped Michigan from Harris to even. Interesting.
I'm telling you, it's you crack the blue wall, done. If one of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania falls, done.
Sorry. Yeah. I hit something and it blasted an ad.
I didn't hear it.
Oh,
I didn't
good.
hear it. So look at this NBC exit poll for Michigan young voters under 30. Trump 51, Harris 47. So to your point about your boys, young people are digging Donald Trump.
They have to. Well, and I think the thing that's even more telling with the boys, and I've heard them when they've had friends over, and these are, 24, 22-year-olds. The boys are they're worried about the indoctrination of the young women their age. They can't find people. I mean, my son Michael moved to Florida to get away from Pennsylvania to hopefully start a new chapter because he ain't finding the perfect match in Pennsylvania right now. And you've got some traditional values that are making a resurgence. And I have great faith in this Generation Z. I really do. Hopefully that is what's going to come through for us here in some regard.
Well, how about this exit poll out of Wisconsin? This from NBC. And again, NBC, they don't love Trump and they don't love people like me and you, right, Wendy? But they say Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump won only 8% of black voters in the Badger State. So Trump doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin. If these exit polls are to be trusted.
I think that his numbers with the minority voters is going to be much higher, much higher. I hope so. I very much hope so. Guys, what's going on where you are? Like I said this before, and then I didn't look at your responses, but I do want this to be something as Sean has a chance to look at some more of these returns and whatnot. What are you seeing as the thing? Are you feeling positive? Are you feeling confident? Or you're getting a little worried? Because I'm not. I'm feeling like this is something. And Brock said this to me earlier today. He says this is the opportunity to be a referendum. An opportunity to be a referendum, not just on the Democratic Party, but on the deep state, to be a reset. And I hope it will. Darius, thank you for your optimism. Pennsylvania will go red. Black men going out, going to switch votes. Well, we'll see. Hi, cousin Allison. It's good to see you, sweetheart. Check out New Mexico, Jay Housley says. Omaha, Lincoln, Nebraska. Yes. I see what you guys are all about here, and I get what you're saying. I'm not sure what I'm watching this. I'm watching Fox, and it seems like they're in a stall pattern. They're trying to figure out as some of these numbers are coming in, and they're not dropping a whole lot on us right now. But they've got their A game out there. Sean, what else? I wonder, it's interesting in many ways. It's like, as we've been listening to some of the coverage of the crazy these last several months, and you brought up John Fetterman earlier about, can you believe that this guy who opens his Senate debate with Mehmet Oz, a cardiothoracic surgeon who's run a hospital system, right, and is like super sharp as a tack, that he begins with hello and good night, wins. And we're like, are you crazy? And yet recently, I mean, he has said, though I don't agree with him 98% of the time, it's almost as like post-stroke, he's had some pretty lucid comments about the state of affairs in this country. And I'm almost like, he's almost more reasonable to listen to than a Mitch McConnell.
I have a hot take on that.
Oh, do you?
I do. I think it's all fake. And I think it's all complete BS. I don't trust a single thing these Democrats say. And the reason for that is that conservatives, they love it when John Fetterman waves an Israeli flag, right? That's a big thing. Oh, well, he supports Israel and he wants them to eradicate Hamas. Well, I mean, okay, but let's look at how he voted. He voted against aid for Israel every single time they've had a vote on it in the Senate. So it goes back to my old rule of thumb with Democrats. You cannot listen to what they say. You have to watch how they vote. And in Pennsylvania specifically, this state has never had 2 Democrat senators ever. There's always been 1 Republican and 1 Democrat. Now, for a long time, they've always been like moderate milquetoast people on either side of the aisle. But going into an election cycle where you have a strong candidate like Dave McCormick running against Bob Casey with Trump at the top of the ticket, the most electrifying political figure in my lifetime. He's a turnout machine. Bob Casey is in danger. What I put forth to you and to everybody who's listening is that John Fetterman is trying to bake being a conservative publicly to give the people of Pennsylvania a sense of political homeostasis at the top of the ticket, that yes, indeed, we do have the moderation that we've always had there. It might be 2 Democrats, but look, John Fetterman is cool. He's a conservative. He waves an Israeli flag after all. That's what this is all about. And I mean, look, if you need proof points, look at how he votes, but also look at how he talks about Trump. This dude is all in on Kamala Harris. This dude was all in on Joe Biden. Now, how do you think, like, if you're a conservative, moderate conservative, like super squishy conservative, you're like, hey, I kind of like the things that John Fetterman's saying. And oh, by the way, he's for Kamala. He's for Biden. They couldn't be that bad, right? I don't trust a single thing that dude says. Not a single thing.
I'm also mystified by the perpetual cover-up of Joe Biden. I mean, I think that we all have to like step back for a minute and remember that they've lied to us. I mean, we knew in Hunter Biden's laptop that it was in the 2014, 2015 that the Biden family knew of Joe's diagnosable decline. And they put this guy out there. They lied about it. They created a narrative about him. It was all garbage. And anybody with 2 eyes and 2 ears could have seen it and heard it a mile away.
Yeah.
And it's funny now. Are you able to? So this is David Chalian, CNN's one of their data guys, who's talking about these approval ratings, exit polling. So people are coming out and the folks are there asking him questions. What did you think about Joe Biden? Blah, blah, blah. And they still carry his water. And I want to be like, who's the person who's going to say, we allowed these lies to continue? Who the hell has been running this country? Listen to David Chalian here.
I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these 3 states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Okay.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with the Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal. And there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris. despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual vote.
They're blaming the old guy they bigfooted out after installing him and saying, hey, we know you've got this shady crap going on with your crime family syndicate, but we need a dude just to sit there, and Jill's always wanted to be in the house. So let's go. You can do it. We'll give you cover for your crime family stuff. And then they screwed him over, and now they want to link him to her loss. They're projecting it to you right there, Sean. Did you get the vibe of
Absolutely. 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 And look at this. It looks like Decision Desk called North Carolina. Okay. That's a huge deal. That's a huge deal. And it looks like Georgia is going to be in Trump's corner as well. Governor Youngkin has come out and said, what are you doing? Virginia's too close to call. I mean,
yes. And now Kamala's ahead by 1,000 votes.
I mean, right? Is she?
Yeah.
Head by, yeah.
By about 1,000 with 57% in.
Holy smokes. If that holds.
Yeah. So tell me about like how you read this, the tea leaves about Virginia, them calling it, and even now Youngkin chiming in on that. Like, what do you see down the road?
This is Wendy. This is why I don't trust models, and this is why, I mean, I don't take it as me as dooming. I'm very optimistic. I've made it I'm very clear. I'm not seeing anything in the data that would have me worry. The Democrats are just great at pulling the rug out from underneath us, right? But this is why I don't like models, because there's nothing really. Models are built on historical, past elections, right? And historical data from those elections. Trump has realigned all of these demographics in a way in which we've never seen a political candidate do.
Right on.
You talked about like his historic support with blacks today, right? Like an historic support with Latino men, winning Latinos in exit polls by 10 points. Like, he's shaving points off of historical Democrat voting blocks that have never been tapped into. So how then does a model that's based on historical data of milquetoast terrible Republican candidates accurately account for what's happening with Donald Trump right now? And so this is why I'm skeptical of these models, because Trump does things and brings out this and gets this crazy cross section of voters that no other Republican can. So how can we expect the model to capture that when there's no precedent for it? You see what I mean?
Beyond that, how could any of this show a less than 0.5% difference between Trump and Kamala Harris in the 7 battleground states up till yesterday?
Yeah.
Stop lying to us.
Now look at Virginia. Look at Virginia now. That has Trump up by 10,000 votes. How is this?
He just swapped again. What do you want me to do? Oh. Brock thinks I can hear him through the glass, and I can't, sadly. Only my eyes suck, but my ears are lousy.
Screen, the breaking New York Times forecast increases estimator for Trump. Chances of winning too close to call, but it's leaning towards Trump, and that's New York City.
Wait, New York Times, right?
New York Times calling for New York, yeah.
Wait, that's New York Times that's their needle that they said
towards Trump.
Not New York State, the Electoral College.
Yeah, you're talking about winning the election.
All right, so Ted Cruz defeats Colin Allred. So folks that are out there cheering for Ted Cruz, you can breathe easy.
That is good to know. No, and I understand your idea about the models. I think they're all garbage. And I think it's hilarious when you see that these news anchors are visibly stunned by the news that's coming in from these states. It's like, and I want to ask them as a former television news person, do you really believe what you're supposed to say? Or are you part of the machine that's spreading the lies? Like, on one side, you're either ignorant which is scary as nuts, or the scarier part is you're part of the apparatus that's purposefully pushing that. I mean, I've thought about it, Sean, many times. The machinations and the number of people in 2020 as pivotal areas, including Pittsburgh, stopped counting and started counting again, and then stopped counting and started counting again. How many people had to be in on it and not say anything, not talk to their friends, not put it on social media, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
How is that possible? Like, I can't tell my children a secret about nothing and have it not go out everywhere. And yet they can mobilize arguably tens of thousands of people to execute a steal of a presidential election. Because I still firmly believe that's what happened. I'm not even on the fence about that.
PA exits, Trump +7 advantage among those who believe democracy in the U.S. is threatened. How about that? We saw democracy, right, as a top issue in thinking that it would be for Democrats. This has exit polls, take exit polls with a grain of salt, of Trump +7 advantage among those who believe democracy in the U.S. is threatened. That's unbelievable.
And you know what? They have used that as a battle cry, the left has. And yet it's sort of like pointing out where Ukraine is on a map. Oh, let's go give them all this money. Where is it on a map? Tell me what you
absolutely
they can't. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because we already are no longer, and never really were, it's a constitutional republic, but the threat is your government currently, which is doing everything not just to Donald Trump, but to you and me every single day. Every day. Every day, relentless. And that's why I'll say it again. I think Donald Trump has the potential to hit 30% with the black vote. Sean does.
Oh yeah, I just have I've got to jump out for a media segment, probably be about 10 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Go, bye. Yeah, Brock, I cannot hear or understand you.
Yeah, I know. I can't talk through the.
Yeah, I can't. It can happen. Look at what?
You can hear me when I talk through this, right?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can't when you're not talking in your microphone and you're mouthing something to me. I can't understand what you're saying. So people, what are you guys thinking?
Some people were asking about Senate seats, and a lot of those are too close to call right now, or they're not putting them up. But I saw on the decision desk that the House has already picked up 3 seats, and the Senate has picked up 1, which would be the guy in West Virginia. I can't remember his name.
How's Carrie Lake doing? I am not sure. So I'm monitoring
anything.
You haven't seen anything on that?
Carrie Lake, no.
Yeah. And you guys, please feel free to jump in here in the chat and share things that you're hearing or you're seeing. I'm trying to pay attention to Sean, see what's going on here. And it's interesting because they have so much information up on these networks, and yet they're all talking about the same nonsense that isn't really doing anything and moving the wire or moving the needle. So as we're looking at Virginia, it looks like with now 60% in, Trump is again ahead with about 11,000 votes. And the votes coming in for the third party candidates really aren't doing a whole lot in that regard. I think Brock, I think he's kind of like, maybe, I know he's edgy about this, specifically Pennsylvania.
Yeah. He has been this whole time.
Edgy?
Yes. He's been saying exactly what he's saying tonight. He's been saying for months. Rich would come on and say, hey, I think blah, 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 blah. He's like, I don't know. I don't want to. You always say you're the beaten dog. I'm expecting to get hit.
Right. I think it's also very interesting that he kept, even from Brock, and they're quite good friends, the knowledge that he has been working for a year and a half on going after the
2 weeks ago.
You found out 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. But like he said to you guys before, that he's a lightning rod when it comes to elections with the media. The media will go after him, and he didn't want that to interfere with all the work people with him, working with him, were doing.
And I think a lot of the lion's share work that my understanding is that he was doing was not just to go after the low propensity voters that Trump had said, but also to hunt down and go after allegations of fraud and cheating, and to try to get, and the GOP has done a pretty masterclass job of going after these issues to make sure the polls can stay open longer, or no, those 200 and something thousand ballots can't be counted, or yes, you have to clean these people off your voter rolls, or no, this can't go down. Like, we haven't seen that kind of mobilization. And I think that's what 2020 did. It forced this mobilization and kind of the surgical, strategic approach to this that's been going on. And I know a lot of you are involved in it, your individual areas as well as volunteers. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Your boyfriend, Larry O'Donnell, on MSNBC.
Oh, Larry.
Saying Californians and New Yorkers who don't vote because their states always go Democrat is a form of voter suppression created by the Electoral College.
You know, there's a real childishness in all of this. It's so exhausting. And no wonder our kids have such problems, because the people who they see, if they ever do, on television, who are supposed to be, you know, thought leaders or people in positions of leadership and strength, are the world's biggest excuse makers. They're the biggest cowards. They hide behind, just once they get into Congress or once they get into their respective job, that they can lie with impunity and get away with it. And all things Donald Trump. Can you imagine what's going to happen in 4 years, or God willing in 4 years, when he can actually go and live his life and retire and do his life? I mean, like, what are they going to bitch about? What's going to be the new booga booga booga?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be putting the country back together. It's not going to be doing anything for you. Go ahead, Brock.
NBC exit polls suggest Trump will win up to 45% of the Latino vote. In 2020, Trump won 32% of the Latino vote. You just wonder, like, we keep saying the math isn't mathing. If he's up with Latinos, if he's up with the African American community, if he's up in all these areas,
how is it too close to call? Like,
right?
And is that, I don't know. I have no faith in we're counting and we'll get those results to you here shortly. I don't see that, and I don't trust that at all. So I'm fascinated by this whole epiphany that seems to be making the news on social media, that people are realizing our elections suck.
Well,
who wants to hang on
Virginia
until
thing could
we
be the
hear
Arizona from 4
270?
years
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm.
Is that what you're all waiting for too?
49.7.
That's kind of
Kamala
what I'm
Harris,
waiting for. I need to see
48.6.
270 before I buy.
Oh, that's what it says now.
Any which way.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like we watched.
And why
this
aren't they
movie
calling
once
Georgia?
before.
I don't know. And then it's interesting. Well,
This is where you get into that. They should know Georgia already.
Georgia, Donald Trump is up by 25,000 votes. If my math is correct. No, more than that.
Yeah.
No, he's up. He's like 200,000 votes. My math sucks.
Well, right now the decision desk is saying Donald Trump 52.7, Kamala Harris 46.7.
Yeah,
And
they got 75% in apparently.
yeah, and it looks to be about 200,000 votes.
New Mexico is going to go Kamala, Colorado, you know, and
You think those people would learn? Who voted there? The gangs are in your damn state. What are you doing?
I don't know how to make that any more clear. I don't know, but there are. I guess it's true that you're a product of the news that you expose yourself to, and apparently some people don't expose themselves to much other than sitting in front of MSNBC, which is wild. Let's see what else is going on.
Election Wizard on Twitter says, with an estimated 53% reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden by 1.5% in Michigan. Key Democrat stronghold.
You know, and then they have to dance around these enthusiasm polls. Are you enthusiastic? Feeling, what do they say? Feeling about the way things are going in the U.S. Really? That's a freaking question. It sucks. Jeez. Like I'm like this. I'm like, come on. We've been seeing this for 2 years, 3 years. What are you doing? So who's enthusiastic about what's going on in the United States? Well, according to CNN's exit poll, only 7%. Who's dissatisfied? 43%. Who's pissed? 29%. So you've got a 3-to-1 majority saying this sucks. Did you really need a poll that says that? Like, what?
CNN reporting Kamala Harris headquarters is now feeling nervous right now. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd, they're saying.
Where are you seeing all of this?
Twitter.
Is that just where you're going? You're just scrolling through your particular things?
There's certain people on Twitter that they're pretty solid about what they say.
Elon Musk tweets out the prophecy has been fulfilled. Apparently, the chances of Trump winning have just gone up 8.2% to 69.9%. Public markets calling now for a Trump victory.
Bernie Moreno is about to flip the U.S. Senate and unseat Sherrod Brown. Let's hope that's true.
So news outlets, James O'Keefe is tweeting out that news outlets reporting they're calling New Jersey for Harris. In many townships, though, throughout the southern part of New Jersey, people are still in line. They've been waiting for 4 hours. So how are you calling this? He's in Mount Laurel, New Jersey right now, speaking with voters who've been there. I mean, and voters are ticked. They've been standing. They've got no updates or information. The delays are impacting people's ability to cast their votes in a timely manner. And people who might not otherwise say, you know what, this stinks. Now, Donald Trump has now surpassed the magical 69.42% chance of winning the election on the Kalshi website. Is that how you say it? Kalshi?
I don't know.
Battleground states looking good for Trump. Georgia, 91%. His odds there. Pennsylvania, 62%.
A lot of Pennsylvania yet, and the middle of Pennsylvania, that T is not in yet, and he's down less than 250,000 votes. So can we play this? I'd like to hear what CBS is saying. Things aren't looking good for Kamala.
Yeah,
Let's dive deeper into these gender numbers. There's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now, and she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different. But nationally, at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert?
I can tell you right now why there are losses with Latinos, and you don't have to be a rock star to figure it out. Look, if you've ever worked in a restaurant, you've worked with Hispanic workers who are the hardest working people on planet Earth. The people who are here, who are Hispanic, who are American citizens, work their tails off, and they're seeing people coming in from other countries getting all these freebies while they work 3 jobs because they tend to be conservative. They have bigger families, et cetera, et cetera. And they're awesome people. Getting smoked, Kamala is, by the Hispanic vote. Why? Because of the open border. It's not complicated. Just because I speak Spanish, Espanol, and so do you, doesn't mean I'm going to vote for you to come into my country and steal my shit. What are you laughing at, Brock?
No, that you just said that.
What?
That I'm going to steal your stuff.
I mean, like, it's true. It's ridiculous. And people see what's going on. It's not complicated. So now Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, and we're continuing to look at this. They've got Pennsylvania shaded in blue right now because of the 33% that's in. She's got about a 10-point lead over Trump, but you know, that's how it's coming and going. And Trump now still ahead of Kamala in Virginia, and the margin is now 4,000 votes, with 63% in.
What confuses me is when Sean was talking about the swing in Georgia, 20% swing
That's
for
funny,
independence. How do you not call Georgia? I don't understand it. It was razor thin last time, and he got a 20% shift in independent voters.
I don't disagree.
75% too close to call. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
We're getting tabulator errors in Milwaukee.
Of course.
And literally the number one thing that I'm hearing, the number one thing that everybody is saying, you said this morning 10 times, stay in line.
Yeah.
Stay in line. It's a shame that you have to, and I'm looking at video of it right now.
Vigilant says News Nation has called the race in North Carolina for Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Trump is gaining ground in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She needs to run the table on those.
Yes. Yes, she does. Stay in line, stay in line, stay in line. Hold the line. You know, and the thing that I just heard from, was that CNN we were just talking about? No, that was CBS News.
Someone's telling us to take it easy, go easy on Colorado. We're not all voting blue.
No, I understand. I live there. It's a beautiful place, and it's getting ruined by people who are dumb. Apparently, Jared Polis being the number one. But Ed O'Keefe, I think is his name. And they were talking about the female vote. And where were they talking about? Where it's 52% of the female vote going to Donald Trump. And they're talking about, well, it's the abortion issue and it's Kamala making history. Do you guys really give a fat rip what your president looks like? Do you care if they're black or white, or if they're Jewish or Catholic? Do you care if they've been divorced? Do you care? Do you care that, you know, they're a male or a female? It's so insulting that we did this in 2008. We did this and it didn't really work at all. 2007. I mean, it didn't work. And we've got now part 2. Let's get a black woman in there, because that's more important than competence, ability, track record, or anything else. And if that's not enough to cajole you into voting for her, well, remember, it's the abortion thing. Well, what is it about the abortion thing? What about the abortion thing? What's got everybody hot about, oh, I'm not going to be, right? It's so beyond. If you're not one single voter, one issue voter, it's so beyond.
Marco Rubio's calling out the networks. He says, dear networks, I know the drama is good for ratings, but Georgia has to be called soon, and North Carolina isn't far behind. And that was 7 minutes ago, so he doesn't even realize North Carolina was called. But you wonder, is this what they're doing to keep people voting out west? Let people think in Arizona that Kamala might win Georgia. And you hate to go down those rabbit holes, and you hate to think like that, but they've been screwing us for how long?
And then we've got these election watchdogs, which is important. And I think that's something that's super, super vital, particularly in places like Pennsylvania. And have you guys been paying attention to the Pennsylvania Chase Initiative by this guy, Cliff Maloney? He's been on a bunch of places. I mean, to show you how they've gone after these low propensity voters who've only voted once in the last 4, I think, election cycles, would be considered that. How they've honed in on them and like talked to them and gotten them to do. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And some of the numbers that come out of this that I'm sure Sean would be able to understand or to dig into for us. I mean, when you gain 300,000 Republican voters in just a couple of years, that not only speaks to the success of the ground game that the Republicans are doing, but it speaks even more so as a repudiation to where we are now against the current administration. So that they're wanting us to believe that this is all down to the wire, to me, is wholly fantastic.
Can we finally start yelling at people that stop voting on the color of someone's skin or gender? Fannie Willis won re-election. Just let that sink in a little bit.
Fulton County will not be saved. You get the government that you either vote for or you're not awake enough to prevent them cheating for. I mean, that's literally what it's come down to. Yeah, you know what? Alex Jones is saying that Virginia is still too close to call. Who called it?
He said Decision Desk called it.
I don't know, guys. Yeah, and then we're waiting for the other states, waiting for California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, all of those polls to close. But yeah, Donald Trump's still slightly over the edge, projected to win. It's, I don't know, guys. It's super vexing to be a part of the hem and haw over this. There's just no way.
Joy Reid is losing her mind.
Why?
Florida has an extremist right-wing fascist government. Because they don't agree with her that you should kill babies. They're fascist right-wing, and they just Kamala got slaughtered in Florida.
And you know, how about even beyond all of this fake news scandal that Kamala's campaign has been posting fake headlines on all these Google searches throughout, sponsored and fraudulent ads pointing to mainstream media outlets. That was months ago. It's still going on. And CNN now reporting, oh, your girl, Abby Phillip, reporting, I can feel the anxiety in the crowd at the Harris watch party. You know, and something that Kamala said too, she was on, I guess, 7 different radio stations yesterday or today.
Okay.
And,
I said, okay.
So her last push is doing these 7 interviews with, I think KDKA was one of them and a couple others around. And she was saying that she's super excited because she's chosen to do her, you know, celebration at Howard University. And isn't it historic that I would be the first and they would be the, and I'm like, you know, you're for years we were told you don't want to be judged based on distinguishing characteristics. Just treat me this way. Now it's, isn't this great if I'm the first blankety blank to go do such and such? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We want our country back. We're tired of your crazy. You suck. You sat back and you allowed Joe Biden, who clearly suffered from advanced dementia, who clearly is not fit to be the president of the United States. You sat back and you did nothing, Kamala Harris. You sat back and you licked your chops, waiting for the moment where Nancy Pelosi could come in. Come on. That's who they need to be talking to, Brock. That's the person who needs to answer for all of this.
So I'm looking right now. PA, let me share this so you can see it too. That she only has a little over a 2% lead in the the middle of the state is not in.
In Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Now, where are you getting your numbers on the T that you see that the center
Fox was doing PA and said that that whole middle section of PA that does for those that aren't here, Pennsylvania's a T. It's the whole middle of the state is red.
Right.
So that apparently, from what Fox was saying, has not been reported yet. They have not reported yet. So you're probably looking at a lot of Allegheny County and Philly votes here, which would go back to what John Fredericks, what we played today, when he said that they were only up 100 or 400,000 votes, early votes, and that wasn't enough. They needed to be up by 500 to be. I'm sorry, 500 to be competitive is what he said. So
yeah, and their real goal was the 700, right?
Yeah, it was 750. That's what Fetterman had, but Joe Biden had a 1.1 million lead going into 2020.
Squandered. Well, and they're going to have
about her.
Right. Well, but that contradicts what they were just saying over on CNN that Kamala is attached to Joe Biden's baggage and can't shake it, and then he's bringing her down. It's like, really?
No, she's bad.
Yes. Yes.
You always say is ask a liberal or Democrat, tell me one good thing she's done that you're voting for. Women's rights. Other than that, what has she done? She's done nothing.
I'm all for women's rights.
Not the last 4 years, her entire career. What has she done?
I think there's this really weird shift, though, as well, that I just, and we said it today on the program when I was talking about masculine men. We've really gotten away from this idea, and it goes all the way back to the Communist Manifesto, for heaven's sakes. All of the things that they've been implementing. Think about all of the statues that they tore down. Do you guys remember that? Because that was like 4 years ago. That was three and a half years ago. Tearing down all these stupid statues. Why? Because they're racist. Because no adult in the room went up to somebody who wanted to do that crap and punched them in the face and said no. Right? All of this stuff. And now the idea of men in this country is a Doug Emhoff, some squishy weakling guy who, yes, dear, whatever you want, dear, is with like come on, stop.
The nanny.
Yes, as well, and he's just slapping his ex-girlfriend, which is a great love. You look like you've triggered something there. What do you have?
I just lost it. Is there anything bad about Twitter?
It goes really, really fast.
Yeah. Rich, the People's Pundit, Lackawanna County, PA at 94% reporting a 4-point swing to Donald Trump from 2020.
Wait, say that again?
Lackawanna County and PA at 94% reported it's a 4-point swing to Donald Trump. So Lackawanna is one of the ones that goes blue.
CBS says we probably won't know the results of Pennsylvania tonight, and quote, delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening.
Then why say it?
Brock, what does that mean then? If there's a delay,
that's exactly what it is.
It means that something nefarious is happening. Like, seriously, it's true. Third world countries have their acts together better than this nonsense.
Well, Donald Trump's catching a PA.
Is that right?
It's now 50 to 49. Let's see what. It's 50 to 48 in Wisconsin. If she's not getting the support, I don't know how Michigan still. Let's see. So you can see PA. Let me refresh this. PA is 1%. Wisconsin is 2%, 1.8. Michigan is almost 5. I don't see that. Something hasn't come in yet. Let's see if they've called any Senate seats.
Oh, that's a good call.
Wow. McCormick's catching up. Wow. This has to be wrong. Amy Klobuchar is losing. Oh, it's less than 1%.
Yeah. Right.
This is one of the races to watch too. This Eric Halday and Tammy Baldwin. She was the one that would not back Kamala.
Right.
Same with this Mike Rogers and Lisa Slotkin.
See, it's a lot of the same retreads. God, I wish we get some people in there, get some fresh faces. My God, so over it.
So they're still showing a 3-seat gain by the Republicans. So, but if you look down here where it says U.S. House win chance, 53% for the House. It's even higher for the Senate.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So Matt Wallace from the Daily Wire isn't he the Daily Wire? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no, that's Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh, that's right. So this gentleman named Matt Wallace, my bad, has a view of the stage at Howard University. And he says, what a disaster. They got 2 songs accidentally playing at once. The energy is gone. Kamala Harris reportedly throwing a tantrum backstage. I can't confirm that. As she looks over the numbers and is refusing to come out. What does that remind you of?
Hillary.
Yes. I want to send this to you. I don't know if it's worth sharing, but we'll see. I can't tell. Let's see. Let me send this to you. Actually, I could probably just share. I know I would. I sent it to you.
Okay, here, I'll share it. This. Sean is back, so let me do this. Let me share it real quick. Hold on 1 second, Sean.
So this is apparently the scene at Kamala's, celebration party. Let's see what it looks like.
Oh. It's the High School Musical.
Oh my
it's
God.
the talent show where your kids are there's no talent at the talent show.
It's not good at all.
All right, I'm gonna get off, you guys. You can talk to Sean again.
All right.
Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania.
All right.
I mean, it's only by 0.1%, but still, it's a lead. It's a lead.
That's like never happened
As you were
before.
up doing your thing, I was looking at Virginia, and it's
he's still up by 20,000 votes, right?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, he's up by 13 right now, 49-4. And this is like incrementally, Sean. It's like it updates with each percentage that the count is in. It's at 65% right now. So we'll see. Utah, Wyoming, Montana, okay. Colorado, a loss. It's unfortunate that you have to just take some states and be like, unfortunately, we're not going to do much there.
So listen to this. Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania, Lackawanna, PA, quintessential swing county. This is very, very important. 2020 Biden plus 8.4, 2024 Harris plus 3. So that is a 5.5 point swing for DJT. And this is a bellwether right here.
Right.
Oh, now it just went Pennsylvania's back with blue. So Kamala's got, so this is how it's going to be in Pennsylvania all night.
And the thing that sucks is I believe none of it. Like, do you have any confidence that this is actually working? That
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at here you have Wisconsin, Trump down by 4,000 votes there. I mean, it just all comes down. It all comes down. I mean, I'm just saying it for the whole dang show, but whole ball game is one of these 3 states, and it looks like the movement is trending in Trump's direction, but we'll see.
Right. Now, what's your vibe, Sean, in terms of do you believe this is one of those things that gets called tonight? Because if he does crack one of those 3 states, if he gets Pennsylvania, it's game over.
It's game over. Yeah.
It's game over. So
Yeah.
do you see that happening tonight?
I don't know. I mean, CBS is already saying it's likely that we won't know Pennsylvania's race tonight, you know?
Right.
I don't know. Here's what you're looking. Here are some fully completed counties in Pennsylvania. Lackawanna, 5.1 point swing to Trump. Lycoming, no change. Clarion, 2-point swing to Trump. Elk, 2-point swing to Trump. Wyoming County, 2-point swing to Trump. Fulton, 2-point swing to 2-point swing to Trump. All in Pennsylvania. So, I mean, like, you add these 2-point swings up across the board. Again, these are major swings to Trump in the Keystone State.
We've got Trump hanging in Michigan. He's down. He's only got about 17% in right now. This was just last updated a minute ago. It's got Kamala 40 or 51 to his 47. That's closer than I think that Kamala wants. And it's interesting, third-party candidates in Michigan get negligible play right now, not even half of a percent. So I'm watching that. The Virginia thing keeps going back and forth. That could be one of those. That could be one of those states like Arizona from 2020, where it's just right.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it's just shocking to me. Shocking to me. I mean,
yeah, and we're trying to get you some live numbers here, but it seems like something happens really quick and then it takes forever, and they just leak a few things here and there. It's very maddening.
I mean, Trump is winning right now, you know, by 1,000 votes in New Mexico with 20% in.
Yeah, and I thought they already called that.
And it looks like in New Mexico, New Mexico hasn't been called yet. Arizona, it looks like Trump is down by 2 points there, but is 33% in. But again, only 33%.
I find it interesting that they call it
Mexico's going the right
solidly blue
direction.
in Virginia. They're not even flirting with an intermediary. You know, they're not even giving you that squiggly line that shows, well, it's leaning. I don't know what they know that we don't know. That's wild.
I like the way this line looks.
Duncan is saying anything new about
Past the finish line. guys.
Yeah, I mean, folks, this is like the long wait on for election time. This is how it goes, you know.
Let's see what he's saying on Twitter.
What do you think, guys? Oh, I'm gonna hang out. I'm not going anywhere. I think my gear will let me go for 4 hours.
I'm wondering where I'm trying to find something on Pennsylvania, Erie County and Northampton. Those are 2 swing counties in Pennsylvania that I want to get an answer to.
Amen.
I just looked at Erie and they said they haven't recorded anything yet.
Of course.
I guess the mail truck hasn't got there yet.
Wait, Wisconsin is 95% in?
Do you think they'll call it tonight? That's a big question.
Is that what you're seeing?
For everybody. Like, it's looking like it's not going to take that far to hit
Do you see it?
270
I'm
for the
seeing
win.
the same thing, Sean.
So-
It looks like Trump's up.
That can't be right.
That has to be wrong.
Where were you saying?
I saw some predictions that they would be calling it
Wisconsin, Wendy.
by 1 a.m.
95% in. There's no way that's 95% in. So
That's
this,
not
to your
even
point,
3
Wendy,
hours
like
away.
it's
I
maddening.
think we're going to see. I like your enthusiasm, Cedar.
The New York
Awesome.
Times just said that Trump might win the popular vote by 0.4%. They just projected that.
I bet
Listen, I want to win across the
think they'll
board,
call it?
but a popular vote, man, throw
You
it in
think
their
they'll call it?
faces every single day, right?
something.
every day.
100%.
No matter what happens, somebody's going to call
100%. I'm
foul.
trying to see what else they are saying. 10 minutes ago.
Either way, there's going to be
Why are
fraud
people saying
screaming,
Trump
people
projected the
screaming
winner
fraud.
of Iowa?
100%.
I'm not seeing Iowa is gone. Oh yeah, I see it there. Okay, so Trump
Unless
wins
it's so
Iowa. Isn't
absolutely
this interesting that
clear.
that Ann Setzer chick
Hard
who
to say.
Kamala's up 3 in Iowa. Here we are with 25% in, Trump already with a 6,000 vote lead, and that ain't gonna stop anytime soon.
This is I have to ask. I mean, she has a good reputation. Like, what would point her? What would cause her to do that?
Money.
Where Emerson, exactly.
Money. You know what happens, Wendy?
Ah.
Like Cook Political Report. You know the Cook Political Report. They do their lean on. Washington D.C. You contribute to their nonprofit. You take those people out to dinner. You can move a race from solid D to lean D to R to even. That's very well known. And here's Trump up. Now this is with 45% in Pennsylvania, 16, 24 to 5. It's hard to say.
Right. We're trying to give you, see, they're changing it, and every percent change they update, which is great, but it goes back and forth and back and forth. And I feel like all I'm doing to you guys is putting you on a yo-yo. But we are too.
Yeah, Associated Press is projecting right now that Trump is winning 23% of black men. I mean, again, if that number holds out, it's earth-shattering.
It's freaking giant.
I mean, and that number holds out, and that number holds out. Again, hard to see how.
I still
Harris
like
wins.
your enthusiasm, Cedar
Well,
Bomb.
and that's what we were saying. That's what we were saying when you had to bounce. We're like, if he's making historic gains with Latino voters, and he's making huge gains with women, 52%. They were saying on CNN or ABC or whatever it was, CBS. And you're winning black, and you're moving the needle with black voters.
Planet.
How do you make up the deficit if you're Kamala Harris? Like, where's that algorithm? How does that make sense? I don't know.
Exactly.
Trump's up by 0.5% in Pennsylvania right now, but it's still only about 47% updated. And you know what? Woeful. In my county, Allegheny, Kamala is up 61. Basically,
where is she?
Two-thirds. In Allegheny County, she's at 61%. Trump's 37.
In fairness, Allegheny County did elect a socialist.
A socialist, yes.
I mean,
Erie County is literally the exact same count.
I'm starting to think.
Thinking.
Looking
it
at
could be
Pennsylvania,
so huge. It could get
I'm
past
starting to
the
think
plausibility.
that looking at where these returns are.
Kamala's only meant to be plausible.
Here's Erie, 34%.
They can't steal it
it's
enough.
hard to say. I mean, I don't.
Well, and down here in Philadelphia County, she's absolutely smoking him. 252,000 votes to his 63.
They might
but again,
try
that's
that
only
again.
42% in. I don't
This
know.
feels like a rewatching
know.
a movie a bit,
She'll need more than that.
but with better coverage sources, right?
Yeah, I'm not ready to say anything about Pennsylvania until I see more from Erie.
Yeah, you've only got 34% in there and only 43,000 votes counted. Yeah,
and here you're 58% in Luzerne, right? That's a swingy county. Trump is up 55-44.
York, things are getting closer.
Northampton, a swing county, 49-49. Harris, Trump. That's a swing county right there. That's with 56% in. Kamala Harris has 50,295. Trump has 49,992. That's Northampton. That's the swingiest county that you can get.
And you know what? For you in the stream, who just said that? That was really smart. You're right. We have been on a yo-yo for 4 years. I just heard you say that or saw you say that. I know that's what this is all about. Like, I just so desperate for this chapter of experimenting with progress. Let's see what
It's going to be tough for
progressivism
them to
does for
steal
us.
it, I think.
It doesn't work,
That's
you
the one
guys.
thing we have to count
It's
on.
not survivable. It's the same way socialism isn't survivable. It's just not. And I was hoping it was going to be way much more of a blowout, but I think there are still some very interesting things that need to shake out here before the night is done.
McCormick's winning by a few thousand with 50%
I'm
reporting.
going to watch it till it's
Okay.
over.
So
I got to
can I
know.
ask Sean a
If they're going to
question?
steal it, they're going
Yeah,
to
fire
steal
away,
it
my
in
friend.
front of my
So,
very eyes.
What number do you look at?
If I'm
So
too
you see
tired to do a show
McCormick.
tomorrow, so be it.
Yeah. Well, yes.
At what point do you start to go, okay, this is going to go his way? Is it 50%, 60%?
The reason why it's important for McCormick is because McCormick is likely going to underperform Trump. And if he's beating Casey,
Nope.
Trump's going to
Make some more
overperform that
coffee.
number.
That's
You
what
know?
I was saying before.
I know.
When
That's
they
what makes
said,
me feel like
I saw that
a
McCormick was up
rerun.
by 2%, but Trump was down by 1%. And I'm like, well, McCormick's not going to get people to come out. Trump will. So how can you say Trump
It's
is
critical
down and
to the
McCormick
winner.
is up? It doesn't.
Is what swing
Well,
state means.
it's all going to come down to margin, right? And this is why I caution people when you look at the early votes, right? We're not, because generally speaking, you have early votes, Democrat numbers, Republican numbers. But the truth is, you're going to get Democrats a lot of moderate Democrats in Western Pennsylvania that are voting for Trump. So just because there are a lot of Democrat vote,
I've seen the decision desk just recalled Virginia.
Get the hell out of here. Are you kidding me?
The greatest show on
The
earth.
decision desk
Where
just
else would I
recalled
be?
Virginia.
It's a pleasure to be with you guys all here. We got
Decision desk retracts Virginia.
a whole bunch of new people watching on X. Hang out with us, get to know us a little while.
So he's up by
I think
10
you'll find a
there.
great community here
10,000.
too.
That is with 70% reporting. What?
There's no place I'd rather be.
That is nuts. Where did you see that, Brock? I just want to see.
Oof.
I saw it on Rich's
Nick
stream.
loving it.
Let me see.
Give them a follow, guys.
I'm
Sean
not
and Wendy,
seeing
if
that.
you're not already, give them a follow on Rumble.
Where'd you see that, Rich?
They're
I
on
guess,
X
yeah,
too.
yeah.
They're streaming everywhere.
Can we dip back into him, Brock? Is he doing something right now that might be relevant to that?
No, he's talking to somebody right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we can't really.
Fair enough.
That's what I call the show tonight. Watch Partying, the greatest show
So
on
it
earth.
looks like right now
With us.
Trump has 205 electoral college votes, Harris 117.
226, right? 220. Unless I'm.
Fox is saying 205.
Been in the trenches a long time with
That doesn't-
Wendy and Sean
Again,
and
I
Brock.
feel like take that for what it's worth.
Ugh.
All right, I'm gonna have to zoom back
There's-
in. I
is
want to
no
watch
place I'd
like this
rather be.
Virginia thing
I
is
love these
very
guys.
interesting to me.
I'm kind of
You
chatting
know?
in their community as well.
Yes.
So it's one of the 11 different
So
windows I've got open.
70% in, and he's got a slim margin hanging in that 10,000 zone. Trump
This is
in
way better than
Pennsylvania,
CNN,
it's
isn't
shaded
it?
red, and
My
we're
heart's
at
just
50.5
racing.
with half of the vote in. To Kamala's 48. And the
Love you,
the
Tom.
whole taking Bobby Kennedy off some ballots and not others. It's just the whole system.
This is the
needs to be
beginning of the beginning of
completely
the
blown
end.
up, like the Department
That's
of
what tonight
Education
has to be.
reimagined. Like
For
we
humanity
got to
and the
figure
world.
this crap out.
This is
226,
our
yes,
opportunity.
is what Decision
Our
Desk
one
is saying in terms of the
last
electoral
chance.
votes. Sean, you're right.
Sean, we were talking about this when you were off. How has Georgia not been called yet?
It's honestly, it's unbelievable to me. They must think that there are enough outstanding votes in urban Georgia that Kamala might overtake that 4-point margin, 5-point
I
margin.
love
it
you
looks like
fact checking
now.
us.
Wait,
Both sides.
4-point, almost 5-point margin.
Uh,
Yeah, even Meghan McCain, Trump hater, is out there saying like
CBS.
it's hard to see how
These
didn't
guys are
expect to
my
have an early night. But again, we don't know anything yet.
family in
you
this
know,
meta digital
And Donald Trump
battlefield.
ahead. Even just a few,
Literally,
just
it's
even
been a
6% in, I think it's hilarious. Just, I love seeing Maine going for Trump right now. I love it. Look at this, though. What a shellacking in Vermont. Kamala Harris, 64 to Donald Trump, 32. Just drubbing in some of these places where it's just, I don't even know why you would want to live there.
Brews and granola.
Yes.
Jeans and man buns. That's Vermont. Good beer.
I don't know. Pennsylvania is still, it's going to be so close.
Can you guys all see the word?
New York Times now giving Trump a 79% chance of winning. But again, just models. I don't trust them.
I don't either.
I saw that poly market. Yeah.
I love those. I think they're super interesting, but none of these, and I agree, I understand your trepidation. None of them make you feel better.
Well, the poly market is just people betting, you know,
Right.
and so I like it on one hand because it's showing where people are putting their money.
I agree.
But on the other hand, it's like there's not a whole lot of
Mira,
methodology
you're a
behind
rock
it
star.
beyond just people's betting instincts. Even though I like it too.
So take a look at Wisconsin for me,
Yeah.
John.
It says 95% in. That is not correct.
There's no way.
No way.
3.5
While you're at it,
million
give me a
votes counted,
thumbs up,
giving Trump
guys.
almost a
Shares are
7-point
great.
lead.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. We are a community.
I don't know.
We are a community.
Are you seeing
platform.
Arizona?
That's it.
Yeah.
Couple of partners.
Is there certain counties that aren't in yet, or because from what they've been saying is the Trump campaign felt pretty confident about Arizona.
Yes. Let's see.
Bless you, Lisa.
Well,
Thank you.
You got to find Maricopa. That's the
I
big
don't know,
Republican
yeah.
county.
Oh, yay. Wow.
State.
Where
Welcome.
the hell is it?
Welcome.
No,
Welcome.
they don't give you
Glad
the
to see you,
full
Lady Hawk.
state there. It's just that one side of it.
This is these guys.
Yeah, so there's Maricopa, 56% in, Kamala Harris
The
winning at
best.
50 to 48, but that's a
Simply the
Republican
best.
county. So I'm sure that there are precincts. Well, holy smoke. So now I'm seeing Rich just texted me Northampton +4. That's huge. That is in Pennsylvania, Northampton +4. Now that gets me excited. It takes a lot to get me excited about these things, as you probably all noticed.
I love hearing your wife laugh in the background. That just is perfect.
I'm sorry.
I think we've got.
Listen, I've lived through these. You know, I know what it's like to sit and watch the returns come in when your name is on the ballot. You know, and I'm bringing the same amount of caution today that I brought.
Of course.
Then now look at this. So
Why
here you
wouldn't
go.
it be
Northampton, 68% in.
Of course.
4-point lead for Donald Trump. That is huge. That is huge.
Got Nicola Charles from the White Rabbit podcast coming on Friday with
This
Jen
is
Ferguson.
the thing that's also
It's
maddening
gonna
about
be
this. You have neighboring counties
really
in
super
Arizona
lit show
where
Friday
the
night.
ratio for Donald
Hope you
Trump's
guys all come
advantage
back and
over
join
Kamala
us for
Harris
that one.
is flip-flopped so that she has the exact same advantage over him just across county lines. It's so bizarre. Like, what is it that turns off one specific county vis-a-vis another to that degree where they're right next door, and a
greatest show on
63%
earth,
lead for
folks.
Donald Trump
We're
is a
living
63%
history.
lead for Kamala Harris.
The
just a
best or
mile
the
away.
worst.
I don't get it.
Hey, listen to
Gonna
this.
kick off a
Allegheny
lot.
County, 60 to 38, 75% in, 60% for Kamala Harris, 38% for Donald Trump. That includes the city of Pittsburgh. That is a political bloodbath for Kamala Harris. That is not enough. That's not, unless there are outstanding votes coming from the city, 60-38 split in Allegheny County is not enough. It is not, right, Melon? I mean, that's not even close to enough. And if Decision Desk is right, which, you know, it's not right in Wisconsin, but right now, That's not enough.
They just jumped, decision just jumped Virginia back up to Kamala.
Mm.
Let's see.
This is so wild to watch, you guys. We're trying to give you in time what we can.
Yeah, we're in this with you, We're in this with you.
And that's why I say, if you want to follow along, decisiondeskhq.com, and you'll see the results on your screen. It kind of takes a little bit to navigate at first, but let's see. So with 95, greater than
put that in the chat
95%
for y'all,
reporting,
too.
Kamala looks like she has,
Everywhere.
looks like she's about a 20,000 vote lead over Trump in Virginia, is what they're saying.
How much reporting? 95?
Uh-huh.
Well, only up by 1 point in Virginia. That is devastating. That is not.
And it's not even, it's by like 0.7. Yes. Yeah,
that is unbelievable.
I think it's interesting. I think the term bloodbath is relative when you consider the voting preferences and the history of the states. To have a swing, to get 20% of Black voters or 50% of female voters in a state, when you've been badgered by the messages of abortion and he's Hitler and he's a fascist and he's gonna come and arrest you and your family and he's a threat to democracy and he's a criminal and a rapist. I mean, think about the barrage of negative garbage that this country has endured at the hands of the Democrats, the media, and the rhinos in the establishment. It's absolutely breathtaking.
Yeah.
And when you look at these
Sorry, guys.
numbers, it's like, what?
I was busy,
Somehow Rhode Island is within 10%. Am I seeing this
that's
correctly?
the link
Like
to the map that we're using.
where state is the smallest state? Yeah. Rhode Island with 91% in is 53% Harris, 44% Trump. That Rhode Island is that close.
It's also the map that Rich Barris is using for People's Pundit.
I'm watching Fox and all of these people just spinning their wheels because there's nothing to report just yet. And they're all stuck there. It's hilarious. So Trump's electoral college lead, according to the decision desk, is now 242.
Hey, Michelle, they're already
course,
turning up in
remember, you're
Georgia,
waiting for
apparently.
California.
We got
they called Utah
a few minutes ago about that in Georgia.
And so
call votes
Trump is now, it looks like they
showed
fixed
up.
Wisconsin, 47% reporting. Trump up 759 to 755. Very close. 49.3 to 49.1.
That's with 47% in, so that's interesting. Michigan has only 23% in, but Kamala's got a 52 to 46% lead there.
Michigan.
Connecticut, 50.7 for Kamala, 47 for Trump. That's only 8%. I don't know. It's wild. Let's see.
Trump won Georgia. Done. They called it. So now Trump has won Georgia. He's won North Carolina. That's Trump just won Georgia.
Ooh. And he's not far behind in
What are
Virginia.
you laughing at over there?
You know what? I'm trying to breathe it all in.
Don't breathe anything until you see those Rust Belt states come home.
I know that there are some cold IPAs in the fridge though, which would be lovely to have.
I said that like I'm not
Wendy's
gonna
been
drink.
going
I
on
cut out drinking
working
for a very,
almost
very long
24
time.
hours
Like I was
straight,
doing
guys.
so good. Then this week I was just like
She started her shift for
I
Friday's
just
show.
haven't been
or
able to
today's
handle
show.
because I'll
2
just drink on the
o'clock this
weekends.
morning,
I was telling Melanie,
it's
I was
going
like,
on.
does Wednesday count as the weekend? It could
20,
count as the
20,
weekend. It's
21
election
hours.
night. This counts for the weekend.
By the way,
She's-
I'm just going to
she's
say we have
consummate.
6,100 people watching.
That's
which is-
amazing.
Which is amazing. And we've got 2,500 rumbles.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, you guys are pretty hardcore, and we love you
The
for
best
it.
audience in the world.
This is fun. I mean, this
I
is fun.
encourage
Like,
you
I don't
guys.
know. It's not because it's stressful, but it's.
Well, it's good. It's a good mismatch because it's a good match and mismatch. It's a good match. Like we balance each other out pretty well, you know?
You've got the inside track. I'm up there with the butterflies, feeling the vibes.
But that's good. I mean, listen, that's important. Like how you feel is important. Like, look, if it wasn't, Kamala wouldn't be running a campaign on joy and vibes. Really, the joy in her campaign was gone the last couple of weeks, right?
Yes,
So
I know. And if you take a look at her live gaggle of people, they're not necessarily feeling it right now, folks. All right, let's see what else they're doing. So, Illinois, going to obviously Harris, Georgia. And he won in Georgia by a couple, what did he get? 150,000 votes.
she only won by 9 points in Illinois.
I know.
Trump is up by
That's you, folks.
4, 5, 6 and 32% in 6 in Iowa now.
This is crazy.
Virginia's only 0.4 down, 70% chance for victory in Michigan.
I'm going to bounce back to the Senate and see what we've got going on here.
This is how we
McCormick up
beat
over
them.
Casey
This
with
has been an
52%
information and
in.
media
He's
war,
up
guys.
at 50.5
This is truly,
to
genuinely how we
49.5.
beat
So he's
them.
got a 1
We
point
destroy them with
lead.
their own game.
That's a big deal.
So that's with about
We're a
3.7
part
votes
of
in.
history changing right here, right
52%.
now.
Where else do we want to see Senate races? Let's see.
I mean,
Elizabeth.
Arizona. Well, let's look at Carrie Lake.
All right, let's see.
Last time I checked, she was down 10.
Carrie Lake is down right now with 54% in. Ruben Gallego is 52.5, and she's got 45.8. That's a big one. All right, where else are we looking here? Tammy Baldwin continuing her lead in Wisconsin. Same with Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan.
Pull that up. Give it a
Dave
So-
refresh.
Wow.
See
Rich
what we got.
Rich is saying he can pop in with us after his ban and hit.
Yeah, that's great.
Brock, can you send him the link? Is that okay?
That's looking mighty
Okay, thank
red.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's looking mighty Trumpy
All right,
out
what
there,
else do we wanna
folks.
see?
I don't want to get I don't want to put the apple before
I,
the cart, but
I'm kind of now, I'm
optimistic,
selfishly
for sure.
interested in California because it's where I'm from, but I'll be interested to see Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey. I don't think
apparently
Steve Garvey has
Jagmeet
what it
plans
takes
on
to be
growing
Adam
a
Schiff,
spine
but
overnight. They're watching
you gotta
the
love these
election
people
too.
who come forward, Sean, who are not political people, but who are like tapped. They're like,
I
I'm
do.
done.
I know. I love him. I mean, I was one of them.
Would you do it again?
I have to at some point. But it's going to be when the kids are older. You know, it has to be when the kids are just like, because
Now,
they
what-
leverage them.
Yeah, right. No, they'll use.
They use them against me, and it was. I like the fact that I get to be their dad and be around for them and like do a show. I mean, it's freaking awesome. It's
Yeah.
amazing. I love this. But
Don't
I
you
like.
how Brock brought you to the dark side?
I
and
do.
got you-
Yes.
you all-
Yes.
I
Yes,
love
I
it.
do.
Speaking that, Sean will be in on Friday.
Yes. Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
I'm very grateful. Get to
Oh my
see
gosh,
Get to see my college kid. So that'll be fun. Thank you.
that is cool.
So when Trump calls and offers you a position, what does it have to be?
Oh my God, Wendy, I don't know. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I'm just going to tell you, if it's not like, well, first of all, it's like, She said,
Ask
yeah,
Melanie.
Melanie said, I don't want him to put you in anything that has a title. Just, I want you to be like a secret, like go
Advisor?
after people on the, yeah. I don't know, Wendy. It has to be something where I could be a leader and have impact. I'm not a staffer. I won't be a staffer. I'll just never do that. But if he wants to, you know, he has not even said a word to me.
Right. No.
But it's like, if he wants to make me Secretary of the Army, how do you turn that down? You know, I just completely.
He's not that smart, Cedar Brown.
For being Secretary of the Army. Well, you know what you want to know what the first thing I would do is completely evolve our force to face conventional threats. Right now, we are not. First of all, our military is one big joke. It's a big social experiment now. But beyond all that, not to get away from the election stuff, we're not ready to fight conventional threats.
He's a 10-year
like China
former Ranger,
or Russia.
one of the 10th Mountain.
We've been geared to fight for the last 30 years.
He's qualified.
You know, asymmetric threats like Islamic extremism. You know, we don't have the conventional might anymore.
What do you think about them trotting out and beating the drum?
He knows we're watching
Milley,
tonight.
saying that Donald Trump
I was
is
talking to him a couple of days
unhinged,
ago.
he's dangerous. He likes Hitler.
I was on
all
Wendy's
these
show
stupid
Monday.
Things. And they want you to respect Mark Milley, who long ago became not respectable. Do you find that
Milley
kind of a rich
Milley
stretch?
should be brought back on active service and court-martialed. 100%. That's how I feel.
Why do you say that?
Hell yeah.
Because he's an absolute traitor to this country. He had calls with China behind President Trump's back. President Trump's the commander-in-chief. He's the boss, not Mark Milley. Mark Milley was intimately involved in denying the National Guard on January 6th. He was intimately involved in the political persecution of Americans. If I had anything to do, I mean, he needs to be held accountable for that. He cannot be going to work on these boards and on Raytheon or any of these defense contractors and making millions of dollars. He needs to be held accountable like any other American would be held accountable for doing that horrible stuff.
I don't disagree. But you know, it's sort of like perjury. If you lie under oath and get away with it and there's no punishment, then why do we have that? Like if there's no follow through, you know, this is what the punishment is, this is the rule, then why shouldn't we all just willy-nilly lie?
Exactly. Wait, Bernie Moreno won? We just flipped the Senate officially. Is it right? Bernie Moreno beat Sherrod Brown, an incumbent Democrat senator in Wisconsin. He's gone now, so we have officially flipped the Senate.
Wow.
That's huge.
That's
a huge.
Ohio,
Yeah, Ohio senator in Ohio. Sherrod Brown is gone. Democrat
Epic.
senator is gone. Bernie Moreno is in.
And it didn't look all that close. This right here, while Decision Desk, at least my screen isn't showing that it's called. Moreno with 51% to Sherrod Brown, the Democrats 45.6.
They're saying called.
This isn't saying it is.
Oh,
it says 80% in.
Other people. Decision Desk is not calling it yet, but it looks like other people are.
Right. But it's a drum.
And by other people, it's Commander Melanie, my wife.
Right.
I certainly hope so, Cedar Brown.
Amen. It works out.
Not supposed to be.
All right. So
That's a
McCormick is hanging in
significant
there,
issue.
54% in. He's got about a 9.9% lead there.
Absolutely, Janina. Absolutely.
They're
Not a lot
showing
of
Michigan and Fox is a dead heat.
What are they showing?
Michigan is a dead heat. And that's what Fox is reporting right now. It's with the it just split, but it was like 49-49.
Michigan.
Yeah.
Were they getting this stuff from the Decision Desk or what? I mean,
sorry, wrong button. I don't know where they're getting it from, but I just saw it just went through. It's just too close to call. It was like 49-49. They're saying Virginia was 70% in.
There's
49.5
nobody in
to
Canada that's giving
48.9.
this kind of coverage.
well, I'm seeing 1.6
Your shares matter,
1.8
guys.
or
Thank you.
1,618,000 to 1,580,000 for Trump in Virginia.
I'm seeing
Trudeau has
1.64
got to be
Harris
sweating
to
bullets right
1.64
now.
for Trump.
And
So
so should
decision desk
Canadians.
here might be lagging
Yeah.
a little bit behind what you're
Kind of
seeing.
feeling, yeah, it's feeling a little bit like that. So
Yeah,
Fox
yeah.
News says Trump wins Iowa. Fox
Yeah.
News projects Trump wins Iowa. Well, you know what? That couldn't happen to a nicer pollster, nicer, what's her name? Ann Selzer.
Yes, yes.
That's some pie in your eye.
Melanie just showed me a meme of breaking. It said, Mark Cuban checkmark projected to be aging lesbian with his Rachel Maddow with 97% reporting Mark Cuban aging lesbian.
He does have the Rachel Maddow starter kit.
The Rachel Maddow starter kit. Yeah.
They all have the same glasses. I sort of look like I do, except mine are from Walmart and they cost $2. All right, so what we were looking at here. All right, Virginia. Yeah, the horse race continues there. 95%, greater than 95% reporting. They're saying Kamala is up about 47,000 votes.
In Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, I see that now. Yep. This map is funky to work with, isn't it?
It is. It's complicated. You guys, we're not trying to jerk you around. It's like literally we're getting jerked around. But see, aren't we more fun than all those other turds? Oh, yeah. You know what? That's a good point. Hold on.
I got folks talking to me. This is awesome. I'm so glad to be able to share this with a bunch
Tim
so many
Kaine
of you.
won.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
You guys are the best.
And it was,
ever.
yeah, it came down to about 100,000, 130,000 votes.
New York Times, Trump, 84% chance of winning with 200. New York Times says 84%. They just updated their projection to 84%.
I got insiders telling me that we got PA.
Does Melanie have a beer
that
to
it's
give you or
over.
a drink to give you?
We might
Because
even
we're
be a
having
little,
drink,
a few
so
seconds
I
ahead
need
of
to
the
have
guys
a
that
drink.
live there.
I think
Wait and see. Wait and see. Wait and
maybe
see.
you can get her then, so you can join us. Look at her looking at her.
I'm too depressed. I'm too nervous.
No, you're not. You're fine.
We're gonna get
what
PA
are you saying?
if we get PA.
It's also winning almost 1 point in the popular.
So New York Times also just updated their model to give Trump projecting a 1 point victory in the popular vote, almost 1 point. So look at this election day vote in Dearborn, Michigan, 332 Trump, 293 Stein, 81 Harris. Ouch.
Wait a minute. Say that again. Where is that? And can Brock isolate that? and bring
Dearborn,
it up?
Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan is
I love these guys.
this is in one precinct in the Muslim area
I
of
love
Dearborn.
doing shows with them.
332 Trump,
Sean
293
back
Stein, 81 Harris.
She's the third part. She's the third level.
Every vote for Stein and Harris combined, that's unbelievably bad. That's
People that are
unbelievably
invested
bad.
in them.
Well, you
will
got to
vote
see it
for
when they
them.
got up on stage with them,
People that are
I know.
right? And you're like,
Yeah.
captured.
I mean,
will
that is the
vote for
benefit.
them.
Like, I'm baffled that she didn't have to campaign. She didn't have rallies. She had to bust people in. She had to Bigfoot people out of environments to bring in her people. They need the questions in advance. They need to control the parameters of the interview. She needs 2 days to prepare. She's got the entire apparatus of the media on her side. She's got social media by and large that she's buying and controlling. She's got all of this,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
And still we're supposed to believe that she's that palatable to people. I don't believe it. I just don't. None of it. I don't. And we've got to go to a paper ballot same day. That's
Yep.
it. That's it. And how many videos did we see of people in nursing homes filling out people's ballots for them?
Exactly.
That's a huge, Sean.
Exactly.
That's huge. Or how about these ballot harvesting operations where they're in a halfway house for dudes and there's like 1,000 registered voters who live there. And you're like, what?
So get this, Wendy. So we just talked about Muslim vote in Dearborn, Michigan, and how that's hurting Kamala Harris. How about this? Trump has won the largest share of the Jewish vote in decades in Florida, Arizona, Nevada. Florida, 43% for Trump. Arizona, 38% for Trump. Nevada, 42% for Trump.
I'm not sure
Trump
if they're
is
streaming
winning
on X
Muslims
today.
and
They
he's
do
winning Jews
their
because
radio
people
show
see, well, he's
during the
winning the
week,
largest share of Muslims and Jews of any
probably
Republican ever
are
because
streaming on X tonight
he's
as well.
flipped
But
more
I'm
of them
streaming from
because
Rumble.
they see
from their
him as a
Rumble feed.
peace president. You know, it's, we'll see. Trump is holding on to basically just over 100,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
He's got a
Yeah.
he's got a pretty big lead here in Luzerne County. He's got giant.
You said Allegheny County, it's 60-40 right now.
That's not enough for Harris. That's not enough.
Lehigh's
What's the
coming up,
percentage?
53.
What's the percentage for Allegheny?
See who's faster on the
82.
draw.
That's
82.
60-39.
Yeah.
Listen, the magic number in Allegheny County for any Republican statewide, you have to have at least 37%. It is not enough to win this state with these numbers right here. Now, 20-some% left. Who the hell knows? I mean, anything can happen, but that's not enough. It's not enough.
Well, we got plenty of cemeteries in Pittsburgh, so.
Wait, in Philadelphia County,
Let's
let's
see.
see. Chester, Montgomery, Bucks, 53 to 45. But that's still low trickle.
That's a swing county, 34% in. I think
I'm right,
Bucks
guys.
is going to
I
narrow a
think my
lot.
source is right.
The big one is Northampton. Here, the big one is north of Bucks, that red
Wait for
Northampton.
these guys.
68% in, 4-point lead for Trump.
Yes.
Here in Erie, there's still only 34% in.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
greatest show on earth.
What's
right?
going on in Erie?
I don't know. That's what I was going to ask you. So I was saying, like Luzerne County, you've got this. It's in early, and
Oh,
then you've
I'm
got
sure
these other
they are.
counties where it's
They're in full on
where
damage
it's not.
control.
Like that's suspicious to me. Like Clearfield, nothing in Cameron County either.
So
Look
correct.
at you guys, 6,000 of you still hanging out with
Illuminati.
us.
Kamala is
Isn't that
like Twitchy
ridiculous? Aren't you
Freeland.
people
Both make
ridiculous?
your ears bleed.
Really? It's 10:48 at night.
Yeah, you got some ride or die Wendy Bell Radio Army folks. They are
Hey
the
man,
best.
they're your army too, babe.
Well, we're good 1-2 punch in the face of the radical left. Lehigh, that's narrowing.
All right, so now Kamala is pulling ahead in Virginia quite a bit. She's now up by 70,000 votes. That's disappointing.
70,000 votes in Virginia, though, for Trump.
Mhm.
I mean,
This
listen,
is-
like
This is
I-
amazing.
that is
I am.
that's Virginia's supposed to be
absolutely
one of the
having
most
such a
moderate
blast.
Republicans. I mean, like Youngkin is
Uh,
not Trump. The
No.
fact that
tonight.
Virginia
Thank
is
you
as
guys
close
all
as
for
it
taking
is
part in this
unbelievable.
and being a part of this. We've worked hard to get here.
Let's go to Kerry Lake again. Yeah, it's not changed.
You know what? I bet he actually is, not because he's Trump's friend, but
Now
because
Trump
he
is
might
only
be
down by
be able
3,000
to
votes in
avoid
Arizona.
the end of the world.
Republicans have 48 Senate seats.
No, they should have.
Whew,
They should
Marianne,
have. They should
you're
have
on the
50.
ball.
They have the majority
love it.
now.
Is that so? Decision deficit is backward, is slow.
Well, there's if they. Well, I mean, I guess they're not counting Kamala Harris in that.
Yes,
Right
that's
now, as
true.
the vice president, she's the president of the Senate. I mean, I wonder who they're counting. Are they saying Republicans have 48?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe they haven't officially called Moreno yet.
They haven't officially.
Is
called
that
Moreno.
CNN pulling a parachute?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
How have they not called Sheehy in Montana?
I don't know.
Where's his race at?
I got nothing. I don't know. Yeah, that's what's confusing about this, because you said, all right, we've officially taken the Senate, but your other models are slow. So right now, according to the decision desk, you got Trump with 242 electoral votes, Harris 108, but the lion's share of her powerhouse on the left coast. And then we're watching Wisconsin.
I swear,
Trump is
Anasty,
up there
that
with 57%
those two words
in.
will forever
He's
be
beating
etched
Kamala
in
by
everybody's worst
22,000 votes.
nightmares,
So
and
49,
will
he's 49
always
to
be
48%
known who they
essentially.
come from. Mr. Speaker. The whole world will know
Michigan
exactly
still looks pretty good,
exactly
but only 29%
who
in.
you
Kamala's
are
got a
referring to.
So-
Am I wrong?
7-point lead.
Change my mind.
Fox is saying that the Kamala campaign
Mr.
has
Speaker.
ghosted them. Gone dark, no answers to any question, kicking inquiries to Wilmington, getting no answers at all. From
I
the
think
Kamala
they see a
campaign
new
right
big
now.
dog on the block, and they
None.
know their days are
Not a
numbered.
good sign.
Aw.
You know why that's like if you're a campaign and you're running in a tight race like this, like you're talking to the press, you're talking
Sorry,
to
I
the
didn't mean to
media.
break
We
the
feel
microphone
fine.
in
We
your
feel great.
ears.
Like this is going to be fine. Wait till these votes from these counties come in, and you'll see. Like, see what I'm saying? This election stuff at this point is down to a science, because the number of the votes at this point, once the polls close, are not really like speculative. You should know how many votes are in every single county. And so the fact that Kamala
Somebody's
has
got an
ghosted them
election
and is not
bell.
projecting strength, you say it's
I don't,
anecdotal, sure, but
somebody does. Let's see.
campaigns
I'm
don't do
telling
that.
you, I'm all about the vibes, brother. You and the commander there, your wife.
She's laughing at you. She knows I can be a little bit serious
Still running
with
neck
when
and
it
neck.
comes to stuff like this. Like,
Now-
listen, I was winning by 47,000 votes on 2020 in election night. Every outlet called the race for me on election night, and Trump,
Right.
by the way. And then 4 days later, the race flipped. So that's the basis for.
I
And
get it.
every single time I see President Trump, I'm like, you should be president right now. He's like, well, you should be Congress. You should be in Congress. So he remembers it.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. this
Every
around.
time I see him, he's like, those 30,000 ballots, they cheated those bastards. He says it to the kids. He's like, those bastards cheated 30,000 ballots.
writing
And he's
is on the
100% right.
wall,
That's exactly what
100%.
they did.
Right. All right. I believe Donald Trump knows what's going to happen. I believe that he sees and knows. How about you?
Oh, Wendy, I think Trump is known for a long time, and I just think there's nobody like him on the face of the planet. Where the guy's like rigged election, never once wavered even after.
When has he been wrong? When has he been wrong? Honestly,
Never
God,
been
when has
wrong.
he been wrong? He
He's
told
never
us
been
about
wrong.
the caravans coming up. He's like, look, you got a couple thousand people. This is 2019. He's like, you got a couple thousand people coming up from Guatemala, Venezuela,
Yeah.
China, whatever he said. And they were like, no, they're not. And then, here the people come. And it's like, no, duh. When the guy has been, I don't know when he's been wrong.
All right, so get this.
Okay, Sean, I have a real quick question, Sean.
Yeah. Yep.
So Fox is saying in Pennsylvania, 66% in, Trump is up 50.8 to 48.3.
Yeah. Yes.
How does she make that up? If
Philly,
he's already
Pittsburgh.
in.
Philly,
Oh, he's not
Pittsburgh.
in? Okay.
I mean, that's how she would make it up. Now you've got 86% in Allegheny, 62% in Philly. So 473,000 votes counted in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris is winning Philadelphia 77% to 21.5%. Okay. There are probably going to be 700,000+ votes counted in Philly. So here's the benchmark that everybody needs to be aware of in Philly. a Republican in order to win the state of Pennsylvania. And this goes back to the last 6 election cycles to when Toomey won his first term and even before Toomey. In order for a Republican to win the state of Pennsylvania, they must have at least 16 to 17% in Philly. Donald J. Trump has 21.5% in Philly. Now, 473,000 votes cast. There's going to be over 700,000 there. Those numbers can change. But as of now, Trump is overperforming in Philly.
Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Sean, I won't say it.
I
This mic
already
isn't
said
hot,
it.
by the way. Donald Trump is
Shit,
going to
what,
win.
20 minutes ago I said
Donald
it,
Trump
guys.
is going to win.
Somebody go back and timestamp this.
Well, look, Wisconsin.
We're at the
You look at
355
Wisconsin right now,
mark here
60%
now.
reporting.
Wow, 4 hours.
Trump up by just under 2 points.
I thought I was
Wisconsin has
prepared
cleaner
with
voter
2 full
rolls in
mugs of
Pennsylvania.
coffee.
And so it's
Apparently
harder
not,
for the
because
Democrats to cheat.
It's
So
dry.
all Trump has to do is pick one of those states off, and it's done.
Say that one more time.
Wisconsin has cleaner voter rolls than Pennsylvania. So it's harder for the Democrats to
love
cheat
this,
in
guys.
Wisconsin. Trump has a 2-point lead right now in Wisconsin with 60%
Oh, absolutely.
reporting.
The snowflakes are going to be melting.
all
We're going to be losing
Trump
their
has to
ever-loving
do
shit.
is win one of the states, Wisconsin, Michigan,
I've been talking
Pennsylvania.
about this
That's
for
it, and it's over.
A couple of weeks
That's it.
now, right? Some of them are prepared for extreme violence in the case
Doesn't
of
he have to win Arizona
Trump
and
winning.
Nevada to make
It's
that
crazy
through?
what could
Yes.
potentially
He's
happen.
up.
Well,
he's
no,
up by a
we've seen that
He's up by a
before.
handful in Arizona right now.
Brock,
Yeah.
find the electoral.
I did
find
say
the
20
decision
minutes
desk
ago.
interactive electoral map.
They're going to
Okay.
call PA. They're going to call PA.
Just
PA's
so,
going to
and
win.
color it with
Trump's going to get PA.
the 6 swing states as toss-ups, and everything else goes R and D. No surprises. There's a way that you can do it, and I'll show you that. Like you can. Trump doesn't have to win Nevada or Arizona to carry the electoral college. Doesn't have to. I'll show you here in a
Commies
second.
always project.
Okay, so here you have
100%. They're
Okay,
gonna
so
go
Brock-
absolutely stupid.
color Arizona toss-up.
Absolutely no doubt, Marianne.
Okay, color Georgia toss-up. Okay, the Georgia, North
The
Carolina
difference
toss-up.
is
Okay,
this
so
time,
there you go.
there will be accountability
So,
for them.
right
And
now-
I think a certain number of them know it. How
Color
far will they go?
Georgia. Yep. Yep. Now go Pennsylvania.
But
Done. Now uncolor. Go to back to toss-up for PA.
the libs are testing a new potential
So
hypersonic
go
weapon
to
tonight.
Wisconsin.
Why? Of all are they testing the last night they're in power potentially?
Done.
Testing
that
an
done? Was that
intercontinental
261?
ballistic
No,
hypersonic
He would need
missile.
Arizona.
What
Arizona
could go wrong?
in
Right?
that Arizona in that format.
How
Okay.
crazy could this shit
So,
show get?
Take
Remember we talked
Wisconsin
about
and Arizona
EMP
back to
strikes
toss-up.
last night?
Now
Who
color
effing
Nevada,
knows anymore?
Arizona
I
as
don't-
red.
This is looking way too red for
Okay. So there you
the
have 268
crazy
if Trump has the
eugenists.
with the Sun Belt, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. You can see that Trump's. This
And
is
then
why I've been
Canada's
nervous
gonna
all
get a
night.
flood of these
Because look at how much
psychopathic
red is on that map, Wendy.
liberal communist
And
side of the
it-
states.
If
Look how red that
Kamala
map
sweeps
is.
those Rust Belt states,
Panicked,
make them blue.
fleeing liberals are going to be flooding the
There, done.
shitstorm
Game
that
over.
Canada already
you
is.
see.
Yep.
So
Might be a win for
put it back
America.
to toss up.
Questionable for Canada if we don't get
Now
some shit
make
cleaned
Pennsylvania
up, right?
red.
The
Okay,
U.S. will
now
get some
take away
accountability,
Nevada.
I'm sure. Canada has a long ways to go for that to happen.
So now give Nevada to the Dems.
Emotional damage.
There, look at the score. And give Arizona to
Right?
the Dems.
You guys are, that's just absolutely every liberal.
Trump still wins
gonna be
even without
suffering some
Nevada or Arizona. All he has to do is win
damage.
Pennsylvania. See why Pennsylvania is important.
Yes.
So Trump has already won Georgia. He's already won.
Sean's getting
Wait,
pumped.
did we get a race call?
Maine Senate.
Wisconsin. Did Wisconsin go?
It is a great time to be alive. I am
No,
so
I didn't see
proud
that.
of being able to be in the doing what I can do in this time in history, place in history right now, in spite of every
I don't
single
believe that.
abuse our
No,
corrupt, crooked
Wisconsin.
establishment
Now,
could throw
Wisconsin
at
has
us.
him up by 30,000 votes with 60%.
Here we still
in.
are. I love you guys. Careful, Cedar. Careful.
Yeah. Okay.
Harris was nothing more than a media construct. And the media
The
ran out
grind,
of
you guys. Are you
lies
watching
to
this with us
construct.
at Decision Desk
Hollywood was
HQ?
not
That's what
creative
we're
enough.
watching.
So did you see why Maine, Pennsylvania is important? Did you see
Oh my
that?
God, yes. It was a
Because, like,
great illustration.
You can lose Arizona and you can lose Nevada and you win
I think so.
Pennsylvania. Look, Trump has already won Georgia. He's already won North Carolina. He wins Pennsylvania. It's done. It's done. And it doesn't
Exactly.
matter where the
I
other
called
states
it
fall.
half an hour ago.
I mean, obviously, we want to run up the score, right? But
Hell yeah, run up the score. Ding that bell.
I don't disagree. All right, Brock, we're at that witching hour. What do you want to do, guys? I know.
I still have a little beard left.
I don't even have a drink. This is criminal.
Well, tell Melanie to get on it.
I don't tell Melanie what to do. That doesn't go well.
Tonic.
It doesn't go well for me. I can lead men into combat. We could take 400 plus days of grueling firefight. 85% of us can get Purple Hearts. I can be shot and survive, but I will not.
She's feared. I mean, she would. I'm not saying she wouldn't get me a drink if I asked, but
California was just called Kamala. Oregon. Sit down, everyone. Don't spill your beer. Oregon was just called for. And Washington all called for Kamala.
Stay
just
on,
lost
Wendy.
Instagram.
Stay on, Wendy.
Trump.
I want to get us a little closer in Pennsylvania is what I want. That's what I'm
McCormick is up by over a point still with 67% in.
where, Brock?
67%.
Kamala's only
McCormick's
job
up
was to
1%.
provide
Allegheny
plausibility
County,
for the steel.
Kamala
to make
Harris
them,
up
to
by
make them
20%.
steel look legit.
59 to 39.
Wow.
Yep.
She had to make a Democrat victory look
Erie
plausible,
now.
and she
Kamala up
sucked.
56 to 43.
That's still, yeah. Like, come on. Like, what's
I
going
think
on in
there's
Erie?
more to come in yet.
God.
Yeah,
Sean
there's
G's
some-
losing years of his life right now.
the shenanigans cannot be
Yeah,
over
there's
yet.
delays.
There's no way.
Wendy always says,
these
I can
cucks
listen
and simps
faster
are
than you talk.
far too
Right?
desperate
I'm
to
like,
let this
Go
go
faster
without
than you can count.
exercising
Yeah.
every squeal and
Steve Garvey
trick and
lost.
shenanigan
and
and
just called
sketchy
for
shit
Adam
that they
Shithead.
have at
Shit.
their disposal. We're gonna hang out for a while yet.
I don't know. I'm worried about this.
Stop it.
I'm just being honest.
When we start to see all of the Kamala Harris people be excited again, that's when you need to worry.
Yep. I know.
So, apparently, Elon Musk, not that it matters, not that he's in charge of our elections. He has just declared that Donald Trump has won the election.
I'm gonna gamble
What the hell is he basing that on?
and go and try and make a coffee
Elon
in 3
will
minutes or
share.
less
Elon will,
and leave
He
you
can
with
land
these fine
rockets.
folks.
yeah, I know, but he will
and
share like
hopefully they don't
he
shut
will
down
share.
the
Hey, look at
train.
the vote by mail
So,
like margin. Republicans
on,
are on pace
folks.
for an historic victory in Pennsylvania. But yeah, there's a lot of variables there. Like, what if Republicans don't show up? Then the
Brock
vote by
Schneider
mail
was-
margin doesn't work. You know.
Steve Kornacki, who's on the spectrum, is reporting Kamala Harris is underperforming in Philly when compared to Biden in 2020.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that's what I was just saying. Like, if you look at Philadelphia, Trump with 21.5% of the vote. Yeah, I'd say so.
I can share it. Do you want me to share it, Brock? Or are you going to do it? This is, I want to just get this up for you guys. CNN, Abby Phillip losing a little bit of her mind. Apparently, there is no joy over in Camp Kamala. So let's see if we can pull it up. He's looking. Hang tight. This is for Sean's benefit.
Yes, please show me.
I know. I can do it. Want me to do it? He's working on it. He's working on it. Here we go.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots. So that's very, very slowly.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment. Yeah, Jake.
There's a fissure in the wall of confidence, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I agree.
And that makes me happy.
I still want to play something, but I don't want to get Sean upset.
What? Play it. Play it. Can't dance yet.
I know. We just like to torture you. I love your frustration, but I don't. I hope you're not an "I told you so" kind of guy.
Me?
Yes. Oh,
No,
Joy Reid is sounding panicky. Joy
Oh my
Reid.
God! Play all the panic.
All right, hold on. Brock, do you want me to send it to you? Huh? Yes. Oh, look at him. He's like, send it to me. Only I can do it.
Damn, Trump is up by 3.
You can go ahead and do it if you think you can do it.
Trump is up by 3 in Pennsylvania with 70% reporting. Holy shit.
Let's go! To quote Elon Musk, it's gonna be amazing. Sorry.
Just blonde.
Oh, I love
Really
when
blonde.
when Joy Reid
Dark and
loses her
strong.
ever-loving mind. Can somebody dress her better? Sorry.
Exactly, right?
All right, here
Way
we go.
too far.
I did. Didn't I? No. Yes.
You just think about the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children and the threats to do mass deportation and violent start to his dictatorship on day one.
Foundation
And
of
you name it.
propaganda and
If all of that
counter-propaganda.
gets you half of the votes,
49%.
what does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us?
I think
you just think.
What does that say about us? It says that we're done with your freaking lies and
waves of
propaganda,
nausea.
you twit.
Epic.
It's so distasteful. It's so disingenuous. It's so objectively false, and it's so demonstrably disproven.
And
Stop
75
lying.
years to
Can
explain
I
why,
make
right?
comedic relief? Maybe if Trump gets in, the economy will get better and she'll be able to get wigs again. Because her hair just
Not
looks
today, but I
atrocious.
don't mind.
Her hair
it
looks
when
like
it's
Trump's.
It looks worse than Trump's. I didn't think that was possible.
Trump has some good hair,
It
man.
was bad. I thought the comb over was bad. That's worse.
All right, let's get back to. All right, we're still
Went
checking
to
out
bed,
this
Linda,
stuff.
or wet the bed?
Pennsylvania,
Or
yes.
both?
They're calling
Make
Moreno
that a
right
multiple choice question.
Pennsylvania has Trump by 3.5.
100%. All right, let's check in.
I know.
Haven't seen the
70
map.
70% in. Look,
Let's see.
at what percentage in,
Oh, look at
Sean,
this.
are
Look
you
at this.
comfortable with? the
81%.
result?
All right, look at the
Chance
margin. Like you do
for
the math.
presidential
Help me do
winning
the math. I'm
chance.
not a math person. It looks
Really?
like
That's not
200
looking
and
great.
some thousand votes, right?
Oh,
So come on over here to Philly. 508
Oh, look at
votes, 508,000 votes counted. There's going to be probably close to between 700 and 6,000
I'm pretty sure
to
they're all the liberals are
730,000
wetting the
votes in
beds
Philadelphia.
tonight.
So if you look at So there's probably another 200,000 votes out of the Philadelphia area. And then you have to count the suburbs like Chester, Montgomery County, which is going to go heavily for the Democrat Party. It's only 46% in. So there are still hundreds of thousands of votes left to be cast here. And so Trump is up by a couple 100,000. That's great, but there are still several 100,000 votes left to go.
All right, so we're gonna hang tight until we get closer on that. Is that so? Presidential win chance, Donald Trump now, decision desk giving him an 81.7% chance of winning.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
pretty
see.
sweet, right?
Look, it said the same thing during
The
2020.
fear
I know. You know what? You
that will
have
be in the swamp creatures.
election PTSD.
I say it all the time. I agree.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah, I definitely do. I saw the cheating in 2020. It has bothered me ever since because, hey, look,
The
I
blue
played
ones
sports
are,
my whole
yes.
life. I played the ultimate sport on the battlefield.
I
where
know,
if you
right?
lose, you die. I'm very competitive, but I know how to accept loss. I did not lose in 2020. They cheated.
Right. And nobody
so
was
I know how
proactively
it
paying
feels like to
attention,
have the
or
rug
not
pulled out
enough.
from underneath you. And by the way,
Last
Trump
time.
feels the same way.
This
But
time,
it's not just me. There were
different
other
story.
candidates all across the country who left it all on the field, right? In the 2020 election. And so that's why I'm cautious. I'm not trying to doom, but that's why I'm cautious. That's all. I'm just looking
No.
at the math, you know?
They are.
No, you have a way different lived experience than I do, and I love yours.
Well, thank you for being so gracious and giving me grace.
They can eat the
No,
bugs.
I get it.
Hell yeah.
I get it. All right, so let's pop through.
Dead
Brock
people
Schneider has
donate
apparently
an
gone through
awful
his
lot
peeve-
to the NDP
peeve-
party in Canada
wait.
too.
We've got Idaho
saying.
in, we've got Oregon. What? Oregon, they're shading, well, please. Oregon is going to go totally blue. We know that, but Donald Trump is in the lead with only 8% reporting. California's already been called. Colorado, yes. You know, your strongholds now have literally boiled down
Make sure you're
to
subscribed here too. If you're just tuning
California,
in for the first
Colorado,
time.
Illinois, and New York. And then you're,
This is a pretty international
Connecticut,
community. If you
et cetera,
haven't
et cetera, New
seen this
Hampshire, blah, blah,
platform
blah.
before, you can
But
thank a
Trump wins everything else.
censorship junkie,
I mean, and
lunatic,
look,
liberal,
If
psychopathic,
we are managed to pull this out,
Marxist,
then
liberal
our
near
mission
you.
has to become the dismantling of the Democrat Party. Totally, complete offense the whole time. Like, can't quit.
Tim
I
Robeson,
know, right?
26, writes, we
Population
all feel this
density
way, Sean. I haven't
doesn't
slept in
represent the
24
entire
hours. I can't sleep.
state.
She
Same as
can't win in
Canada's
Jesus'
problem
name.
up here too.
I
That's
get it.
exactly how I feel. And like, look,
Big problem up
I
here.
get it.
if you believe they cheated in 2020, then what? And I'm not saying they cheat in every election. There is something to
Put a
too
1
big to
in the
rig.
chat
That is a
if
real
you
thing.
believe they cheated.
Trump was a genius
A
for coming up
2
with that
if you
tagline.
think
But I'm just saying, if they cheated
that
then,
it was a
it stands to
fair
reason that
election
and
in
they've cheated in every
2020.
election since 1864.
Let me see the
then what
ones and the
makes
2s in
this
the
one
chats,
different?
guys.
And so,
Please.
but what makes this one
Curious.
different is that people are showing up in force. It looks like.
Can I say that
Michelle,
with
Carol,
30% in, Fox is showing that Rogers is up on Slotkin, 50-47.
Wow.
How is the decision desk this far behind?
Yes.
If Rogers beats Slotkin, Trump wins Michigan.
Right.
That's just that because Trump will outperform Rogers.
I concur.
That's a pretty big deal.
Awful lot of ones. I agree.
I'd also like to give a shout out to
2020 was right in Canada too. That was going to be my next question. Give us a 1 if you think the last Canadian election was rigged.
2 seconds.
2
Wait a
if you
second.
think it was
Rich
legit.
Ferris is in his house.
Yeah, get him in here. Rich, oh, there he is. Rich Barris.
gonna
Where's
get-
Wendy? Where's Wendy?
Hold on.
Canada rigged too.
Oh, all right, Rich.
Hi,
Listen,
baby.
Of
Let's
course,
go.
you know Wendy. I just have to say, I am not
I
dooming.
love
I am
these
not
guys. It was the
dooming.
best coverage
I'm
I
just
could give
saying,
Canadians was to
you
bring Wendy
laughing.
and
I'm
Brock
just
and Sean
saying,
on.
I
And
know
now
what
Rich,
it's like to
I'll
have the
shut
rug
up and
pulled
let
out
you
from
guys listen
underneath
to
you
hear
when you're
the real
running. So I'm
experts.
looking at the numbers.
Got PTSD, Sean.
That's what Wendy just said the same thing. Now listen, I'm not seeing anything in the numbers that concerns me. I am looking at the outstanding vote count in Philly. About 500,000 votes counted in Philly. They're probably going to be close to between 706 to 730 votes in Philly, right? 30,000 votes. So there's still a couple 100,000 votes left there. And also the surrounding suburbs. Which will
Stop
trend
talking.
blue.
Sean, stop talking. Rich, is Trump going to pull out Pennsylvania?
Right now, the problem she has, Wendy, is that she needs a clean sweep of the Rust Belt, and she is disadvantaged in all three of them by a significant amount. So his likelihood of winning Pennsylvania, I can give it to you right now. Don't let my brain do it. I'll give it to you the way we have machines for this, buddy. They count.
I don't want Sean to melt down on me. I got to protect him.
Yeah, actually, it went higher since I jumped on with you. It was at 66%, which means it's leaning, like the 2/3 likelihood. It leans to Trump. It actually is up now. It's just below 70%. So it's very difficult. And what is it telling me? Ballpark 2 points. That's what it's saying. So that's with, by the way, assuming that she gets her 700K in Philadelphia. The reason is that he's doing better in urban areas. Allegheny now, because I was looking at the Allegheny number until somebody in my chat was like, there it is. Because I said he's got to get at least 39% in Allegheny.
Correct.
Got to. And with 89% of the vote in, he's just about to crack 40. He may end up around 41, and that is historic, Sean.
It is.
You know what it is? Some black men couldn't vote for her. I mean, that's really what we're just seeing. The numbers don't make sense any other way. Then look at his numbers in Philadelphia.
21.5% in Philly.
There will be some late arriving ballots. You know how this works, guys. You got till 8 p.m. to get those ballots in the drop boxes. They'll go around. They'll grab them up. It just doesn't look like it's going to be enough. I mean,
agree.
They have to break her away, and they got to break her away real soon. Let me just look real quick again. Okay, so Bucks is going to go to Trump.
You think?
Go to Trump. Right now, she's got a...
Holy shit, it is. I'm looking at it.
Vote lead. And I know the numbers. I'm talking to some of the officials on the ground there. We just spoke to one who counts votes, and Trump won the early vote in Buckingham Lower 1, which was insane. He won it by like 19 votes, which we thought he would lose because, he got crushed last time in the early vote.
He got crushed.
Republicans did better, but I just didn't expect it. It's a bellwether township in Buckingham. And he won the early vote by like 16 votes, I think he said. And then in the election day vote, he won by about 200 and change. And that was with Democrats pumping out at the last minute. I think, do you remember you and I had a conversation
We got dibs
in the
on that
polling?
one,
Everyone was
ladies and
talking about the
gentlemen, boys and
Republican
girls,
woman
grannies and
that
gators.
was going to abandon Trump.
Gotta be an hour ago now. We called PA.
The Kamala campaign, and the media ran with it, totally unchallenged.
There
right?
are moments where I love my life now.
We saw, Sean, was that 13% of Democratic men were crossing over to vote for Trump. And when you're looking at subsamples like that, 7 to 9% is not much at all. And that's what we were getting out of Republican women. Over in the teens, mid to low teens, now you're starting to get significant for a subgroup sampling
I think
error.
it's interesting.
And it was telling us that I think there were just some men who were like, hell with it. I'm not going to change my registration, but I'm not voting for her. And it's the only way this works. This math works.
People watching.
Also, look at some of these more educated areas. I wouldn't be surprised if Bucks
hundreds
goes
elsewhere.
to Trump by a couple of points and
And
swings
the
back.
follower numbers
One of
are
the
still going
supervisors
down.
I talked to over there, Paul, great guy. And Bucks is going to be plus or minus 3,000
The math
votes.
ain't
He's been
math.
saying that for weeks. Even if it
As
was
a
minus
Canadian
3,000 votes,
podcaster
Trump's
anyway.
still in good shape. And months. He's literally been saying this since the beginning of summer. late
I could
spring.
have
He's
fun
like,
with
we
that
just-
if,
this is the
if
work
Trump
we
was
did
in
on the ground.
office. But
This is what we did. This is the groundwork we laid.
I could
We
work with
heard
Trump.
those voters who said, I went for Biden. I don't like some of this stuff.
Could not work
We
with
heard them. We figured out what other
Democrat.
issues they cared about more than Trump's attitude. So you guys remember the signs. You probably got them all over. Vote policy, not personality.
Yes.
Accident wasn't an accident.
Sacrificial
So
lamb.
also that group 10x votes, I was just going through some of the numbers. They targeted 1.7 million low propensity voters. I just ran this morning, the last list of like, here's what you got to vote, guys.
I think everybody's going to sleep a little better tonight.
In Michigan, They got 579,000. The goal was 300. All right. So these are low to no propensity votes that you and I had these conversations. I don't think I can pick these people up in the polls. I'm going to try, but I don't think I can do it. And most people like Marist, right? And all these other pollsters, they'll see that they have no vote history and they don't give a damn what the person tells them. You're likely, you're certain to vote. They're just going to screen him out, brother. They're just going to screen him out. Meanwhile, they're going to keep every voter who voted in 2020. That's the only mark they have on their voter file for vote history. Because why? Because they voted for Biden. And it'll make their poll look better. It's obvious what they did. It's like obvious at this point, So, would you rather be Trump or Kamala Harris? Trump is very likely to carry Arizona, probably in the neighborhood of 4 points. Georgia and North Carolina are gone. I don't know why the AP hasn't called them. They're gone. That leaves her only path through the Rust Belt, and she's got to sweep all three. But she is not favored in any of them. So you tell me.
Really excellent question.
Well, obviously Trump.
It's not even a question.
Where's Biden?
Not even a question. And honestly, our forecast is creeping up here a little bit. It was like just Steve Bannon is just yelling at me like, you are below the New York Times, man. Because he's like, what kind of chance you giving Trump, giving Trump here? And I at the time, I think it was in the 70s, but it was looking like, real for Trump. So I don't know what they're at now. Let's see.
It's all about
oh
the
my God,
community,
yeah, they're
Lisa,
at 80%.
right?
Ours
We've been
probably
building this
is somewhere
community
around
and
there now, 83.1.
there's
So yeah, well,
a few
there's a lot
thousand
that has to
remainers
break
that are
their
still
way
hanging
here.
on.
And
We're here. Made it to
Well,
the end of this,
What's
anyways.
the one thing you were not expecting? You were not expecting that is happening or that
probably
is
in
about to
depends.
happen that is surprising.
I did not think. I knew Trump was doing better with college whites, and I'm like, these people are just full of.
There's actually kind of a push mockingly
But like,
asking
take a
Elon to
county,
just
for
buy
instance,
Canada. It'd
like
be cheaper.
Oakland County in Michigan. Okay, I expect that she'll pick some of that margin back up. I watched Biden do it
Amen.
in 2020.
Amen.
It looked like it was getting a
We
little
all end up
closer,
in the
then it
same
blew
hell
back
with
up.
Kamala and
But Oakland
Dustin.
County's almost 80%
Keep going.
in. Right now, Harris is leading 54.3 to 43.8. So about 10 points. Biden carried it by 60 points.
That's crazy.
Which
By how many
question
points?
has Trump
He
been
carried it
asking
by
in the last
16.
few days? I want to know
That
which one I
is
got right.
Educated.
Yes.
Very, it is not Macomb County, Michigan. It's not Saginaw even. It's Oakland. They got money. They got degrees. They're professionals. They're like dentists and lawyers and, so he did better, but I didn't think it would. The polling did show that. It did. But I didn't want to, I don't know. I guess I didn't want to believe it. I mean, you and I talked
What
about
is
it.
up with you people? What is up with you people?
Cautious.
Do I need to come kick some ass? Because you people with your stupid ass numbers
You
are pissing
don't-
me off.
To Wendy
You
Bell.
better come on my show tomorrow. I've got a 10:30 spot open for you, so I plan on you being there.
Guys, don't listen to Wendy Bell. She's. Say hi, Wendy. Say hi.
Hello. So all the people who are not listening to you or us.
One of a kind, and her show is great. It's so yeah, this is where people are like asking. Oh, look at this. Darren Constantine said Wendy's the best. Teresa says love Wendy Bell. All right,
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, can you smile? Sean, smile. Sean, smile.
I am.
Look how close Illinois is. Look at. By the way, Iowa is Trump 56 to 43. So up yours, Ann Seltzer. And I'm coming for you.
Right?
And then Ohio.
Seltzer needed a new slip.
And she needed a new slip. She showed her slip pretty bad, didn't she? And
That was Savage Laura.
Yeah, this is Laura. She's
How savage? Let's see her glitzy little hand. Does she have a glitzy hand?
not in the room. She's in the
okay.
Because our mics still clash. She was in here before, but the mics clash. So, like, by the way, listen. She said that if they call the election for Donald Trump, she will go on camera on Locals.
Wait, on Locals. Is she are you coming on the show tomorrow? And are you coming on the show for Savage Wednesday tomorrow?
A Savage Wednesday, brother. I'll come on there for
Dude, hey, 10:30 here first.
You got to go on. Oh yeah, of course.
I love Wendy. Yeah, we could do both. I really think it's 11:25. I know what they're probably going to try to do here, but in the case of Wisconsin, we really are just waiting on the rest of Milwaukee. It's starting now to trickle in. Interestingly, Trump is actually outperforming where he was in Milwaukee in 2020 by a few points, which was an improvement actually from how he did in 16, if I remember correctly. But he was in the 20s. He's sitting right now at around 31% in Milwaukee, and there's a lot of like election day vote to count here. You know, New York. Oh, I'm being flagged to look at this. New York. My good. New Jersey's only 6 points.
That's insane.
New York is 12. This is a tri-state area. I don't have to tell you guys the overlapping demographics in the tri-state area, the overlapping media markets in the tri-state area. So New Jersey, that height was real. I'm looking. Gloucestershire. He looks like 2, 4. That's a big swing. Okay, he's going to end up, well, it's 95% in. We'll see. He carried Gloucestershire, was about a tie. Monmouth was only 4 points in 2020, you know, where Freehold is, Howell Township. And then south of that is Ocean, where Lakewood is, huge Hasidic Jew population. And the left rabbi put out the endorsement for Trump the other day, which went gangbuster. The line was huge.
I saw that. That was nutty.
Trump's vote share of Jews in this
8%.
It's insane.
68%. By the way, Trump carried Hispanics in Michigan 60 to 35.
What do you see about Carrie Lake?
She's running. I mean, we there's a disparity in the vote that's being reported for the presidency versus Senate. She's got to pick it up real quick. We expect Trump to do about 4 points better than what he's doing in Arizona right now. It's that's outstanding. That would, if everyone voted the same, that would put her within 1 point. I mean, it's looking.
How is she that far behind Trump, Rich?
This is interesting because McSally polling like 7 points behind Trump in Arizona in my 2020 polling, and then that didn't happen.
Yeah.
You know, very close.
Yes.
And I kind of expected that again, but she is running like what it looks like 5 points behind Trump. So if he wins Arizona by 4, she would lose it by a hair.
All right, I have to ask you this. So Donald Trump in this decision desk showing us 51.2 to Kamala's 47.9 in Pennsylvania. They've shaded it red. McCormick is up. Yes, you feel good. Yes, this is going to continue, or Sean should still have that look on his face.
There is, I'm looking at an update right now. Let me just look at Philly again real quick, just to make sure what I'm being told is true here. Oh, God, it is true. So now she's up to 418,000 votes in Philly. Let's call it 419 in Philly, okay? Trump is actually still at 22% of the vote. So that's a little over 70% that's reported, all right? If there were 175,000 left, that's ballpark what it is. Because New York Times showing more than us. We're not. I listen to us. I don't know. Do you trust the New York Times? I don't.
No.
Ballpark.
Why are you on my show and not the New York Times?
Exactly. If let's ballpark this and say there's 175,000 votes.
Not well.
If
Scrambling, playing grab
all of
ass,
them,
pointing fingers,
everyone,
sacrificing
100%,
other political
she would
lambs.
only be
And
ahead
that's
by
how
11,000
the mercenaries
votes
in media
statewide.
are doing.
That's with nothing else coming in.
Rich, say that again.
Okay. So Philadelphia is
She
about
wins all the outstanding votes that haven't been counted. She's only up by 11. Oh, what happened?
That's what they're all thinking.
There he is. Don't leave me. Uh-oh. We can't hear you.
We lost you, Rich. We lost you. We can't hear you.
Oh. Can you text him, Sean?
Yeah.
We'll get him back. What's going on with the audio? Hold on. Can't hear you. All right, you'll call back. All right, thank you. See, he has too much fun when I put him on the spot, Sean. You still have that face on, and I'm desperate before I go to bed, which I probably
It's
do.
not a it's just my
know.
face. It's just my normal face.
I know your face. I love your face, but you've got that thing going on.
It's just my normal face. This is my game face. This is the face of me, like being a combat mission planner in Afghanistan. I'm in mission planning mode. We win. Like, that's it. And until it's a done deal, I can't let my hair down.
Just looking at those numbers though, that's nutty. They've shaded Pennsylvania red. (51.2), 75% of the vote in, 51.2 to Trump, 47.9 to Kamala. McCormick is still up. Let me see. McCormick is still up. Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 49.1. McCormick is he's 73% and he's almost 2 percentage points ahead of Bob Casey Jr.
Listen to this. My guy who's a bigger doomer than me on all this stuff. He thinks Trump is going to win by 1 to 2 points in Pennsylvania. He is much bigger doomer than me. He thinks Trump is going to win Pennsylvania by 1 to 2 points. Like, a big doomer, but there's nobody smarter on Pennsylvania than this guy. He said black men check, Hispanics check, 2016 margin in the Royals check, suburbs even check. This guy is the smartest guy in the world on Pennsylvania, and he's saying a 1 to 2 point lead in PA.
But Sean's still not smiling.
He's in battle mode.
That's exactly right.
Correct.
Y'all have to give him some grace. Brock, I'm going to run to the restroom, hop in real fast. I'll be right back, and then we'll figure out what we want to do. Figured out I'm not going to be sleeping tonight, so.
Listen, I think
I'm surprised her bladder held out this long. So this guy, knows Pennsylvania politics
better than anybody I've ever met.
Better than Savage Rich?
All this guy does is Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
So this guy. So like, this guy, like Savage Rich and this guy are completely different kinds of people. The guy I'm talking about has run statewide races, multiple statewide races in Pennsylvania, and won. And all he does is Pennsylvania. He's a specialist.
Me too.
And he's saying
they say they're all coming to Canada.
In PA.
Close the border.
That's what he's saying.
What's Commander Melanie saying? She called the Ohio Senate race before everyone else.
Yeah. Well, Commander Melanie, I don't know. What do you think?
I'm going to take a shot in the dark.
You know what? She also has PTSD from 2020.
So I'm looking at the decision.
I'm going to send Sean a text,
Michigan,
and see if he'll join us for a couple of minutes.
Can you imagine if he swept them? That's crazy.
Your timeline changes from like results to just memes from our side. That's
yeah.
The celebrities there, right? Remember when Jane Fonda went to Fort Mac? What a joke.
I'm thinking I'm going to get no sleep tonight.
You're
But
right.
this,
We do not
a
need
Trump
them.
win
Don't
would
want
be
them, can't
worth
afford them, even if we did.
no sleep.
You're going to get a call tonight in Pennsylvania. That's going to happen. They're not going to stop counting. Like
Should I try
they
and
can't
get
stop
Sean on
counting.
after
You're going to
this?
get a call tonight in PA. Trump's up 4 right now in the state.
Election alert. New York Times election forecast projects Trump wins the popular vote by 1% and wins 301 electoral votes. Do you wash your hands?
Yes.
Alex Lace, your buddy Alex Lace, Sean, says breaking huge batch of mail-in ballots expected to drop in Philly at 11:50 p.m.
He's joking.
And just so people can see what Sean talked about earlier, Mark Cuban projected to be an aging lesbian.
Rosie O'Donnell's, or never
That
mind.
might win the internet. Alex
may.
Jones is saying Trump is on path to declare victory within an hour.
Oh, I'll be hanging out.
Only market is 100% chance for Trump to win.
Charades. Giant game of charades in theater. Bread and circus.
Can you imagine if they get the House, Senate,
Energy
and the
basket.
presidency?
Yes.
We get some shit done in this country.
Yes.
They had it before, and Republicans totally screwed the pooch. We're gonna make sure that does not happen this time.
Amen.
Listen. What we need to be focused on now is not just winning.
The wall.
We got to get the House, the Senate, and the presidency back. But now it's
protecting Trump.
You've heard me talk about this. The most dangerous time in this nation's history, certainly in my lifetime, will be from today
The rest
until
of
January
Trump's days.
21st.
They got to keep him in a bunker.
All the bad guys still have every lever of power in this country. And then the next step becomes, what do we do?
Costa Rica's changing their mind about him.
What do we do with Jamie Raskins and his?
It's Raskin. It's not an S. S on the end of his name. There never has been.
Anyways, what do we do with him, Sean? And the certifying the election. Will he even have a say if they win all three? Because doesn't the House get seated before the certification?
Criminals get justice.
I mean, they're going to listen to me. The Democrats are going to do whatever they can to keep Trump out of that White House. They'll roll out some hope. They're going to say, listen, they've already done it. They've already said it. They've already accused him of being an illegitimate president. They've already.
They're going to go section. They're going to do Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. They're going to try to derail him as an insurrectionist. All of the bullshit involving that you all know better than isn't going to prevent the deranged lunatics.
No, I think you're right. I don't think they want him. He might
So they
try,
vote
though.
for 3 for Trump. Okay, good.
Listen to this, Wendy. 75% of the Philly vote is in. It actually looks like, yes, 72%, 75%.
It hasn't moved in the last half hour.
There's probably, let's see, in Philly, 549.
For the rest of his
so there's
days.
probably about 172,873 votes, 172,000 approximately votes left in Philly. Let's say if Harris won 100% of those votes, she would only lead Trump by less than 8,000 statewide. Are you following me?
Yes.
So hardly any of Cambria County's in. Less than half of York is in.
Right.
These are overwhelmingly Trump counties.
Yes.
And thousands of votes still to be counted in other huge counties like Luzerne. She can't, if this holds out, she can't win. She cannot win Pennsylvania. I mean,
Cautiously optimistic.
So Harris HQ, it's looking kind of somber. Not looking good for Fox News right now. Oh, look at them. Everybody looks kind of sad. I don't mean to feel good about that, but it's been 4 freaking years.
oh, I feel good about it.
It's been 8 freaking years. These clowns, instead of doing one of anything
Criminals. Not
that
just
was
clowns.
beneficial for this country.
Clowns to the left of me,
They
crooks
decided
to
to
the
launch
right.
into all
Here
this
we are.
BS. I
Good
hope
thing I
you're
don't think for a
suffering.
living, right?
Trump up by, looks like 30,000 votes in Michigan.
Go ahead.
Trump up by, holy shit, 70,000 votes in Wisconsin. Trump up by 200,000+ votes in Pennsylvania. This is historic.
Let's go, Brock. Play
This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this is a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again,
that's going to be the thing. It's not going to be the victory. It's going to be the moving of the American electorate further to the right. And you can't blame it. You can't blame it. You can't blame common sense moms and dads. You can't blame grandparents who see the jazz that's going on with their grandchildren. You can't blame Hispanics and Black voters for seeing what's happening at the southern border, this invasion, and these people invading our land, taking jobs, and then this overarching laziness that is it's infected our country post-COVID. Like, nobody wants to get up and go to work anymore. It's like we've got a fundamental new paradigm that we got to figure out. And if you guys don't think the whole world is watching, oh my Lord. Absolutely. I'm looking at Trump HQ right now.
We're definitely watching.
Yes. People are getting excited. They're feeling the momentum.
The whole world's going to have us take a sigh of relief and sleep better tonight.
Zombie
Think
apocalypse.
about that.
They're
The
like,
whole world.
what? Where have you been? You have punched people. You have stolen. You have lied. You have cheated. You have defrauded. You have molested everything that this country is based on. And the patriots of this country are taking it back. And there are a lot of Democrats who are part of that, apparently.
80% reporting in Pennsylvania. Man. Trump is closing in on Erie.
51 to 47.
Yep.
It's the same 94% in Allegheny County, Kamala 59%, Donald Trump 39. 20 points. That's giant. Cambria County, only 2%, no, 21% in. It's neck and neck.
Amen, Marianne. Where else in Canada are you going to get this
Not
kind
in
of
Cambria County.
coverage?
Dauphin County,
This is
63% in, Kamala Harris in the lead. At Philadelphia County, let's see. 424,119. So she's got about a 300,000 vote edge with 72% reporting.
God, that's unbelievable.
And is that the importance of that early vote, Sean?
Yes, that's exactly what this is. I'm like going through the numbers right now. This is what the early vote. This is when you fight with the way. Listen, the Democrats. Yeah, and look, the Democrats, they're a bunch of mamby-pamby losers that wake up at noon every day.
It's going to be
God,
brutal.
I'm sorry, but we do. When we figure out what the game is, Republicans execute better than they do, and that's what's happening right now. We are kicking their asses. These numbers do not work for Kamala.
Nope. This is coming around. The whole world is coming
Let's see
out of
what
this satanic
Bucks is
lullaby.
doing.
Like we talked about last night.
Bucks now is
This is the beginning
600,
of the beginning of the
600
end.
votes for Kamala. 49.7 to 49.4.
Yuval Noah Harari stated that yesterday. Remember, we covered that yesterday. Last night's show
Yeah.
was
Where are you at?
phenomenal,
You're at
guys.
Bucks. Yeah.
Don't be afraid to go and catch up on that one.
Trump is going to take that over. Trump's going to win Bucks County. I'm looking at it now. 51% in the trends in the state. I mean, Trump's up 175,000 votes right now. You look in Philadelphia, 72% in.
We're taking
Trump's
part
getting
in history,
21%
not
of the
just
vote in
watching
Philly.
it, Marianne.
You cannot win
We've
as
all
a Democrat
fought
state.
long and hard
Like
for
Republicans
this
have to
night.
have 17%.
And even as a
That's the
Canadian, I
baseline
tip
for
my hat
Republicans
to
to win a
Donald
state in
Trump
Philly.
here today.
Trump has 21%.
The world needs
Unless
this.
there's a significant change,
He's not
it's not
perfect.
possible for her to win.
He's not
And
Jesus.
I mean, assuming
He's
that
man-
Republicans have
the
turned
best
out the
man
way
right
that we
now.
needed them to turn
And
out
in this
everywhere
day,
else, it's not possible
Given the
for them to win.
options,
It's
he
just
can
not.
be the only choice.
I'm not seeing. I've been like sitting here quietly going through the numbers.
Always
I'm just
will
not
be.
seeing.
People are bought in as well. I'm sure they don't look happy. They're scrambling in panic mode right now. And we're right. Conspiracy theorists are correct yet again. Amen. Marianne.
I just did a sprinkler with it.
Wait, do the sprinkler again?
We deserve this. They can suck it. Suck it good. I can't wait to
thumbs up
drive
from
by
Wayne's
my
World on
neighbor's
that one.
house.
Bob is going to be in shambles.
Oh, Bob, you little twerp.
Farquaad's going to be in shambles.
Well, as Brett Baer seems very serious. Election alert. Do we have one?
Throw a comment. How do you
Virginia.
expect
Okay, so
things
you
to
called
change
Virginia.
and how quickly?
Got it.
Or do you think they'll change? I want to see
She
some
managed to
comments
pull
on
away
this.
by a miraculous
Guys,
140,000
give me some
votes
feedback
there,
here.
but okay.
What
Whatever it is,
changes tomorrow?
152,000
When you wake up
votes.
tomorrow, will
Let's-
life be different?
Everybody's looking at Pennsylvania.
They haven't stopped trying to
everybody's looking
destroy
at
Trump. We
Pennsylvania.
called Pennsylvania over an hour ago now.
177,000 lead. Wait, how many?
They won't stop trying to destroy Trump
177,270 with 80% reporting.
as long as he breathes.
I don't see it. I don't see how it works.
Do we have to stay live? We got to stay live. I mean, at this
Yes.
point, I'm just going to stay up.
At some point, we all need to turn on MSNBC and watch them panic and cry.
Well, yeah. Do we have a stream for that? There, Brock. We still have 6,000 people watching us live.
Look at the bags under my eyes here, Wendy. I am younger than you. This is ridiculous. Em, you want to come in and say hi? You want to see my daughter?
Of course.
Okay, all right. You don't have to come on the live stream. Sorry for volunteering anybody, but she's here. My daughter just walked in the room. My daughter, Emma.
Well, hi,
You
Emma.
want to give your prediction on the election? Emma just said Trump's going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How old is
I know.
Emma?
She's 14. I know how old she is. I just didn't know if you could hear her. You don't want to come over? Okay, you don't have to, hon. You don't have to. It's possible for your hair to look gross. What's that, Wendy?
And that she speak to me now.
Her hair is all wet. She just got out of the shower. She thinks her hair looks gross. It would be
Okay.
impossible for your hair to look gross.
No, you're darling, and we know
There's only 6,000 people watching at midnight.
it.
So Dave is up 86,000. Trump is up 170,000. So you're seeing Trump overperform Dave, but the fact that Dave is up by 80,000 It's just.
So Senate, yes, it's
I
Dave
said that
McCormick
too.
is up by, according to Decision Desk, he's still at 51 to Kamala's 40, or to Bob Casey's
Anything could
49.
change in the
And
greatest
he's
show
up
on earth.
by,
Tom.
it looks like 120,000 votes with
Oh,
77.
really, Dave McCormick?
100%.
Where are you looking at, Wendy?
I'm looking at the Senate Decision Desk under the
Oh, you
Senate.
are? Okay.
Oh, I'm praying, Kelly. The world
We've got
really
two
needs a
sites
little
open.
more
We've got the
justice.
Pennsylvania Secretary
Hashtag
of
more
State. We've got
justice.
Decision Desk. So Trump is up, but Trump is up 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. Trump is up. Trump's going to sweep the Rust Belt. Trump's on pace for a 312 electoral vote victory tonight. What's going on with Joy Reid over here?
Oh, let's see it. Let's go.
In class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you have you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system.
Talk about what matters.
Call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that? You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it, right?
You make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next governor in Washington. Republican opponent Dave Reichert, but Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the winner there. I had mentioned that we were going to talk about some of the tight Senate races that we've got right now. We are still going to do that, but I want to go first to Philadelphia. Our own Jacob Soboroff is at the tabulation center in Philly, which is kind of the center of the political universe right now. Jacob, what are you saying?
Rachel, last I spoke with you, we were at this door with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the tabulation of the ballots and all election administration in Philadelphia. We expect another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time. And I have some specific numbers that may or may not be useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time. And that would leave a total universe, according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left. But that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning, there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I will just let you know, Jacob.
And let's take a look. Here come these additional trucks. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly.
Here, I'll give you one more peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Nobody cares.
Thank you very much.
Shut up. It's so uncomfortable. It just, I think so many of the Band-Aids have been ripped off. By the way, they just put up on the same screen, or over here at Fox, they put up that McCormick is up by 120,000 votes on Casey. It's too close to call.
Oh, it's not for a Senate. No way. Not for a Senate race. That is not true. If McCormick's up 120,000 votes,
yes,
Trump is overperforming McCormick. No, Trump is like that is. I don't know. Like I don't know what the percent is. 81% in. I'm just the math
It's
doesn't work.
77% in, 2.82 million to 2.71 million. So over 110,000 votes. Yeah.
Yeah,
McCormick is up 51 to 49.
That's not statistically insignificant. Like if he were up, let's say Wendy, if McCormick were up, I mean, look, Republicans are going to win. I think Republicans are going to. Gosh, I wish Kari Lake would. That race is going to be close. If Dave were only up 20 to 30,000 votes, I'd say this is going to be a close race. He's not. Dave is winning by enough that I don't see it. I don't see, because listen, there's only let's say best case scenario 200,000 ballots left out of Philly. And then there's still significant Republican areas left to count. Even if Kamala got 70% of them and 70% of even the ballots in the Republican areas, you can't overtake. I mean, unless serious shenanigans happen, there's no mathematical path for him to, but then again, there was no honest mathematical path for Lamb to beat me either. But this time feels different. We're better with election integrity this time. That's the difference.
Yeah, you were part of the process that cleaned it up. Go ahead.
So Tim Sheehy is up 57.6 to 40.7 on Tester. Now it's only 14%.
They called it, Brock?
No, they said it's too early to call.
How much reporting? How many are
14%? But he's up 57.6 to 40.7. So I don't know what that means, but they were saying he was up by 10 points before that.
Not a bad idea, Mira,
Yeah.
but criminals and mercenaries belong in jail for crimes against humanity, including
I don't know. I mean,
TV
like,
anchors and presenters.
this was the red mirage phase in 2020.
That would be nice.
But that doesn't exist. Like the red mirage in 2020.
Tammy Baldwin is now
Frighteningly
losing to Aaron
deja
Rodgers.
vu true, Michelle.
Yeah,
We're
I
about
don't.
to start suddenly showing up.
49
They're
to
doing
48.
everything they can.
Mike Rogers is
Looking
getting,
forward to it, Mo.
he's got 500 votes on Alyssa Slotkin. So they've got a lot of
Aaron's been on
things
point
shaded.
so far. Oh my God.
I got to go check out.
Amen.
Okay. Erie, 80%. So Northampton, that's going to be a flip. Erie.
Make sure you get plugged in on Substack, guys.
I don't know.
I'm going to be up
I'm
all
not
night
seeing enough
putting
in
this
Erie
on there.
to give me a warm and
It's
fuzzy
free.
there. 51 Kamala, 47
We
Trump.
do some crazy shit that Trudeau hates
I
on
don't-
this channel. If you're just new and found us,
80% in.
we'll
And that's
earn
only
your
a difference of
subscription.
like 4,000 ballots, 3,500.
Probably, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the most
It's not a
likely
lot.
place for you to get it, though.
But
Everything
Mike
else
Kelly
is
won. So important to understand here.
worse than
Mike
North
Kelly won
Korea
that
up here.
congressional district, which contains Erie
No
by
joke.
30 points. So, well, at least it was 30 points when I last checked. So, Republican incumbent won that district by 30 points. So,
Isn't that what Gitmo
that race
for?
is going to close in Erie County.
And Australia once upon a time.
I'm interested to see what McCormick has done in Allegheny
Iceland, maybe,
County.
Mira?
I think
No.
McCormick will
Even they would want
overperform
him.
Trump in Allegheny County. That's what I think.
Mars? Mars Project?
Senate.
That's a hot
Anyone?
take, but I'd like to see the numbers
Capital
on McCormick
criminals?
in Allegheny County.
Pilot Project Mars? I think Elon might be interested
Casey's
in that.
got 60.6.
Anybody wanna pitch it to him?
McCormick's got 39.5.
So Trump has what?
I'll
What does
take
Trump have in Allegheny County?
0.01%
Let me
Trump
look real quick.
for the concept.
Trump has 39.7.
For
So Trump's
creative rights?
actually outperforming Dave in Allegheny County by 0.2 points.
Seriously, somebody message Elon.
That speaks to the power of Donald Trump right there. Allegheny County, most of the Republicans in Allegheny County are Romney Republicans.
That's
Trump
why
is
we're
winning
hanging
more
in
of
it
them.
to win it, Marianne.
I mean, that could
I
change
want
with
to confirm
20% or whatever left. I mean, what's the percentage at?
the mission.
Our friend Heather just texted me and
Accomplished.
says, why haven't they started counting
Then I'll
Cameron
sleep.
County?
When the battle's over, then I'll sleep.
That's the gray part of the state that's nobody is talking about.
Some
I don't
former
know, but there's
radioactive
probably
testing island or
probably not a
something,
lot of
maybe?
people there, even if
That
they
might
did
work.
start counting. You know, I don't know
I
what
still
the
think Mars is
population
a better
is.
idea, and that's
It's,
something more,
it's
Elon might
Clinton
get
County,
behind too.
Potter, McKean,
Better than Gitmo.
Cameron, Elk.
We got 4,380 people.
See?
Yeah,
You
so
agree?
not a lot
Mars
of
is a
people. I
great
mean,
idea?
still, we want to count them, but this race could come down to 4,000 votes. But
I think that's probably why she was asking.
See, here's the
Right?
problem. The part
Yeah,
that scares me about
absolutely.
this. The closer it is, the more plausibility they're going to be looking for. No, we're just crazy conspiracy theorists again, right? That's scary.
Yeah, so they're
Close is
showing the
scary
path to
than
270
any
on
of this
Fox.
shit.
Trump has 232. She's got 216.
Well, yeah, and it looks like Decision Desk, Trump has 247 here on Decision Desk. Boy, this does not look good for Kamala Harris.
There was a bomb threat there, apparently.
Yes, and they had
Not
to
looking
evacuate
good for
the
Kamala
precinct.
Harris is looking good for the rest of the world. I
PXI
say
is
that
reporting all
unabashedly
Philly
tonight.
has counted all of the votes. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I trust them.
I'll tell you, the WPXI, when I was running, was the only fair local news network to me. The only one. Like, the only one.
We are the new
And I'm not
authentic,
saying everybody there is fair,
and
but
new media.
they were all very good to me at that news network. Like, and I don't mean like good to me, like giving me preferential treatment. I just mean fair. That's it.
Right. That's all we want. At the end of the day, it's all we want.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Nancy, thanks for hanging in there with us because we don't want to turn the TV on.
Well, we love you guys.
Yes, I understand that sentiment.
So Fox just reported the Senate has been over.
It's flipped.
Yes, it's flipped.
Melanie called that hours ago. To be fair, Commander Melanie.
I'm just backing her.
We're merely adding another layer of protection on top.
I understand. I understand.
Fox still, are they not calling Georgia? Oh, Fox just called Georgia.
Welcome to the party, Fox. Holy cow. Trump is only down in Minnesota with 54% in closing by 7 in Minnesota.
Tim Walz
That's insane. That's insane because Tim Walz is from there. Trump is only down by 7 in Minnesota. And it's closing.
That's just weird.
It's weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. In PA, 185. Trump's 185. 549,000 votes. So 150,000 votes. So 150,000 votes left in Philly. Okay. If she wins 100% of those votes, she still can't beat Trump.
No, and I'm going to do the quick math here, which is a little scary.
And if Trump's getting 21% of those votes that are remaining, there's no
optimistic.
path.
No, there's not.
That's about what it adds up to, Cousin Jody.
So right now,
Get back.
according to Decision Desk, Trump is up in Pennsylvania by 211,856 votes, with 82% in.
Yeah, you're getting better than what we're getting, but that's not by a little bit. Yes.
212,000 votes.
I called it. We called it here. You guys all saw it an hour ago.
83%
PA.
reporting. A total of 5.9 million
Testing my
votes. I think in 2020 there was
Putting
just
my
over
reputation as a Canadian
600,000.
news distribution on the line here for my
I don't have the
source.
numbers in front of me for
Come on,
2020.
PA, call it.
6 million votes
Call it.
total.
No, like just over, like probably 6.5 million total.
Yeah. And the margin
2020
was 80,555.
in 2020. Yes, correct.
Yes.
Wow, I can't believe how many chats and stuff I'm keeping up with tonight. This is crazy, guys. My eyes and brain are going to be melted.
Michigan, they've got Trump up with 49% in by, yeah, you're
love
right,
it.
55,000.
We've waited so long for this. Endured
In
so much.
Wisconsin,
Suffered
with
so
79% in, Trump is up
I do love you guys. Thanks for
51
hanging in
to
here if you're a loyal
47.
supporter.
He's going to take them all.
That number can't be right in Wisconsin.
So it says 79% in 1.3. Are you interested in the actual number?
Ontario,
of
Leo.
It just looks like the separation is too much, Wendy.
But an hour out of
it's
the
actually,
GTA. And that's close enough for me. Thank you.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's probably, I guess it's probably right. I'm looking at decision desk. Like it's delayed, but
that's just shy. It's like
Been a lot of work
94,000
since the
votes.
last disaster, right?
And Kennedy peeled off 13.
I know, right? This is what we've been talking
Fox
about all
is
night.
reporting that Mike
The
Johnson
deja
has
vu.
left Louisiana to go to
Can't go to sleep.
Mar-a-Lago.
What's the secret, Sean? What's their little secret? Remember that?
We
Brunson
have built
Huh?
a foundation
The
here.
Brunson case.
It's
You think
community.
so? I love
I tell
that.
people I don't have an audience. I have a community. When people come on my show,
You know what I'm
they
talking about?
come to take
I
part
do,
in my
but I don't know what
community.
it is.
And
I don't know what it is.
been
And I
that
don't even
way
want to
since day
speculate,
one.
but I'll find out.
regardless of all
I'll
of the
find
shade
out.
that's been tossed our way.
Yeah, I ask.
So it looks like Trump's
Cheers,
lead in
Andre.
PA is narrowed a little bit. Like Kamala has narrowed it a little bit.
Mystery blue boxes. Good. We know you're not going anywhere,
So
Leo.
Trump's lead,
Better not be now. You're committed. You can get those thumbs up.
I'm gonna
going here, guys.
tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something.
Help
Looking
me
at these
break
numbers,
some of these
I think
nooses. Algorithm nooses.
I think there's
It's
probably going to be a
ridiculous, the
recount, but I
censorship
think
here in
Trump wins
Canada.
Pennsylvania. There's no way. She can't. I've been sitting here crunching these numbers. Trump 100% wins Pennsylvania. 100%. Like you know, you've been with me this entire broadcast. You know what it takes for me to say something like that. Dave will be closer. I don't know. I mean, I'm like been very cautious about this, going over and over and over again. Dave's margin is actually unbelievable for a Senate candidate here in this state, and I'm so impressed with the campaign that he's run. There'll probably be recounts, right? There's going to be recounts, but I don't see how the math works for them. I don't see it, and
We should totally get him on the phone and tell him to join us.
Oh, Dave is at his election. I guarantee you, Dave's at his election victory party thing, and he's like in his war room right now.
Totally call him.
I don't even want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it.
I
I don't want to jinx it until we know. Like, I'm telling this for the 6,000 plus people who are brave enough to watch this election night coverage. Just be giving you a sense of like what I see and what I know after I've been involved in elections in Pennsylvania since 2012. Like involved. I don't see any way. I don't see a path. I think Trump wins Pennsylvania 100%. I think Dave, there's going to be a recount. And I think something else. You want to hear something else?
Yeah.
We flipped the state house Republican as well.
Oh, that's huge.
That's effing huge.
That's huge.
And we flipped 2 House seats, I think it's going to look like. So I mean, look, the latest drop in Philly didn't do enough.
Mm-mm.
And so the Republicans in the state of Pennsylvania would now have in terms of the balance of power in the state, would now have more, because right now it's split evenly. There are just as many Democrat Congress representatives as there are Republicans. Now it looks like if Republicans flip 2 seats in this state and knock off 2 Democrat incumbents, now we have the balance of power in this state. So should any election protests end up in the House later on, like and the state congressional colleagues have to actually vote for something, we have the majority here in PA, and that is a huge deal.
With 80% in, Kamala's lead in Philadelphia County is just shy of 350,000.
It's not enough. It's just I don't know of any other way to say it. It's just not enough. I mean, it's Trump is down to 20.9% of the vote with 80% in. So I mean that'll probably continue to tick down, but I think Trump wins.
So they just did another one of those cutaways on Fox showing a highly somber Kamala crowd at Howard University.
I'm telling you, and look, I just got a text from my Pennsylvania guy. He said it's Peter said 100% Trump wins PA. Peter said that.
What did Peter say about McCormick?
He said McCormick holds on too, but there will probably be a recount.
So what's our strategy, boys? What are we doing? I'm supposed to wake up in 2 hours.
Well, all right. Well, then why don't let?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
You got to do radio, and you got to do radio in 2. Why are you getting up at 2 a.m.?
Brock.
Because that's what we do, Sean. I wait for you to get up when you feel it.
That was in our show. National popular vote. They're showing Trump with 51%, Kamala 47.6. Fox News.
By the way, we're still up to be able to report on the leaderboard on Rumble for yesterday. We were number 3. Sean, you were number 35.
Wait, I was?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Is that your highest, Sean?
Yeah, I think so. That's insane. I think maybe I was like in the. I think it was 32 once, but like maybe.
Remember when you used to say, "I just hope to make the top 50 by the end of the year."
I know, isn't that crazy?
I'm seriously thinking about showing up tomorrow looking a lot like this, being like, "Hi, I haven't changed."
We haven't prepped for the show. Donald Trump won. Show's over.
Yes.
I don't want to text Dave or his wife, but like I just think that they're gonna win. I think that they are. I
would totally text his wife and be like, "How you feeling, sweetheart?"
I'm not. I don't like to ask people because I know how they're feeling.
BTS.
But I also think that they're gonna wait. I really believe Dave's gonna win. Trump's 100% gonna hold on, and Dave's definitely. I think Dave's gonna win too. I mean, you know how long it's taken me to say that tonight.
Sean, you know what that means, what you have to do.
What does that mean I have to do?
Play it.
Come on, Sean.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not. You're not going to get me to do this.
Sean's taking the fun out of everything.
What are you talking about? I'm laughing.
What a Debbie Downer.
I'm not a Debbie Downer.
Yours just tell me one.
They did so
it
much
all
work
depends
tonight
on
for this.
Pennsylvania. You said Trump 100% Pennsylvania wins
Only a
Pennsylvania.
24-hour
I play
punch
Young
on this,
Man or
and I know they're
YMCA.
supporting some
you
good
won't be.
organizations and youth groups. So
My
that's
friend Attila is
what it
saying,
goes
"I'm
to.
enjoying the shit out of the show. Keep it going." Tell Sean and Brock.
Get up in 2 hours.
No, he'll be going to bed at that time.
No, wait, I thought it was 180. You said
it was Commander Melanie Line.
Trump or Dave? Trump is up 139,000 in Pennsylvania. I thought you said it was 180. It was. They
All right.
I mean, Trump's going to win. He's going to win the state. 6 million votes. I mean, now Dave is at 44,000. That's close. Listen, that's close.
All right. Trump is up by 165 still with 84.
Yes, but Dave is at 44, and I think Dave holds on. I do think, but this is recount territory here with 80%. What do we had? 84% reporting, 40 some person thousand.
Got 82,000. I'll do your math. Minus 287,6,876. He's up 71,000.
Dave's up by 71.
Yes.
All right. This website must be delayed a little bit.
I can almost relate.
Wisconsin.
5.8 million votes.
Trump up by 4 in Wisconsin with 80% in. Trump up by 3 in Michigan with 54% in. Trump up by
nailed it, Leo.
Almost 3 in Pennsylvania with 84% in. He's done. He won. It's over. This thing is over. Trump's gonna win. 100% Trump's gonna win. Dave holds on 2 in PA. That means that I think we saved this country.
Does that mean Sean's willing to dance?
No. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. No.
I'm living or thriving on
my daughter's like, come
my
on,
life
Dad,
support
dance.
system.
I'm like, I can't do it.
Plug for my Patriot Switch lifesaver.
It was part of my marital vows with Melanie that I will dance. I will never dance.
This is a hall pass. This is a hall pass right now.
Melanie made the same vow. It can't be broken.
Melanie.
No, I'm.
This is my son Ryan, the freshman in college, with his Trump shirt and hat on. And he texted me today. He's like, "Mom, I'm going to vote. Then I'm going to the Trump store and I'm buying some swag. And I don't care what anybody says." And I'm like,
"And you put it on your credit card.
You do you, baby. 100%. Get one for your dad and Brock too." All right. When are you going to be comfortable here, Sean?
Never. Not a week from now. I mean, so it's not. I think I just told you what I thought. I think he's going to win Pennsylvania. I think Dave holds on. And look, also the margins in the other states. I mean, this is unbelievable. 4 points in Wisconsin, 3 points in Michigan, almost 3 points in Pennsylvania. I mean, I'm telling you, these numbers in the Rust Belt are historic for any Republican, period. So let's dispel with this notion and cast it upon the ash heap of history that Donald Trump is somehow not popular. I'm tired of that bullshit. Any Republican that makes that argument should be cast on the ash heap of history with them. They don't belong. They don't belong in decision-making circles in our party. They're complete dumbasses, and no one should ever take them seriously again. Forgive me for being so candid, but I mean it. These people are bobo morons, and they should never pen another op-ed about the strategy of the Republican Party again if this stuff holds out. But it all comes down to Pennsylvania. I've said it for a year now, and if Trump wins there, it's game over. We save the country, and it looks like he's going to do that.
He's up by 167,000 with 84% in, 6,039,000 votes cast.
We still have almost 6,000 people watching this. This is absolutely insane. Listen, folks, I have to say, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to doom. I'm not. I'm just,
You know
you
what?
know.
Here's the deal. You and I provide different things. You have inside information. I have the color on the outside. And you have the nerves on the inside. I have the eternal hope and dream of a country, right? You're focused on getting across the finish line as the protector of your country and your family. And I'm up here seeing what I hope is going to happen. So I'm merely projecting it.
The New York Times is predicting. The New York Times predicting win the popular by 1.1% popular vote.
Send Wendy a message. We'll see if she gets it.
Harris HQ, there's nothing going on.
It's
Well,
over. It's over.
Leading in Arizona, Wisconsin. What I don't understand is why do they still have Georgia as too close to call?
She got it.
They really don't want to call Georgia for some reason.
It should be counted before the end of the night, you know?
Well, you'll have to have a definition of what you consider night.
Exactly.
Our friend Wayne Peters in Canada, Brock, in his underground bunker is saying, we Maple MAGAs haven't missed a minute of tonight. Thank you. I totally trumped out to for tonight's coverage. He's wearing head to toe Trump. And he says, P.S. There are 1,000 of us still watching that you don't see. Wow. I know. It's nuts, you guys. My friend Kelly. Oh, it's great. Nice, Kelly.
45% nationwide.
Trump got 45%, according to ABC, of the nationwide Hispanic vote.
Right.
45%.
Which goes back to what we were saying before. How are you up that much in the Black community, the Hispanic community? All we kept hearing was these communities are going to make such a huge difference for Kamala.
Exactly. And it didn't manifest.
Well, they browbeat freaking Puerto Rico, garbage, all of that.
Exactly.
Are you
exactly.
Media lied?
So look, there's probably only 100,000 left, 100,000 votes left in Philly. I mean, there's 620,000 votes, 81% in. So, Melanie, how many votes left are in Philly? Well, on decision desk, it says 620,709 votes counted in at 81%. So, how many? I don't know. Yeah, there's probably like 100 and some thousand, couple hundred thousand left, maybe 100,000 left, probably.
Well, he's up by 165.
Some Star Wars
Unbelievable.
He's got 248 electoral
91.9%.
votes.
McLovin that. Cannot
I mean,
lie.
Trump's up by 4. He's up by 4 in Michigan.
How many electoral votes do we have? 24, 21, 19. What is it? 20? 21?
We have 19. We have 19 in Pennsylvania.
So 19 puts him at 267.
Holy shit. Trump is up by 4 in Wisconsin, 4 in Michigan, and 3 in Pennsylvania.
It's over. Well, yeah, because he's got 81% of the vote in, and you're talking about 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. He's up 120,000 votes in Michigan with 56%. And he's up with 160,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 85% in.
Mm-hmm.
All these people hanging in with us. Gio, hello. Kelly, hello. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Like, I got to see it go to 270.
I agree.
I can't do anything until that happens. Brock's putting his feet up. You can go do you. You go do you. I can close up. Or not. Let's see if they started this. Results by state, Pennsylvania. Let's see what's going on in Montgomery, Delaware, Philadelphia. She's up by about 360,000 votes in Philadelphia County.
All we've been hearing is that's not enough.
Not enough.
Well, they said she needed 5.
Well, they say
really 7.
They say 5, but in reality, it's 7. Yes, 700,000 is
right.
what they need. Like they need to run up the score in Philly.
There's not enough in the other counties to make up for that with the cheat, I don't suppose.
No. No.
What a crappy thing to have to say.
I know it's ridiculous, but Trump is up in Bucks County. 56% in, Trump is winning Bucks County. Trump is winning Erie County. It's effing over. That's it. Erie County, Northampton, Lackawanna. Trump is winning all of them. Trump is winning Bucks County. It's done. It's over. It's done. Pennsylvania's over. Trump wins it 100%. 100%. That's what I think. Like, it's over. Trump fucking over. Excuse my language. Oh my God.
Come on, Sean.
Come on, Sean.
Hey,
Baby, give me a bite. Come on.
Where's Scott Perry right now? Let's get a sense of Scott Perry's race. We gotta know where Scott Perry is.
I thought I saw that he won.
I think I haven't looked.
That's the House.
I said there were 2 House flips. If we flip 2, then it stands to reason that Scott Perry stays, but he was in a really tough race. I mean, but Trump flipped Erie County. As of right now, 95% reporting Trump 50 to 48. Trump's winning Erie County. Trump is winning Northampton by 6. Trump is winning Bucks County with 56% in. I mean, I don't see. No, there's just I don't see how Lackawanna. Trump is only down by 2. That Lackawanna is where Biden was quote unquote born. Like this
He's only down. He's only down by 3,000 votes in Lackawanna County.
It's like I do not see how Kamala. There's just I don't see how she wins this. I just don't. You cannot lose every swing county in Pennsylvania and win the state. No way. Absolutely no. It's never happened. You know, it's just never happened. What are you laughing at?
Huh?
What are you laughing at?
Wants to dance.
I'm not. It ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Well, there's definitely some buzz going on at where Trump is. Where's his watch party?
Mar-a-Lago.
I don't think it's at Mar-a-Lago. I think it's somewhere else. Do you think it's at Mar-a-Lago?
I thought it was. I thought it was at Mar-a-Lago.
Brett Baer seems kind of disappointed that all of this is going on right now. Perry, I just saw it and let's see where he went. Shoot. I have to go to the House here. Local races. I just need one of these clowns to finally just say it. Just say it.
I know.
I have a pretty big tweet here. I've been in the trenches in PA for a very long time, since 2012 at least, fighting for election integrity since 2020. Worked our asses off building a BBM infrastructure to rival Dems for 18 months. So many patriots involved. These numbers for Kamala do not work.
That's me.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's me.
They're all cheering behind him. The party. Brock, can you dial up Fox or anybody who's actually taking a Trump scene?
Egg Smith.
That's Nashville. That's Nashville. So that's not where we want to be. I don't know. Shoot.
The math ain't mathing no more for Kamala. So as of an hour ago, Elon Musk posted game set match. So he believes
Palm Beach
it's over.
Convention Center. Thanks, Robin Swin. Appreciate that.
Kind of think like
I
same
agree
camp
that
as
Fox
Wendy.
people are rhinos. I don't disagree with you. Come on, we're hanging on until it's a done deal, y'all.
And just I want to hear somebody in
Yeah,
the
I mean, I'm just like looking
fake
for any
mercenary media
outlier.
to call it too. Somebody needs to call it. 'Cause I don't think anybody wants to wake up again like we did once before, right?
I mean, it is over.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now. And I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision. And ultimately, it came out to Trump for them.
Fox is
So
basically
a
calling.
very
They've
dedicated
called
voting base
Georgia.
here.
That this
And in
is
this
as
room, we're at the
official as
GOP watch party.
fake
Obviously, they're
news
quite
gets.
excited.
So that's
Hi,
huge,
Madison. Thank you
huge,
so
huge.
much.
I love that they have Karl Rove on the set with them. Like, that's a great idea. All right.
Yeah.
All right, come on.
Frightening, isn't it, Michelle? Plenty of time to get more blue boxes in the door, right?
Oh man.
He's hanging tight with 86% in, 167,000 lead for Trump in Pennsylvania.
And
Oh,
Big
yep.
Brother has about the 70,300.
70,000 vote lead for Dave.
Yep, with 83% in. Yeah.
Fox is reporting Michigan with 53% in, 52% over 46.2% in Michigan.
86% reported President Trump, and 83% of the same electorate.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump up by 105,000 votes
Breaking
in
news. Kamala is
Wisconsin
not attending her
with
watch party 2 miles away from her
83% in,
Her house rally
Mhm.
moving up as we speak.
and 106,000
They're throwing in the towel.
with
She's
60% in Michigan.
So we let's see what refresh says. 213,
This vexes
still
me.
hanging in the balance. Ugh.
I know, guys. We're just waiting.
Oh. Well, I mean, the way it's going now, Wendy, you should just call it and just cover it on the show tomorrow. Because, I mean, look, they're very close to 86% in Pennsylvania. She's not She's not catching him at 86% in. It's over. They should have called Pennsylvania a while ago.
Wonder why they hang up.
No, this is worse than 2016. He's absolutely crushing. I could see why they wouldn't justify calling it in 2016, but it's not 2016. Like he's crushing her in these states. If these numbers hold out, like there's just like
big if, unfortunately.
I mean, he's up by, it looks like 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 3,123 to 2,955.
It's about 178, 100 and something.
I mean, there's no way she can catch him.
Uh-oh.
It's done. It's
3 milk trucks filled with ballots. Oh, frig.
Well,
wow.
So I have PTSD because the last time I went to bed and didn't.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to go to bed either.
Oh, I'm not.
agree.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Oh, at this point, it isn't even worth going to bed. Go home, take a shower, and start working.
Literally.
Fill the show with guests.
I figure I could probably pull this off for another show and be done with it. So.
Yeah, you may need to have you post that off.
There's a somber crowd outside Harris HQ. I would just love those numbers to get closer to like 95% before we say.
What was it when they called, you thought it was called for you?
It was election night.
Right. Well,
yeah, like it was over. Like everyone was calling me saying it was over. And then they stopped counting at like 11 o'clock, and that was that.
Do
you want me to play that, Sean?
You should play it for Wendy. Wendy will like it.
Hold on.
Where? I see California ballots in Detroit. That's interesting.
Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing. Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off. Fuck.
That's just freaking cool.
I think that just won the internet.
White dudes for Harris
I think
reacting
that just
real
won
time.
the internet. Excuse the vulgarity, but at this point, we're not on the radio, so.
Oh my goodness!
Seattle
All right, I'm gonna
police
give
are
it
busting out
another look.
Antifa.
Do some chuck juice or
Yes,
some salads and a sit up.
that's not very friendly.
Kamala Harris headquarters fallen into complete
88%
silence.
in, 86% in, 88.
That's on
86.
CNN.
Bless America.
Well, I mean, let's just see. Let's like I don't think there's an honest mathematical path, but Democrats are capable of anything. So you know how that goes. I just don't see how she wins. But
I'm looking for that. Leo.
My only question is, there's still 5,700 people watching. Do you people not have work in the morning?
Thank you.
What are
Maybe
you doing?
I'm trying to
I
avoid
think that's the
NBC.
question right now.
So you saved
What
me.
are you doing?
This is more enjoyable than listening to Karl Rove. I personally would rather look at you gentlemen than him.
wait, so look, Allegheny County, from the Allegheny County warehouse. Final update of the night. All vote by mail votes have been posted. 9 precincts will not be reporting their election day totals tonight. We'll make every effort to secure the election results for this outstanding results and then post them tomorrow. I mean, see what I'm saying? Like,
why?
Tomorrow there'll be no media observe. I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is like, how can 9 precincts not be done? I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. You know, I just don't know. I hate that. It's like so.
The buzz is going on at Trump HQ.
Send a warning out to those guys. Let's see
So yeah, Allegheny County. She wins by 140,000 votes. Cambria County is still only 1/5 of the way in, and she's got a slight lead of a couple hundred votes.
Yeah. I don't think
There's not enough votes there. I mean, I thought the only amount that really would help was Philly.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm just trying to play the numbers here because, to Sean's point, we trust nobody.
I trust Sean and Sean Coleman.
Well, there's no honest mathematical path. Honest.
Keyword. Let's see why. Any updates? Trump's odds.
I don't
keep going up.
understand. So Allegheny County just stops?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's
like
that doesn't even look close.
What happens to those
on that map?
I thought they weren't allowed. I thought it was the law they weren't allowed to stop counting. So now you have precincts just saying.
I think that I don't understand. They're not reporting, but they may have already counted. I don't know. I don't know what this. I don't know what the distinction is that they're making there.
New York Times forecast suggests high probability of Trump victory, trending now. So that's from the New York Times. Bitcoin is bouncing. Trump projected to win.
Yeah, well,
Pennsylvania, Philadelphia County, they're saying this now. In 2020, Biden got 81% to Trump's 18%.
Yep.
Now, with 78% in, Kamala's got 78% to Donald Trump's 20%.
Yep.
Red Mirage
He's up by
phenomenon.
4 in Minnesota or Michigan.
Here comes the spin
with 63% in.
already.
He's up 4 in Wisconsin with 85%. So he only had to win one of those states, right, Sean?
Who is that?
Trump had to only win one of the Rust Belt, Wisconsin.
Yep. That's yeah, but he's got to win Arizona if it's not Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's done. But if he wins Wisconsin or he wins Michigan, he's got to have Arizona, and it looks like he's going to get that. MSNBC is scream crying about Supreme Court justices, Trump nominees are going to sail through, blah, blah, blah. This is, they just announced that Kamala's not going to speak tonight. Not good.
That's a Hillary move. No,
now you've got your cadre of freaking lawyers coming out.
Yeah, they'll be out there, but with these margins, I don't think it will matter. Like these margins, lawyers, when you release the hounds, release the lawyers into these precincts, they don't make a huge difference. They'll oversee a recount, but with these margins, it won't matter. If these margins hold, it will not matter. It just won't.
87% in
PA?
Yeah.
Yeah. Done.
Some dude is speaking at Harris headquarters right now on Fox. Oh, it's Cedric Richmond. I wish I could hear it. He does not look pleased. They know they're
sending everybody home. All right, I'll be right back. Take me off the screen. I got to go to the bathroom. Your bladder outlasted mine somehow.
No, I'm on my way too, so we will walk with you. So, Harris campaign co-chair addresses the watch party, and he's walking off the stage.
Well,
and I can't hear them, so.
We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair.
Like 10 people there?
I'm pretty sure you guys heard the woo! Like, wow. Game over, y'all. I don't know. Sean won't do it, but I will. I mean, I'm ashamed of never dancing.
What's that?
I don't know. I feel good about this.
Where'd Sean go?
He had to go potty.
Oh. His bladder held out longer than yours. He's younger.
Anyway, I'm feeling pretty good. I know a lot of you, I hear you, and I see you saying it's 2020 all over again. I don't know. I don't know if they can do that.
It's going to be harder.
I think the too big to rig actually worked. Like, voter turnout was so bad in 2000.
I tend to agree.
In 2020, how many people probably went, Joe Biden isn't going to win, which, to be honest, he probably didn't. But they could clear out the cemeteries, you know. And did Sean do a wardrobe change?
No. This is what I've been wearing.
Can I just say we've been streaming now for almost 6 hours?
Chris Hayes and Maddow are now
5
trying
hours
to
and
convince each
47
other
minutes,
that there's still a
47
chance for the
seconds.
House.
To be exact. Here.
So
Wow.
I
are stalwart.
Those two dudes are duking it out.
Yeah.
What do you think, boys?
Well, I think you put a pin in it for tonight and then hit it first thing.
I think we'll see what it looks like first thing in the morning. You know, I think I'm going to
your call though.
Get up in the morning and kind of
86% in Wisconsin, 4 points for Trump. 86% in. I mean,
I wanted it to get to 90 at least in Pennsylvania before.
Yeah. All right. 87.
How many are these precincts? These 9 precincts. How many are these? How many people? That's going to tell you if you're going to get how close you'll get to 100%.
We're at 88% right now. Trump's still with 150,000.
Yeah.
Georgia called finally by Fox. 127,000 votes there.
Sorry, I just came across a clip of Alex Jones being.
We should at
Alex
least give it
Jones.
another 10 minutes, make it a solid 6 hours.
Yes. All right. The clock is our
Deal.
shut off.
That's fine. That's fine.
Deal, guys. Another 10 minutes or so here. We'll shut her down up here.
Yeah, Trump's going to pull ahead in Cambria.
I'll get up in the morning, dump a
But
couple of buckets
Chester,
of coffee into me,
Montgomery,
take a look at the landscape,
86%
and maybe I'll
in.
do
Holy smokes.
a random morning coffee show sometime late tomorrow morning.
There's just not enough.
Maybe at noon.
There's just not enough
Noon
left.
Eastern time.
Delaware
I'll throw something
County.
Together. I'm just
not
gonna go
enough.
live. Hang out if you want. Kind of see what's changed, unless something
95% in at Delaware
catastrophic
County. Yeah,
happens.
it's done. Oh my gosh. I mean, who knows what ballots they find or whatever, but just because they find ballots in PA doesn't mean they'll find them in Wisconsin. What's that, huh? Yeah, so see Harris here. Trump, my daughter sitting right here, and she's like super into politics. She's very awesome. So here you have Harris at 213 at 58 million votes. Here you have Trump at 248 at 63 million. You have obviously the blue states are strong. They've already been called for Harris. The red states with the stripes are the states where the Republicans are ahead, but it hasn't been called. The reverse is true for the blue states with the stripes, right? So Arizona still up in the air, but Republicans are ahead. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Republicans are ahead, but it hasn't been called. So if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's completely over.
I'd like to. I think Trump will speak, and that's what I'll be looking for too. I did just come across some news breaking about 50,000 ballots are on the way,
What?
and another 37,000 tomorrow in
Who won?
Philadelphia.
No, my friend Kaden said we're a blue state for electoral colleges because the people in Philadelphia.
Yeah, people in Philly usually vote for Kamala, but it's
Your
not
mouth,
happening this
God's
time around.
ears, Cedar Bum.
They're saying Michigan with
It's been my
58% in.
humble
It's
pleasure
Donald Trump to
to
52
do what
to
I
Kamala
can.
Harris 46.
Oh my gosh.
I appreciate you guys. There's no place else, nothing else I'd rather be doing. We waited a long time for this. Soon. See if they actually get a chance to do it again this time. I fingers
I
crossed.
hate this.
Bated breath.
I love being with you guys, but this is nerve-wracking.
Nail
and
biting, stressful.
Ugh.
24-hour polls.
I know. It's we got 8 more minutes to bear it, right?
Literally.
To speak, because they've got a picture
Future
on
of the world may
his
may
headquarters.
depend on this day. This could go down as the best or worst day in human history. How do you think it's going to go down and be written? I know God wins at the end of the day in my world, but this is stressful.
Michigan 52-2 for Trump to 46.
Anything, like I said, I'd rather be doing. This has been a long time coming.
Wisconsin 51,
You got to
Trump
keep it together
47,
and keep your
Harris.
foot on the gas.
Pennsylvania 51, Trump 37 or 47, Harris. They've got him up now. Fox News has him up 220,000. 90%.
Hopeful or hopeless.
Too soon to call my butt.
Yeah.
A choice that makes
Call the
very
damn
different
thing.
results, right? And here we are.
How many
hopeful
registered
and
voters are there? That
nose
gives
down, grinding away.
us roughly
Might have changed the day. So this could be the
6.35
best day.
million voters.
Okay, so in 2020, Biden had 3,458,229. Trump had 3,337,674, and then Joe Jorgensen had 79,000 for the Libertarian. So Biden had 3.4 million, Trump had 3.3 million votes. So if you come to Pennsylvania, here you are at Trump 3.2 million, Kamala at 3 million. So
that's getting close enough to be
it looks
plausible
like
if
there was
87,000 votes start showing up in
6.7
freaking
million,
no cups.
6.8 million total votes cast in Pennsylvania. So right now we're at 6.3 million. So there's still 500,000 votes left to be cast. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Well, this says 6.4. Actually, no, I didn't count Jill Stein and Chase Oliver. Here we are at 6.4. So in 2020, no, there's only that's the difference. There's only a libertarian
It's
candidate.
not even
on the
about
ballot
whether they do or
2020 'cause
don't.
they
It's
break
whether the
ballot
media
at
made it
top of the
plausible
ticket.
for them to say that they did.
3.3 plus 3.4.
She's a complete media and
6.7
narrative
or whatever
construct.
plus 6 point. Yeah. So we're very close.
We've already had 68,500 views tonight.
How many views?
68,500.
That's like total views.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nuts. Oh my gosh.
Pennsylvania, they're taking it again. Erie County. Trump is won Erie County. Yeah. Wow.
So the race in Michigan narrowed significantly.
And it's 99% left out. How much is
Yeah.
99% in or 90? What did you say?
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch. All the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we noticed in the upper Midwest,
Associated Press has it
Minnesota,
230 to 210.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio,
That's
to a lesser degree,
scary
and Pennsylvania.
at
That's
this
what they were
time of
thinking
night.
about. And they said, we noticed that there was a
Disgusting.
certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was
A
kind of
lot of sobbing, crying at
I
Kamala's
love Ann Seltzer.
headquarters.
She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically,
Don't
was
think
not so
they've
much
got the wind in them.
the top line in that race, but what
Of
Seltzer
course,
had said was
Antifa,
that
BLM, those guys
senior
will.
women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes. Really? And we're kind of close to.
After all we've been through?
We're
Getting
at a level
close.
where
Gotta be
we're close
getting
to
close,
statistical
Leo.
significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there
Of
are
course,
still,
the white colonial.
yeah, well,
There you go.
rumor has it.
We have to let you go because
Never
you have
mind, the
some
other
more
ones
data
are
crunching to do.
colonizing us
We
right
appreciate
now.
you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren. Thanks,
Really
Darren.
good job.
Come in.
Very nice to see you guys.
That is what
Let's check
their
in with Aisha
people
Hosni at the Trump
are
campaign
expecting Trump
headquarters.
to
Aisha?
fix.
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh,
So thank you very much. We'll head back there. If the former what? So McCormick, Sean, is pulling ahead now. He's ahead of Bob Casey Jr. by 100 and almost 20,000 votes, 110,000 votes, with 87%.
Yeah, that's amazing. Again, almost impossible to see how they catch. I mean, they should be calling Pennsylvania.
And he now is up by 215,000 in Pennsylvania.
Who's that? Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. That's yeah, Wendy. I mean, look, you're looking at almost 6.5 million votes cast, almost exceeding the 2020 number. I mean, I just don't see it's over. I mean, I just think it's over.
I do too. Well, Brock, what do you say? I think we got to scoot. We gotta be able to regroup and at least
definitely
off. But I love your insight. I love what you've done for Pennsylvania, and I love what you're going to do for our country again coming up in the years ahead.
Well, thank you for having me. This was so fun. I mean, we could go for longer, but this was awesome. And you know, I'm still not going to sleep after this because I can't go to sleep and have the vote tally but I'm feeling really, really good. And it takes a lot for me to say that. And so, hey, we'll figure out what happens with this election and then we start the work on the next one. That's it. We don't rest until we completely dismantle the Democrat Party. That's it. That's just it.
That's the game, folks. And that's the strategy. And that's what we got to do. Come on, Sean. Just
you get the head bob. The head bob. 91% in.
I want to take his face and I want to go, mwah, 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 mwah. It's going to be okay. I love you guys. I love you guys. Look, Brock and I've got about an hour and a half before we got to do this again. So I'm going to go home, make some coffee, hose myself off, and be back bright and early with you guys. You're going to be up all night, Sean, or what are you going to be doing?
Probably going to get another drink and just keep watching the numbers. Yeah. This is, listen, of course I will. You text me if you need anything, Brock, same goes to you. I'll be awake. I mean, I've dedicated my life since coming back from Afghanistan, even while I was there, just I will not stop until we secure a future for our children that is rich and free.
It's not complicated, you guys.
That's it. And we don't stop. We don't stop until that is 100% certainty. So this is just one battle in a much larger war, and it looks like we're going to win this battle, but then it's onward to the next one. No quitting.
No, it begins again, day number.
And I
one.
know that people that are watching probably throwing up in their mouth a little bit, but that's how we have to do it. If you want to keep this country a shining city upon a hill, it needs an engaged citizenry, and it needs everyone fighting 100% of the time. Because the reason why that's important, the left never sleeps. They will not stop. They will find another way to cheat. They'll find another loophole, and we got to stay three steps ahead of them.
I agree. I love you guys.
See ya.
All right. We'll see you bright and early in a couple hours. Love you, Sean. Peace.
Well, have you guys had a blast tonight? I don't expect too much, but I did while I was otherwise distracted there for a second. Fire a text message off to Sean, see if he wanted to join us for just a minute, and before we wind this off, because I kind of I kind of feel like Sean, or I kind of want to see the confirmation. I want to see the writing on the wall. I appreciate these guys so much for what they did tonight. That was so awesome, Wendy and Brock. Those guys have been serious troopers. Absolutely great marathon show. I don't want to let my phone out of my hand for a second here while I kind of wind down and digest some of this. This is the current look of the map. Looks like Arizona might be on its way by the hairs on their chinny chin. PA is still not called, although you heard it. You heard it there. This has been awesome, hasn't it, Michelle? Yeah, I'm so lucky to have had the opportunity to work with so many great people over the course of this last 5 years. And you know, those of you that have stuck with me and supported me in all of this and this community and kept this thing going, to get to this point of being able to share a historic moment. Yeah, I think this is, you know, this is a sign of better days. You know, this is a sign of the Renaissance versus revolution, and it. I think it's the beginning of the end of the tyranny. I was challenged yesterday to describe a video of the convoy in Ottawa, and that was, you know, incredibly popular worldwide. And that was the only way I could describe it too, was the beginning of the end. There's been so many countries and people that have woken up and gotten involved and started to take part and stood up and drawn their line in the sand around the world, you know, that were inspired by the convoy. You know, from Bruce McGray, the FAA whistleblower, to, you know, everything that's happened since then, has been historic. It truly has been historic. It's been an unbelievable adventure and opportunity to share this with so many folks, so many amazing folks, and all of you guys that take part. Sorry. Sean responded, I hope we'll all be rejoicing in the morning, but yeah, he's still on. So I told him still on battle mode here. This doesn't feel right. He says, can't help it be. They cheat. I see he's 100% correct. I'm seeing some breaking news. So yeah, we got to keep going, right? We got to keep going. This has been great. It's been great because of community. People that are able to focus on the moment that is the priority at hand. So thank you, Tom, for all that you do and have done over the years. Yeah, the work isn't over. The work isn't over. It would be great if that was the beginning of the end. We could start building from the bottom up. Now we've hit bottom. We have seen and lived and survived through a lot of crazy and historic moments over the last few years. Great hanging out with everybody. Yes, thank you to Cedar Brum. Yeah. So I'm not sure if Sean probably otherwise occupied, but I really wanted, I thought this would be a great opportunity. You guys aren't going to get this probably from most or any of the other content creators here in Canada. And thank you, Lady Hawk from New Zealand. Miles of smiles. I'm grateful that you were able to find this and take part in the community. I hope we see more of you. We typically do 7 p.m. Eastern time, Toronto time, Monday to Friday. This coming Friday, it's one of the first times I've had an opportunity to have somebody from down under, from Australia, I believe. Oh, jeepers. The White Rabbit podcast. Phenomenal. Phenomenal lady. So, yeah. If you're going to catch this one, this is a marathon. 6 hours and 11 minutes. Instagram shut me down hours ago. Wimkin shut me down about an hour ago. We're still streaming on a couple of Facebook channels, although nobody probably other than the diehards get notified for that. Also on X and Wimkin and Odyssey. So now after this, it's about putting it together into the Substack for everybody and do it all over again tomorrow. We'll see what the morning brings. Well, looks like I probably missed Sean for tonight. That's all right. I totally get it. Kudos. Good job, Leo. Republicans just won the Senate. I think the too big to rig was ultimately what made this happen, what made it possible. Now it's too big for them to scream about it, about all of it. There's no way against all odds that the Democrats are going to make anybody believe that the Republicans rigged it all three branches. I wouldn't go that far yet, Mouth, but I do want to see what happens next. More than anything, I want to talk to some people from down there whose voices I trust, and I want to hear what happens next. Remember, Trump did more in his first week when he's still gotta get to the inauguration in January. So who knows? But you can be damn sure, Skippy, that it's gonna be an interesting ride. Right? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us, SB. This is a community effort. It's a community, and we work for each other and kind of have each other's backs. It's kind of what we do here. I've seen this community do some amazing shit over the last 5 years. So, what's tomorrow's show gonna be? What's it gonna be? I'm gonna have some crazy good guests coming up over the next little while. Friday's gonna be a wicked show, guys. Jim Ferguson, and total brain stall. Why? Why? Um, total brain farts. Anyways, Friday is one that I've been looking forward to for a very long time. I'll find it. I'll figure it out. One way or another. Oh, yeah. No, I think that's I'm gonna call it a wrap for tonight. Nothing's changed on the decision desk. One last quick look at that. There is a slight change. Trump is up a couple more. So 251, 95.7% chance that we wake up tomorrow with a totally new outlook on whether there is a future for us or not, without succumbing to straight up fascism. So I'm grateful for you all, grateful for the opportunity to share some people that I highly respect and trust. My eyes feel like a couple of piss holes in a snowbank. Sorry, northern swamp donkey talk. This is a kind of an off the record hanging out kitchen table talk with everybody tonight. Thank you for taking the time to spend it with us and get it from the horse's mouths, from the best sources. And I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. It'll be the day after. The day after. That's gonna tell a story, right? The nuke. The day that Kamala nuked the Democratic Party and lost, and the globalists lost. Yeah, that's the one that's I'm gonna be watching. Last night's show. This is gonna be a huge blow to the likes of Yuval Noah Harari, Klaus Schwab, Justin Trudeau. So the repercussions of this will go far and wide. So it's going to be an interesting time over the next few months, folks. So I hope you guys had a blast. Yeah, it was a yeah, it's been an uphill battle, right? Yeah, I'm still going to be thinking hard about it over the next couple of days and keeping you all informed, keeping you guys up to date and speed. And I will see you all. Not this time. We'll see you tomorrow. And what do I got? Oh, I should have taken some time and talked about my partners. I suck really very much badly at that. You guys see it there. I only have a couple New World precious metals. I did get an update from those guys today. Precious metals are skyrocketing, so based on confidence in Trump actually pulling this off. So this is good news. So anybody that's interested in taking care of themselves, protecting themselves, especially in Canada, that's what Bryce and those guys do. We talk about that usually on Fridays, but not this coming Friday. Global show, international. We're going to have Australia, UK, probably Europe in the house on this coming Friday. So that's New World Precious Metals and Patriot Switch. You know, those guys don't get nearly enough love from me. They have been fighting this cabal and deep state since Obama was in the seat that that Trump's going to get to take again. So they've been at this a long time. We've had the honor and privilege to work with these guys and take bread and butter away from BlackRock for about a year now, and it's been the best and only fit for a partner who believes in what I believe in to my core. So that is my closing video. I'm going to drop that. First couple of little banners, I guess. I went through the subscribe. Everybody's got the Substack link. Get plugged in over there. You'll find this tomorrow. Whatever else we ever use in the show is linked in there tomorrow. If you need to get a hold of me or want to get a hold of me, whistleblower, breaking news, something that matters, question, concern, whatever it might be, contact at whatsupcanada.org and support independent, authentic journalism like the folks that I used as sources tonight to bring you guys the best that I could find and know of, and support those guys, you know, the people that are not funded and supported by the corporate Marxist oligarchs or the government or the propaganda machines, the ones that have not sold their souls to the mainstream media mercenaries. Support them, whoever that is. If it's Wendy, Brock, Sean, or us, support those. This is the information war for humanity, and we're getting some victories, and the tide is turning. So if this is the platform that you do choose to support, that is the best way to do this, to help me keep this free and doing what I think I can do to disrupt the mainstream mercenaries and the corrupt government syndicates every single day. That's the best way to do it without losing too much, taking too much of a haircut off of the top. So I love you guys all. Stay mighty, my friends, family, patriots, prisoners, and hostages too. Today's a day to rest easy on the battlefield. Tomorrow will be a whole new set of challenges, but they will have a a more heartening missions set. You know, that's what it'll be. It'll be more heartening when we step into the next mission. You know, if we have one task, what's it going to be? It'll look better tomorrow. So that's going to be a rare or a more frequent opportunity, and look forward to more of that, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. So I love you all. See you then. Check out Patriot Switch. 0.